Chapter 466. At this time, Jingwan still didn't know that noble consort Su was still sparing no effort to disgust her. Of course, noble consort Su herself might not think so. In her view, it was true that she wanted to divide Li Hongyuan's favor towards Jingwan, but it was more for her son's sake. Her son was of noble birth. How could he only have one person by his side? How aggrieved would he be? That's right, she was a good Mufei who wholeheartedly cared for her son. Even if her son was estranged from her now, she believed that he would change his mind in the future. How could there be overnight enmity between mother and son? It was just that, if noble consort Su found out one day, she would be very clear about all the things that she had done to her adopted son. The reason why she was harmonious with her and her son all these years was only because she had value. Sometimes, when she thought about it, Jingwan really wanted to see that scene. Let's not talk about this for the time being. In any case, noble consort Su's plan was destined to fail. Let's just talk about those ministers who were ready to make a move. Even when facing a certain prince that they supported, they would only smile and play Tai Chi. Wang Ye, you're really thinking too much. Then they sighed. There's an evil creature in the family, wholeheartedly pouncing on Jin Qin Wang, wanting to die or live. What can this official do? I can't just watch her die, right? Then the expression on their faces eased. Wang Ye, in fact, this matter is also good for you. Think about it. If this official's daughter becomes Jin Qin Wang's Cifei, in the future, if you have any conflicts with Jin Qin Wang, it might be able to ease a bit. The only thing missing was to say, Your Highness, this official is doing this for you. I really don't have any ill intentions. If they help Li Hongyuan ascend to the throne, it would be a real merit for them to ascend to the heavens in one step. According to the previous situation, it was impossible to do this. Power and wealth were too tempting. This was a gamble. If they won the gamble, they would have everything they wanted. If they lost, it would not be a big deal. As the saying goes, the law cannot punish the majority. Looking at the past, the ones who failed to seize the throne were often those closest to the loser. When a new emperor ascended to the throne, he needed to show benevolence and the demeanor of an emperor. He needed to disregard the past and not stick to one pattern to use talents. And who was the closest to Jin Qin Wang? Wasn't it the Luo family? Therefore, although these people seemed to be doing something stupid and brazen, they were actually calculating in their hearts. If they won, the reward would be high, but if they lost, the risk would not be high. Cunning. However, in the end, these people overlooked a point. A very important point, and that was Jin Qin Wang himself. Those who were secretly working for Jin Qin Wang looked at their colleagues who had a good relationship with them. They looked at them with complicated gazes and finally sighed. They patted their colleagues' shoulders and walked away. You say, why don't you live a good life and insist on seeking death? It's so easy to stuff people into Jin Qin Wang's side. Do you think it's your turn? No matter how good your calculations are, it's useless to go in the wrong direction. Others may only wear small shoes, but Jin Qin Wang will really kill you. Unfortunately, these words could not be said. Even if their hearts hurt from holding it in, they had to hold it in. Compared to the indignation of Kong Qin Wang, Gong Qin Wang, and the others, Rui Qin Wang did not have much reaction. However, recently, even if Rui Qin Wang was still the gentle and polite Rui Qin Wang who was respectful to the wise, people more or less felt that something was wrong. His mental state was not good, especially those who were old and experienced. They could clearly see the gloominess and hostility in Rui Qin Wang's eyes. This was obviously his mood was not smooth to the extreme. It looked like a big problem that could not be solved for a long time. TSK, Luo Peixiong confidently and at ease went to Jin Qin Wang Fu and drank a cup of good tea on the way. It was just a matter of one sentence. When he left, he also took Jingwan's 2 pots of flowers. He clearly looked like a pure and elegant old man, but he actually did some hooligan things. He could have just opened his mouth and taken it away. Why did he have to use the word snatch? Jingwan was helpless, but her eyes showed indulgence, as if she was looking at a naughty child. Old child, it really was not fake. Although in the officialdom, he was still skillful and decisive in his actions. Wan, what do you want to say? Li Honyuan stood beside Jingwan, his tone indifferent. En? Yuan is talking about the matter of the Su Fei? Jingwan chuckled. Isn't that something to be expected? It's just that I didn't expect it to be so fast. I originally thought that I would have to wait for at least 2 days. I didn't expect these people to be so impatient. However, doesn't this just show that those people are actually very optimistic about Wanya? She teased. Their eyesight is not bad, but they are a bit slow. They intend to send charcoal in snowy weather, but they can't even add flowers to brocade. Our Jin Qinwang dislikes it. Li Hongyuan's finger rubbed Jingwan's face. So, how does Wanwan plan to deal with it? If the emperor didn't intervene, it doesn't matter if I deal with it. But the emperor has spoken. I can't do anything. So, Wangya, this time, it's better for you to deal with it personally. Actually, I think that a truly good husband not only has to deal with his own love rival, but also his wife's love rival, understand? Jingwan smiled. Jingwan's words, in Li Hongyuan's ears, may be a bit nondescript, but it didn't prevent him from understanding the meaning. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Jingwan. His gaze was fixed, and no emotions could be seen. Jingwan felt goosebumps all over her body from being stared at by him, just like a frog being stared at by a snake. She couldn't stop herself from taking a step back. Li Honyuan seemed to know and naturally reached out with his hand. With a little force, he pulled Jingwan back. My love rival? En? Jingwan wanted to curse. What was that? Wasn't she focusing on the wrong thing? Lauda, why do you always have to hold on to this point and not let it go? Jingwan suddenly got angry. Obviously, I have more love rivals, okay? And they're the kind who can confidently throw themselves at you. If you want, I can only look at them with a smile. I can't have any opinions, let alone say anything. My affairs are so old that they have passed 800 years ago. Why do you still have to hold on to it? Didn't I say it before? Wanwan can crush and destroy my rotten peach blossoms at will. You can even kill them all. I don't have any objections. However, Wanwan has always stopped me from doing anything to some people. Li Honyuan was not guilty at all. He was very self-righteous. Jingwan was instantly rendered speechless by him. That was a human life. How could she treat it as a real peach blossom and cut it all off? Li Honyuan gently rubbed the back of Jingwan's neck. However, Wanwan is right. Of course, I want to be a good husband. So, I will deal with this matter. I will never let Wanwan worry. Jingwan heard him say this and felt even worse. What was that? Asking him to deal with it? Was he really going to destroy the flowers? Could he not be so cruel? Those flowers were actually very delicate and couldn't withstand a round of torture from the King of Hell. If they died, it would be too much. After all, those people just wanted to be pampered and loved. They didn't have to worry about food and clothing. They were also a little vain. In fact, it wasn't a crime no matter where they were. In fact, there were many such people everywhere. Naturally, they didn't deserve to die. Of course, if those people really dared to pounce on her, she would definitely not be polite. There were many ways to get rid of them. But now, just thinking about it, you want to kill them? Well, you could be a little gentler. Li Honyuan sneered. Sure enough, they are women. Those are people who covet your husband. Jingwan pursed her lips. With that kind of previous life, unless one was a homicidal maniac, no one could easily disregard life. In Li Hongyuan's previous life, although he had seen Jingwan's decisiveness when she killed people, there was no fear or hesitation in her eyes. Because that was a real enemy. An enemy who invaded her own country, killed her own people, and destroyed the happiness and peace of countless people. In the end, Li Honyuan didn't really want Jingwan to become that kind of ruthless person. In fact, he had never thought that Jingwan was bad. Now that he saw her like this, he felt a little sorry for her. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead. Don't worry, I won't kill them. At most, I will. Jingwan's expression naturally eased when she heard this. She rubbed her face against his chest. But after rubbing her face twice, her face became a little stiff and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. It was all because of Li Hongyuan's next words. If you cripple, disfigure, and die, then there is only one way. If you don't die, there are many ways. Li Honyuan played it down. as if he wanted to give Jingwan a science lesson of 1,000 ways that wouldn't kill, but could make people suffer so much that they wish they were dead. Jingwan felt a little hopeless. Her husband was not only a master at destroying others, but also a master at destroying himself. Clearly, he was still a stalwart figure a moment ago, but in a second, he could become the Dark Devil King, the kind that couldn't be darker. Sure enough, she should be like those people outside and firmly believe that the King of Hell would always be the King of Hell. This is your gentler? Jingwan didn't give up. She felt that perhaps there was still a way to salvage the situation. Li Hanyuan gently raised his eyebrows and lowered his head to meet Jingwan's gaze. Otherwise, actually, you could be a little gentler and let them know the difficulties and retreat. Don't you think so? Troublesome. If Wanwan is not satisfied, then you can do it yourself. I can do it myself. Do I still need you? Jingwan felt a little irritable. Li Hongyuan's eyes suddenly became meaningful. If you can do it yourself, then you can do it yourself? Jingwan smiled. Prince, this concubine feels that there is no problem with my words. If you have any doubts, then there must be something wrong with your ears. Tell me, what is the problem? Li Hanyuan nodded. Then, Wanwan, remember what you said. In the future, when you can do it yourself, don't look for your husband. You know, if we continue with our plan, there will only be more people who want your husband in the future. Jingwan felt a little uncomfortable. She seemed to have dug a deep hole for herself, the kind that was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Think about it. If an emperor only had one empress in his harem, how would the officials react? Now, there were people who wanted to give her husband concubines. When that time came, it was likely that the entire court would want to give her concubines. If she really had to deal with it all, then she would not only have to face all kinds of women who brought their daughters to see him all day long, but also the court officials. Not to mention facing such a scene, just now, Jingwan really had nothing left to live for. You can't do this. Jingwan leaned weakly on him as if her bones had been pulled out. Huh, Li Hanyuan only chuckled. There was no need to say the mockery in his words. How can you bear to do this? And your husband is very willing. Li Hanyuan replied faintly and patted Jingwan's back. Your husband is very optimistic about you. Jingwan looked at Li Hanyuan with resentment, hoping that he would change his mind. However, a certain someone's heart was stone. The words, "Do you not love me anymore?" spun on the tip of Jingwan's tongue. Fortunately, her intelligence returned to normal at the last moment. She was sure that once these words came out of her mouth, a certain someone would definitely immediately act up and then personally tell her how much he loved her, how long he wanted to love her, and how long he wanted to stay in bed for as long as she wanted. Jingwan truly felt that it was not easy for her to be able to grasp the temperament of a living king of hell whose moods were constantly changing. Moreover, the next day, Qin Shu Fei received many portraits of young ladies. It was more than what she had expected, although there were less than 10 people who recommended themselves in court. After all, in the capital, only officials of 4th rank and above could attend court. However, after some people's manipulation, the number of people who knew that Jin Xinhuang was good was not just this number. Sifei, after all, did not have as high a requirement as the Zhengfei. Now that Jin Xinhuang's situation was good, as long as they were not blind, they could basically see it. Naturally, they would be eager to make a move. Not to mention becoming a Sifei, being able to be fancied as a concubine was also not bad. Therefore, the portraits in front of Qin Shu Fei slowly filled up the table. It was obvious that these young ladies in the portraits could not all be those who had fancied Jin Xinhuang. There were bound to be some who were used by their family elders to climb up the social ladder. If there was no one they fancied, it was still fine. At most, they would be endlessly worried about the future. It was also possible that they resented their elders for wanting to marry them off as concubines. If there was someone they fancied, perhaps they would have already cried until their liver and intestines were cut to pieces. Jin Xinhuang had made it clear to the Imperial Gui Fei that he would allow Jingwan to be a couple for the rest of her life. The Imperial Gui Fei naturally did not hide it from Qin Shu Fei. Therefore, when Qin Shu Fei looked at these portraits, there was some rumination in her eyes and also some helplessness. Therefore, How should this matter be handled? She could casually pick two, but she was certain that those two young ladies would not have a good ending. Wasn't that equivalent to indirectly harming others? If they originally harbored some thoughts, then it was not a big deal. If they were the kind who simply wanted to marry a husband of equal status and live a peaceful and happy life, then wouldn't that be a big sin? How did such a difficult problem fall on her? If she could see Imperial Gue Fei Jiejie right now, it would be good, but Nyang Yang, Gue Fei Nyang Yang is here. Qin Shu Fei's eyes flashed slightly. This was not unexpected. Please come in. Gue Fei Su had specially dressed up today and looked quite spirited. It was just that she had lost a lot of weight. Wearing Gue Fei's outfit, it was obvious that she could not compare to her previous style. Qin Xie greets Gue Fei Nyang Yang. Qin Shu Fei respectfully bowed. Logically speaking, Gue de Shu Xian and the other four concubines should be on equal footing. However, Gue Fei was the head and was still a little higher. Furthermore, Gue Fei Su's status was older than Qin Shu Fei, and she also had a son. Qin Shu Fei bowed to her in order to not give anyone a chance to make a mistake. Qin Shu Fei did not show it from the start, but she did things in all aspects without any loopholes. In this aspect, Gue Fei Su admitted that she was inferior. After all, she was once favored and her son had a promising future. Naturally, she was proud. No matter how restrained she was, there were still some places that were a little ostentatious. If one did not pay attention, small problems would occur. This would not happen with Qin Shu Fei. Gue Fei Su looked at her for a moment and suddenly smiled. She hurriedly reached out to help Qin Shu Fei up and then naturally held her arm. There's no need to be so polite between us sisters. Qin Shu Fei smiled gently. Etiquette cannot be ignored. Gue Fei Su seemed a little helpless. You, younger sister, you know the purpose of this consort's visit, right? Qin Shu Fei nodded and brought her to the previous table. The ones that were sent in today are all here. Imperial concubine Su was also surprised by such a large number. She narrowed her eyes slightly. The precautions she had taken many years ago were indeed correct. At this juncture, seeing that he had the advantage, these officials immediately wanted to chase after him. If she didn't take precautions, her son might really end up with nothing in the end. She could treat her adopted son wholeheartedly, but there was a prerequisite, and that was that he could not compete with her biological son for the throne. However, Gue Fei Su did not think about it. With this so-called prerequisite, could it still be called wholeheartedly? Gue Fei Su casually picked up the scroll at the top and opened it. She carefully looked at it. She had a general idea of which family this girl was from. Afterwards, she looked at the scrolls one by one. The smile at the corner of her mouth did not change. As for the scrolls that she looked at, she divided them into two piles. One pile had more scrolls, and the other had fewer scrolls. Qin Shu Fei sat at the side and slowly drank tea. She looked on without batting an eyelid. She had no intention of going forward. It was not until Gue Fei Su finished looking at the last scroll that she seemed to realize that she had overstepped her boundaries. She looked a little embarrassed. Younger sister, I'm really sorry. Because it's Yuan Er's matter, Ben Gong could not help, but Gue Fei Nyang Yang does not need to be like this. This is human nature. Qin Shu Fei said. That's right. Even if Yuan Er has some misunderstandings about me now, as a mother, I can't really ignore him. Qin Shu Fei inexplicably felt a little tired. Just as well. I didn't know how to choose before. If Gue Fei Nyang Yang could give me some suggestions, it would naturally be best. After all, you're Jin Qinhuang's Mufei. No one knows better than you what kind of woman he likes. After all, we have to serve Jin Qinhuang. Younger sister's words are reasonable. Gue Fei Su sat down at the side. Ben Gong has an impression of some of these girls, but I can't match most of them. It would be better if I could summon them into the palace for a meeting. After all, these portraits are somewhat distorted. Moreover, the girl's conduct is like this. It would be better to meet them in person and know. I also have this intention. Why don't we pass down a message now and have these girls enter the palace in 3 days? What does Gue Fei Nyang Yang think? Qin Shu Fei said very considerately. Of course it's good. However, Summoning only these girls is too deliberate. Why don't we summon all the girls of marriageable age? Qin Shufei thought. Was this disdain that Jin Qinhuang's attention was not high enough? That she did not draw enough hatred? Then we will follow Gui Fei Nyang's wishes. Someone come. Qin Shufei told the person who said the words. It was impossible for her to take the blame for nothing. Gui Fei Su was slightly annoyed, but as a Mu Fei who cared about her son, she could not deny it. However, there were two sides to this matter. Either the emperor reprimanded her for stretching her hand too far, or he would be grateful that she cared about her son and did not hesitate to go against his words and soften his attitude. If it was the former, compared to now, it would probably not be worse. If it was the latter, it would naturally be better. Thus, Gui Fei Su smiled and thanked Qin Shufei. Afterwards, Gui Fei Su sat for a while, and then excused herself with the excuse that she was tired. Qin Shufei sent her back, and her gaze fell on the scrolls. She casually took out a scroll from the smaller pile and opened it to take a look. After just a glance, she changed 2 more scrolls. Qin Shufei understood in her heart that the candidates that Su sure liked had high status and good looks. Although the portraits were distorted, the person who drew them did not dare to be too outrageous. After all, if the difference was too big, it could be seen through at a glance. That would be deceiving the monarch. And the people who chose were not restricted to which faction they belonged to. After all, the so-called factions, other than a few people, the others could not be clearly distinguished, and their temperament was still open for discussion. At least on the surface, it seemed that Gui Fei Su truly wanted to choose 2 good Su Fei for her adopted son. Regardless of whether it was true or false, or if there was a deeper meaning, in any case, it would only be a waste of effort and it would not succeed. As such, Qin Shufei also let go and just went through the motions. It was just that, on the day these young ladies entered the palace, Qin Shufei saw Jingwan. At first, she was surprised, but then she felt that it was normal. Gui Fei Su did such a thing and could not be blamed. After all, choosing a Su Fei for Jin Qinhuang, letting Jin Qinhuang Fei take a look and listen to her opinion, such a good mother-in-law was rare. However, only a few people knew that Gui Fei Su was only trying to discuss Jingwan. I gave you people, you refused. I asked you to raise your own maidservant, you refused. Then now, the emperor has personally spoken. Can you still refuse? Everyone should have a taste of choosing people for their own husband. Of course, there were many people who came to watch the excitement. It could be said that all the imperial concubines in the inner palace, except for the empress, had gathered. Even Wei Xianfei, who was confirmed to be pregnant with the dragon's seed, was surrounded by people and came in a grandiose manner. Seeing that Wei Xianfei was surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through, many imperial concubines gritted their teeth and tore their handkerchiefs. This woman was obviously a princess of an enemy country and was disliked by the emperor. In this case, she was actually pregnant, and those who used all their means but still ended up with nothing couldn't wait to eat her alive. Thus, the concubine selection had not yet begun, and here, there was a palace drama. However, Wei Xianfei was too well protected. No matter how others provoked her, she ignored them. She was very calm and did not give others a chance to get close to her. Therefore, those concubines with ulterior motives were helpless in the end. They could only stare at Wei Xianfei's belly, which was not yet obvious. They wished they could stare at it until it disappeared. Compared to them, whether it was Gui Fei Su or Qin Shufei, they were very calm. There was even a sincere joy on their faces, as if they were really looking forward to the birth of this child. Qin Shufei was not interested in how others were doing. She did not care at all. Whether she was pregnant or not, whether she was able to give birth or not, she did not need to worry about it. The people around Wei Xianfei would prepare everything properly and let Wei Xianfei sit peacefully. Because this matter was handed over to Qin Shufei, Gui Fei Su did not make her presence known. At this time, she was playing the role of a good mother-in-law. She called Jingwan to her side and talked to her with a kind face. She sincerely taught Jingwan how to get along with the concubines in the future. It was nothing more than not putting them in her eyes. No matter how much her husband liked them, they were just playthings and could not surpass her. Jingwan was definitely going to have goosebumps. However, since Gue Fei Su wanted to show motherly kindness, Jingwan could also show filial piety. Aya, Imperial Mother, had to take care of her body. She was not young to begin with. If she did not pay attention, Imperial Father might feel that it hurt his eyes when he saw her in the future. Moreover, those servants flattered the strong and stepped on the weak. If Imperial Mother's spirit was not good, Minxiang might be bullied and so on. In short, if you disgust me, I will choose to step on your sore spot. No matter how much you disgust me, in the end, things will not work out. I will step on your sore spot. Who's afraid of who? Gue Fei Su smiled, but the gaze she looked at Jingwan with was as if it was dipped in poison. Jingwan also smiled, but her eyes were cold and gloomy. In the eyes of others, this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pair was happy and harmonious, as if they were biological mother and daughter. Qin Shu Fei did not deliberately arrange anything. She just let these girls do whatever they wanted. If they were willing, they could perform for everyone to see. If they had such thoughts, they would naturally compete to show it at this time. In fact, the general situation could be seen from their dressing. Regardless of whether it was voluntary or not, those who were willing would dress up beautifully. They wanted to be in the limelight and attract attention. Those who were not willing would try their best to conceal themselves. They would not stand out if they did not compete. Qin Shu Fei occasionally called one or two people to come forward and talk. She did not have any preferences and just casually picked. Occasionally, she would turn back to ask Gue Fei Su and Jingwan for their opinions. Gue Fei Su was busy coming up with ideas, looking as if she was especially anxious for Jingwan. Jingwan sat quietly with a tranquil smile. Imperial Mother and Imperial Concubine Shu can make the decision. Daughter-in-law believes in your taste and will definitely pick the best. In Imperial Consort Su's opinion, Jingwan was also used to pretending. At this moment, even she couldn't tell if she was really forcing a smile or not. However, Imperial Consort Su thought that with Madame Luo's jealous nature, she would definitely be unhappy at this moment. If she was unhappy, Imperial Consort Su would be happy. If Jingwan knew what she was thinking, she would probably give her 3 words. You're thinking too much. In this way, it was lively for most of the day. Other than some harmless small framing between these girls, nothing else happened. Towards the end, many concubines felt bored and returned to their own palaces one after another. Qin Shu Fei made the decision to leave a meal in the palace. Then, Qin Shu Fei, Gue Fei Su, and Jingwan exchanged opinions. It seemed that they already had a plan in mind. Jingwan still did not have any objections. Gue Fei Su even said in a seemingly angry and resentful tone, "You child, those unfinished words were really full of twists and turns." She looked at Qin Shu Fei with eyes full of helplessness. In the end, she said, "Since that's the case, you can leave the palace and return to your residence. This concubine will discuss the final choice with Gue Fei Su." Was this not giving her a chance to speak with Gue Fei Su alone? Jingwan smiled. Then, this daughter-in-law will take her leave. Did she think that Jingwan could not interact with Gue Fei Su in private, just because she could not? It could only be said that Gue Fei Su was naive. In fact, Li Hanyuan had already ordered people to investigate clearly who was interested in these girls. The characters of these girls were also stripped clean. However, Li Hanyuan did not even look at them. He directly indicated that he would choose those who looked good on the surface but were dirty on the inside. In this way, he did not have to hesitate at all. One knew about this. Based on her character of abhorrence of evil, there was no need to worry that she would not be able to bear it. Then, Qin Shu Fei had already received accurate information about which 2 people were to be chosen. Thus, she did not have any psychological burden and exchanged opinions with Gue Fei Su. Thus, Gue Fei Su, who was kept in the dark, felt that it was not bad. The most important thing was that one of the girls was from the Su family. That year, When Gui Fei Su chose Li Hongyuan as his Zheng Fei, the first one was a girl from the Su family. In the end, it was that kind of ending. She naturally felt regretful. Although she sent in a Si Fei, with her help behind the scenes, it was not impossible for her to take the position of Zheng Fei in the future. In fact, Gui Fei Su did not have any opinions about who would take the position of Zheng Fei. However, because Jingwan disobeyed her, she did not like Jingwan very much. Thus, she was very keen to chase Jingwan away. Therefore, from the beginning, Li Hongyuan did not plan to find Lu Qingdi. He was very clear about Lu Qingdi's moral character. Once he had made up his mind, it was very difficult to change. Thus, Li Hongyuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and rejected this time. As long as those officials did not give up, there would be a second time, a third time. It was better to get it done once and for all. After the candidates were confirmed, the imperial decree was sent down the next day. The high officials and nobles in the capital basically knew about it at the first moment. Those who had the intention but were not chosen naturally had a fierce temper, and those who did not have any thoughts let out a big sigh of relief. However, those who were concerned about Jingwan naturally wrote letters to inquire. They did not dare to say it clearly, afraid that she would be sad. Jingwan only replied with 2 words, "Don't worry." They did not understand the specific meaning, but it was not good to continue to ask. Because it was a Si Fei, there was not so much attention. The time to carry the person into Jin Wangfu was half a month later. Jin Xin Wangfu didn't send out any news, so everyone could only wait quietly. After that, Imperial concubine Su secretly sent the 2 prepared young ladies over. At this time, everyone was well aware of the meaning of Imperial concubine Su sending people over. Therefore, even if they were sullen, they could only endure it. Time flew by, and 10 days passed. Then, thunder exploded in the capital. One of the Si Fei designated for Jin Wangfu went to buy a long temple to burn incense and return a vow. Somewhere along the way, the ground suddenly collapsed and a hole appeared. The horse sprained its foot and overturned the carriage. The young lady was thrown out of the carriage, and her head happened to hit a stone. She fainted on the spot. When she was sent back to the Fu and woke up, she was stunned. It should be known that there were 2 servant girls in the carriage and the coachman in front. Several people were also thrown out. At most, their skin was broken. Other than that, nothing happened. In such a situation, no one would think that it was a coincidence because it was too much of a coincidence. How many people began to mutter in their hearts? Could it be that this Jin Wangfu not only jinxed his wife, but also his concubines? And the most frightened was still that young lady's family, because the palace maid that imperial concubine Su sent over was obviously prepared for Jin Wangfu, guarding the stove for that young lady. The pot of medicine on the stove inexplicably exploded, and then her face was injured. At this point, how could they still dare to think of sending their family's young lady to Jin Wangfu? The remaining Su family's young lady immediately became a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Trembling with fear, she was even careful when eating and drinking. The palace maid beside her was also deeply affected. No matter what kind of beautiful future imperial concubine Su promised, her small life was threatened. How could she think of anything else? Even so, that palace maid stepped on a pearl that had been dropped earlier. Just like that, she fiercely fell. Her face was not injured, nor was her arms or legs injured. However, her ear was inexplicably injured. That Su family's young lady almost went crazy. The next day, she was going to Jin Wangfu. At this time, she was shouting that she was not going to marry. Similarly, she wanted to break through the heavens in terms of riches and honor. However, it was already at this juncture. How could she not marry? And when imperial concubine Su found out about this situation, her face was especially ugly. However, she had no other choice because these incidents did not seem to be man-made. And on the day of the official marriage, Jin Xinwang Fu prepared a banquet as usual. However, all the invited guests did not dare to enter the door and were still observing. If this Su Shi could smoothly enter the door, then they would go. If she could not, then they would just treat it as if they did not know about this matter. Although she was not the main concubine and did not need to be welcomed by Li Hongyuan, and the standard was far inferior, but in the end, she was still a secondary concubine. A certain scene was still necessary. Young lady Su cried to the heavens and scrambled the earth, unwilling to get on the sedan. There was no other way. Su family could only give her a little medicine. However, fearing that something would happen, the dosage was very light and only let her sleep a little. Halfway through, young lady Su woke up and made a ruckus in the bridal sedan for a while. The people outside saw the commotion and felt that the situation was not bad. At least, she was spirited. Perhaps because she had accepted her fate, it was quiet after that. When they carried her to the side door of Jin Wangfu, Eunuch Mu, who was the chief steward, was waiting. However, when a matron of honor entered the sedan and prepared to help her down, she turned her head and rolled out. Her face was pale with fright, and she trembled as she pointed inside the sedan. "What's wrong? This person is dead?" Muin's face was unhappy. He lifted the sedan by himself and took a few glances before retreating. She really died. What bad luck. There was no surprise on his face, as if this was completely expected. Someone go, and call the food doctor over to see how she died. Compared to Eunuch Mu, the other people who came to send the bride were not so calm. One by one, they retreated far away. Eunuch Mu indifferently swept a glance. "It's not like you are marrying our Wang Ye. Can Wang Ye jinx you? Our family has been following Wang Ye since childhood and has always been very good." These words were simply the truth. The person in the sedan was really jinxed by Jin Wang Ye. She was even more miserable than the other girl and directly lost her life. This time, it was not Gong Jiu who came, but the food doctor of Jin Wangfu. He went in to check and quickly retreated. "Eunuch Mu, this girl was scared to death. Fisk, so it can't be blamed on our Wang Ye. However, she also doesn't have good fortune to be so timid. All right, send him back to where he came from. A dead person. Do you still want to enter Jin Wangfu?" Mu Gonggong swung his hand and led the people of the Wangfu into the door. With a bang, the door was closed. The people who came to send the bride looked at each other in dismay. In the end, they could only send her back to Su family while trembling with fear. They absolutely did not dare to behave atrociously in Jin Wangfu. When Eunuch Mu said that it had nothing to do with Jin Wangfu, they did not believe it at all, because there were many people who paid attention to it. The news that Su family's girl died and was sent back to Su family immediately spread out. All right, go do what you need to do. There was no need to go to Jin Wangfu. In fact, there was a bit of a feeling in their hearts. When the news spread to the palace, the cup in noble consort Su's hand slipped and shattered. Lu Qingdi was also in a daze. Finally, he lamented and threw this matter to one side. He did not care about it all. He did not have the slightest bit of guilt that an innocent person would end up like this because of his words. In Jin Wangfu, Li Hanyuan hugged Jingwan and laughed. The more he laughed, the happier he became. He even buried his face in Jingwan's neck. His shoulders were trembling, looking particularly neurotic. https:///11/11/111807/10890978 M. Chapter 467. Jingwan pretended to be a wooden stake, allowing a certain lunatic to vent his emotions in such a strange way. Fortunately, the living Hades had always been good at controlling his emotions, so his neurotic appearance did not last long. Then, he cupped Jingwan's face and gently stroked her sideburns. Then he said, "Wan, look at this expression. Are you despising your husband?" In order to deal with Wan's love rival, your husband has to consider Wan's kindness and show mercy. Do you know how hard it is? Now, Wan actually despises your husband. Do you know how sad your husband is? So, was he still suffering from an illness? All you did was move your lips and give me instructions. How was it hard? To be honest, Jingwan was really used to it. Otherwise, if she suddenly saw him like this, she might really be scared and run as far away as possible. It was unlikely that they would be able to read each other's minds. From this point of view, perhaps the living Hades was aware of his illness and had actually restrained himself before marriage. Jingwan held his hand. Be good. Don't let your imagination run wild. I can despise anyone but you. This was obviously a perfunctory way of coaxing a child. It was not that she was not serious, but it really happened once in a while. Jingwan also felt quite tired. If it were not for the fact that a certain someone would only get worse if she ignored him, Jingwan really wanted to let him go and play by himself. What's that saying again? If you get it too easily, you won't cherish it. Wanwan is definitely a classic example of this. Had he become a resentful husband? Jingwan could not help but tremble. Yuan, don't be like this. It's ruining your image. Although your image has been a little unstable for a long time, at least don't completely disillusion me. Oh, in Wanwan's heart, what is your husband's image? Li Hanyuan was unmoved and asked calmly. Jingwan glanced at him and thought for a moment. Then, she thought of a phrase she had seen on the internet in her previous life. Shouldn't it be crazy, domineering, cool, and arrogant? It seems quite appropriate. Jingwan nodded. Although this term was actually quite childish, when combined with a certain someone's status in Qi Yuan, temperament, degree of favor, way of doing things, and excellent conditions, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was tailor-made. Although he didn't understand every word, Li Hanyuan could still guess the general meaning. He didn't consider whether it was praise or criticism. So your husband is entertaining my wife with colorful clothes by ruining my image. It's fine if Wanwan doesn't give me a reward, but she doesn't appreciate it? Shouldn't her husband be sad? Or perhaps Wanwan actually liked that domineering, cool, and arrogant type? Then explain it to your husband, and your husband will do as you wish. Imagining a certain someone acting all domineering and cool towards her, she shuddered violently. Fuck, that's too terrifying. No, it's actually quite good like this. Really, it's okay to ruin your image occasionally. It's just what I see, so it's not a problem at all. Really. This time, Jingwan was as sincere as she could be. Li Hongyuan was amused by her small appearance, and a dangerous feeling of nervousness disappeared from his body. All right, I won't tease you anymore. This matter has been resolved. Get ready. We're going to the farmstead to stay. Jingwan nodded. This time, we'll stay a little longer. If foster mother's birthday is over, we'll come back after your birthday. If her birthday isn't over, we'll stay here until we don't feel like staying or until we're summoned for something. As you wish. For Li Hanyuan, it didn't matter where he was. He could handle things anywhere. In the past, when Jingwan wasn't around, he didn't really want to move. Now, Wanwan liked those days of freedom, so he was naturally happy to stay by her side. After all, if the current plan didn't change, then Wanwan might be detained in the palace in the future, and it was hard to say what would happen in the future. Therefore, as long as there was time and opportunity, he would do his best to satisfy her. What's the matter? Is there anything else? Li Hanyuan saw that Jingwan seemed to want to say something but hesitated, so he asked, there's a bit of a question. How did Su Shi die in the end? Because Li Hanyuan had already given Jingwan a heads up, Jingwan knew that those two quasi-Cifei of Jin Xinwang were not good people. Their hands were stained with more than one life. Although they were servants under her, the servants had never made any mistakes. One merely took out her anger on people because she was in a bad mood and killed people. The daughter of Su Jia even beat people to death for fun. It should be known that even if the king of hell disregarded human life as grass, he wouldn't do it for no reason. Therefore, even if people died at this time, Jingwan's heart didn't have any fluctuations. She was only curious about the cause of death. Didn't the doctor say that she was scared to death? Could it be that Wanwan thought that I was the one who ordered people to kill her? I said before that I wouldn't kill anyone. This husband naturally did what I said. Because she was afraid of being cursed by you, she was in extreme fear. The closer she got to Jin Xinwang Fu, the more afraid she became. In the end, she simply scared herself to death. If it was really such a strange way of dying, Jingwan also didn't know what to say. Otherwise, regarding this point, Li Hanyuan felt that it was very strange. There was actually someone with such a weak ability to bear. Originally, I didn't want to take her life. I can only say that her life should end. What would happen if she didn't die? She had safely and peacefully arrived at the entrance of Jin Xin Wang Fu. Safely and peacefully? There was a problem with the drug that Su Jia gave her. Therefore, because she died, there was no movement, and she arrived at the entrance of Jin Xin Wang Fu. If she didn't die, something should have happened on the street. What about the other people? How could it be a coincidence to that extent? Really curious? And Jingwan nodded. It's very simple. The so-called accident was just to make the following matter reasonable so that no one would suspect. She understood. Just like the other prospective Su Fei, when she fell down from the carriage, she actually just knocked her head once and muddled through. It wasn't anything serious, but later on, someone aggravated her injury, and she became stupid. Everyone just thought that she became stupid from knocking her head. The two palace maids that noble consort Su specially trained were similar in nature. All right, don't think so much. It's all over. Li Honyuan lazily leaned to the side and closed his eyes. He lifted his leg and placed it on Jingwan's leg. Wan massaged this husband's leg. Jingwan clicked her tongue and slapped his thigh. It was so hard. If she massaged it a few more times, it would definitely be her hands that were sore. However, Jingwan didn't have the slightest intention of refusing. A certain someone didn't really want her to massage his leg. Jingwan massaged every now and then. However, a certain someone didn't feel anything on his leg, but other parts of his body felt something. Jingwan didn't notice it at first, but at some point, she lifted her hand and tidied his clothes. She suddenly turned her head and saw that the person who originally had his eyes closed was now looking at her with a burning gaze. His eyes seemed to be emitting a green light. You beast! Jingwan pushed him away and wanted to run away. A certain beast exerted strength on his waist and got up easily. He stretched out his arm and hugged Jingwan tightly. He moved closer to Jingwan's ear and chuckled flirtatiously. He deliberately lowered his voice. This husband was supposed to consummate his marriage tonight, but it was all because of Wan. Wan, don't you think that you should compensate this husband? He kissed her ear again and got up at the same time. Moreover, you still want to run away after starting the fire. That's an even bigger crime. You were the one who, you obviously wanted it too, but you refused to admit it. Indeed, your body is much more honest. He pinched her chin and turned her to face him. Then, he kissed her unceremoniously. Jingwan was naturally no match for him. Her body soon softened, and even her body turned to the side. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders and stroked his shoulders, back, and neck. Although his interest was a little sudden, Li Honyuan didn't have the slightest intention of restraining himself. He directly carried Jingwan up. They didn't make much of a commotion, so the servant girls outside didn't hear it. However, a certain servant girl was about to go in to change the tea. First, she lightly knocked. When she didn't get a response, she thought of a possibility. After hesitating for a moment, she lifted the curtain. There was no one on the couch. The curtain on the other side of the bed was put down, but it was still swaying slightly. There was no need to say anything. Even though she was already used to it, she still couldn't help blushing. She quickly retreated and coughed lightly. Then, she gestured to the others to quickly leave. Everyone was smart. Even though there was no commotion now, it wouldn't be long before everyone's faces and ears turned red. Wang Yu wasn't a kind person outside, and he wasn't a kind person when facing Wang Fei inside. As for now, it was broad daylight, As for today, Wang Yu was taking a secondary Fei, It wouldn't be finished in a short while, so they wouldn't need to wait on them. Besides, even if it was finished, it would basically be the two mamas' business. As the saying goes, stealing half a day of leisure. The days that they could steal, to be honest, were definitely more than the people outside. Gong Mama was originally handling matters outside. After all, there was a banquet today, so the guests wouldn't come. The things that should be packed still needed to be packed properly. When she saw the servant girls come out, she instantly understood. The harmony inside Jin Xinwang Fu couldn't be any more harmonious, but it wasn't the same outside. Some families were happy, and some were worried, other than those who went to the yamen to handle matters. The rest of the people of the Luo family were basically gathered at the main courtyard where old Madame Luo was. From the start, they didn't plan to go to Jin Xinwang Fu to drink the wedding wine. At this moment, although the expression on their faces wasn't too obvious, everyone's mood was pretty good. No matter what the reason was, Jin Xinhuang not having a secondary fae was a great thing. They didn't need to worry that their family's great-aunt would be wronged, and they didn't need to be forced to bow to the throne of Jin Xinhuang's line's #1 hardcore supporter, who knew how much trouble it would save. Compared to other people's restrained emotions, Sun Yijia's good mood was clearly more exuberant. In my opinion, this is simply old heaven wanting Jin Xinhuang to favor one Mimi alone. Luo Jingbo obeyed and glanced at his wife. Don't talk nonsense. Sun Yijia lightly snorted. What are you afraid of? We're all on the same side. Who would talk nonsense outside? Luo Jingbo could only feel helpless towards her. His wife had climbed above his head from the start, and he had long been unable to listen to the husband's orders. Usually, everything was fine, but when it came to his younger sister's matters, she would definitely fight with him to the end. Therefore, since he knew what the result would be, then this war of words might as well be nipped at the source. Whatever she said, it was fine as long as she was happy. It's just that his wife cared so much about his younger sister. He felt that she had surpassed him, this husband, making him feel a little stifled. All right, let's end this here. There's nothing more to say. You all can go back and do what you need to do. Old Madame Luo timely spoke and waved her hand, letting them all leave. Old Madame Luo's heart was like a mirror. It wasn't that old heaven wanted her family's one to be favored alone, but that Jin Xinhuang wanted to be favored alone. This was something that even old heaven couldn't decide. She hoped that it would continue to be maintained. Everyone also knew old Madame Luo's temperament and got up to leave. Jingming's daughter-in-law, Luo Jingming's daughter-in-law, the daughter of the Hong Lu temple official, Zhaoshi hurriedly turned around. Zomo, I see that your spirit isn't very good. Call the food doctor to take your pulse. Your body is your own. Don't treat it lightly. When the time comes, the one who will suffer will be you. Yes, many thanks, Zomo. Zhaoshi hurriedly responded. All right, you can go. Yes, granddaughter-in-law will retire. Zhaoshi squatted. Zhaoshi could now be said to have the highest status among the three sisters-in-law. Although Sun Yijia was born in Dinggua Gongfu, she had already been adopted by old Madame Sunday. The branch that she was in now only consisted of her and Sun Yilin. Although Sun Yilin was deeply favored by the emperor, he was still far inferior to the Hong Lu temple official. Thus, Sun Yijia naturally couldn't compare to her. However, Zhaoshi didn't put on airs because of this. Instead, she did her duty well and got along well with the rest of the family. Although her husband was the most inconspicuous of the three brothers and was the son of a concubine, she wasn't dissatisfied with this marriage. The second branch was now supported by her husband. Her mother-in-law actually didn't care much about the family matters, and her husband was ambitious and was valued by her grandfather. If this continued, his future wouldn't be bad. Moreover, her husband was the same as her third uncle and didn't have any concubines by his side. Perhaps it was because her husband's temperament was more introverted. Although they weren't as inseparable as her third sister-in-law, they were still in harmony with each other. This was already much better than she had expected. Now, the only thing that she wasn't satisfied with was that after being married for a few months, there was still no sign of pregnancy in her belly. Although there were no elders urging her, and her husband didn't mention it, she was still a little envious when she thought about how her third sister-in-law seemed to be almost pregnant after marrying into the family. Her mental state wasn't very good these few days, perhaps. She gently stroked her belly, and a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. As soon as they returned to their own courtyard, Luo Jingming reached out to hold her hand. It's my fault for not noticing that you're not feeling well. However, remember to tell me in the future. After all, I'm going to get busier, and I might have neglected something. We're husband and wife, and we're going to spend the rest of our lives together. Don't make yourself suffer, and don't be so restrained. We're at home, and you should be comfortable. You should be at ease. I've made my husband worry. It's my fault. Luo Jingming was a little helpless. I just said that I haven't even turned around, and you're being so polite again. When you're free, go to my third sister-in-law's place and learn from her. Life is bitter and short. Live more freely. Zhao Shi opened her mouth and swallowed the words that were at the tip of her tongue. She hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll listen to you." Only then did Luo Jingming smile. He instructed someone to call for the manor doctor and held her hand as they entered the house. After seeing the way her parents, elders, siblings, and sister-in-law interacted with each other, she thought that she would be like that too. However, it turned out that it wasn't the case. Her heart was filled with sweetness and her face unconsciously flushed. She also secretly clenched her hands a little tighter. So, this couple who had been married for a few months entered the honeymoon period? Sure enough, it was just as Lady Zhao had thought. She was indeed pregnant. This was another happy event. She hurriedly went to inform her official mother and grandmother, as well as Zhao Shi's maternal family. The wife of the Honglu Temple official looked forward to this granddaughter of hers, as if she was looking forward to the stars and the moon. She was also worried that her daughter wouldn't be able to get pregnant for a long time. Now that there was someone else by her son-in-law's side, it couldn't be any better. However, now that she was pregnant, her son-in-law would need someone to take care of him, and there would still be someone else by his side. Because of this, her joy was instantly diluted. However, after that, Zhao Shi's wet nurse whispered a few words into her ear. Madame Zhao immediately beamed with joy again. "Is what you said true?" At that time, I was still somewhat dissatisfied with this marriage. However, because I was in the wrong and he was the minister of the Ministry of Personnel, I had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Unexpectedly, my sister married the right person. That's our sister's luck. However, madam, there's something you don't know. Zhao Shi's wet nurse lowered her voice. The Jin princess consort doesn't like concubines and Tongfang. This matter is known by the entire Luo family. When they just returned from Jiangnan, the person in eldest young master's room was pregnant. Eldest young mistress revealed some of her emotions and was seen by the princess consort. Later on, old madam personally asked about it. That Tongfang has already been sent to the country house to await delivery. It looks like when the child is born, she won't be able to follow the child back to the manor. This was naturally good news for the Luo family's main wives. It's just that the princess consort herself. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. Looking at the current situation, Jin Xinhuang treats her extremely well. Furthermore, with Jin Xinhuang's current situation, I'm afraid that he won't be able to have a souffle in the future. He might not even have a concubine. After all, none of Jin Xinhuang's previous concubines have a title. Perhaps, as long as they have a title, they will be jinxed. Isn't that so? Who would have thought that Jin Xinhuang's fate would be so hard? I'm afraid that in the future, no one would dare to think of letting their family's young lady enter Jin Xinhuang Fu. In fact, it was exactly as Madame Zhao said. Power and riches, one must have that fate. If one couldn't even enter the door, then everything else was not worth a fart. Even if one was jinxed, being able to enter the door was also good. Even if one died, at least they would have a relationship with Jin Xinhuang. Then, more or less, they would be able to fight for some benefit from Jin Xinhuang. However, how many people would have the courage to use their lives to try? Jingwan only got up at night to eat something and then went back to bed to continue sleeping. The sky was dark, and she didn't know what day it was. These days were simply depressing. The next day, Jingwan got up and regained her vitality. Then, she realized one thing. According to a certain person's extreme degree, even if he were to enter the imperial palace in the future, the courtiers who wanted to give him a concubine in the imperial harem seemed to need quite a lot of courage. When he was still a Wangya, he could do it without being noticed. When he became the emperor, wouldn't it be even easier? Therefore, she didn't have to worry about facing courtiers or women. Not bad. After breakfast, Li Hongyuan received a summons from the imperial palace. He didn't need to think to know what it was for. It just so happened that he also needed to inform Lu Chengdi about going to live in the imperial residence. Li Hongyuan unhurriedly tidied up. When he was almost done, he leisurely entered the palace. On the way, the people he met all gave him sympathetic looks, including the palace maids and eunuchs. Li Hongyuan didn't care about this. He wouldn't regret what he had chosen. Moreover, he really loved her and couldn't extricate himself. Li Hanyuan even felt that he wouldn't feel anything even if other women took off their clothes. Just a eunuch dared to look at him like this. Li Hanyuan ignored the eunuch who was far away from him. However, the eunuch who was so close to him was courting death. Therefore, even if the eunuch was Lu Chengdi's eunuch, Li Hanyuan didn't hesitate to kick him. The eunuch spat out blood and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the onlookers kept quiet out of fear. They quickly put away all their thoughts and looked down, for fear of being noticed by the king of hell. Although Lu Chengdi didn't see it, he could see that his son was a little angry. "Are you unhappy? Father, you should sort out the people around you. How dare a eunuch sympathize with me?" Lu Chengdi understood. Anyone would be angry at this kind of thing. He turned his head and looked at the servants beside him. "Get out of here. All of you are to receive 30 floggings. Also, inform the Imperial Household Department to change the servants outside for me." The eunuch didn't dare to object and went out trembling. He could only feel lucky that he wasn't sent back to the Imperial Household Department. Although he was a dog of the Emperor, he could get whatever he wanted outside. Even the concubines had to be polite to him. He must have offended a lot of people. Once he fell, there would be a lot of people who wanted to trample him to death. However, he still hated them in his heart. A group of brainless people. "Yuan." Lu Chengdi looked at Li Hanyuan and wanted to say something, but stopped. "If father wants to talk about yesterday's matter, then there's no need. This kind of thing, I'm already used to it. It's enough that I have someone to sit in the position of Jingfei. As for the rest, what's there to care about? I'm afraid you'll be in a difficult position, so I didn't do anything to a noble lady. If there's still someone chirping, then don't blame me for being impolite." Lu Chengdi's mouth twitched. This evil creature was really thick-skinned. How could he be defeated because of this? However, sleeping with a noble lady and then wiping his mouth and leaving, this kind of thing, even he, the emperor, didn't dare to do it. If you really do that, even if it's a memorial tablet, it has to be sent to Jin Wangfu. This seems to be a way to enter Jin Wangfu. Li Hanyuan sneered. "If they have the guts, then try it. See if they have the ability." "Enough, calm down a bit. Don't make trouble for father. Jeanne sees that you don't have an heir, so now there's no other way. I can only look at your wife's belly. It's already been a year. If it's still not enough, then let the imperial physician take a good look. Those who need to take medicine, take medicine. Father worries too much. The food doctor has already examined me and Luo sure. We're very well. We don't have a child, but it's just that fate hasn't arrived yet. When it should come, it will naturally come. I'm only 24 years old, very young. What's the hurry? Okay. Jeanne worries for nothing. Do what you like. Jeanne is too lazy to care about you. I want to live in a manor for a while. Asking for father's permission. Go, stay as long as you like. As long as this evil creature didn't cause trouble, Lu Chengdi would thank the heavens. I'll retire. Go. Li Hanyuan turned and left. This was the first time he entered the palace, but he only said a few words. On the way out of the palace, Li Hanyuan saw people from the Jade Palace. Li Hanyuan ignored them. That person also braced himself and chased after him. Prince, Imperial concubine Yang wants to see you. If you really don't want to see her, she has a few words. She wants this servant to inform Prince. Prince, Imperial concubine Yang is full of love and care. Prince, please. Li Hanyuan suddenly stopped and looked at the eunuch with an expressionless face. What do you want to say? Continue. When you're done, you can report to the underworld. The eunuch trembled. He didn't pass the message. Imperial concubine Yang was merciful. At most, she would punish him. But the king of hell, Li Hanyuan, didn't want to stop for a moment longer. The eunuch could only watch as his back went further and further away. After Imperial concubine Su received the news, she didn't say anything and just closed her eyes. Lu Chengdi had also deliberately paid attention to this matter. He wanted to see if the son would go see his adoptive mother. Looking at it now, was there really no possibility of reconciliation? Did sixth son really have such a deep grudge against Su Shi for favoring third son? Or was there something he didn't know about? Lu Chengdi's eyes were dark. If it was the former, it didn't matter. If it was the latter, because there were many things in the manor, the things that needed to be brought were only some commonly used things. Moreover, it wasn't far. If he didn't bring anything, he could just let someone come back to get it. It was also very convenient. Jingwan had already given the order. Just as Li Hongyuan entered the palace, everything was almost ready. She was also accustomed to her husband's high efficiency in doing things in the palace. Then, he left as soon as he said so. He walked quite confidently and didn't keep a low profile at all. As for whether or not people would think that Li Hongyuan was in a bad mood and went to the manor to relax, the people of Jinqin Wang Fu wouldn't care. Just as Jingwan and the others settled down in the manor, imperial concubine Su's biological mother entered the palace to see her. You already received a reply? That's great. Imperial concubine Su's eyes brighten a lot. However, it shouldn't be so fast. Don't tell me that something went wrong. Nyang, don't worry. It's because the other party isn't far from the capital. That's why it's so fast. The time has already been set. It will be at 6:45 tomorrow. We could decide on the location. Imperial concubine Su felt that the traveling doctor was really bold. He dared to let them decide on the location and wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to return. However, Imperial concubine Su believed that since the other party dared to do so, he would definitely be able to escape. She felt pity in her heart. Why couldn't she use this kind of person? Then arrange for it to be in the Su family. Ben Gong will send someone to inform Ming-er. Then this subject's wife will go back and arrange it. Good. Mother, thank you for your trouble. Nyang, what are you talking about? I gave birth to you, and Prince is my grandson. Everything is what I should do. There's no need to say that it's troublesome. Old Madam Su might not be as wise as Old Madam Luo and Old Madam Sun, but she was self-aware and pragmatic. In short, she followed her children and did whatever they said. Imperial concubine Su smiled. Ming, it will be filial to you in the future. Everyone understood the meaning of these words. After becoming the emperor, bestowing rewards to the outer sect was a very normal thing. That's good. I'm waiting. While the Su family was arranged here, Li Hongyuan was meeting the traveling doctor that imperial concubine Su was thinking about. Since he traveled in the mountains and in the wild, he should be sloppy. In fact, he wasn't. Imperial concubine Su had seen him more than 30 years ago. He should be older, but he wasn't. The person who was playing chess and drinking tea with Li Hongyuan didn't look old. There were only some fine lines at the corners of his eyes and mouth. He didn't even have a beard, but his hair was all silver white. His clothes were clean and dustless. Even if the cloth wasn't particularly good, it showed an extraordinary temperament. He had a strong, scholarly air and a faint medicinal fragrance. The two just played chess quietly and didn't speak. Jingwan wasn't in the room at the moment. She was feeding the big white ape. This white ape was tall and strong, and looked very human-like. In fact, Jingwan didn't find it strange to see it in her husband's territory. After all, when they were at the White Dragon Temple, she was the one who had met him by the riverside. He could make up an excuse that he was saved by the white ape, and even make the white ape's master cooperate with him to put on a show. She should know that the white ape's master was at least related to her husband. After feeding the white ape, Jingwan was about to bring it around when Li Hongyuan and the traveling doctor came out. The white ape immediately ran to the traveling doctor's side. It waved its arms and legs and made a sound unique to apes. The traveling doctor gave a rare smile. This smile actually had some special flavor to it. Big White likes Princess very much. All right, another bad naming. But perhaps he felt that this name was the most appropriate. It was indeed big and white. I also like Big White very much. I haven't seen such a human-like creature. Everyone would probably be very happy when others praised their beloved pet, and the traveling doctor was no exception. He took out a brocade pouch and handed it to Jingwan. It's just a small thing. It can refresh your mind and help you recover. It can help you avoid and cure common poisons. Jingwan took it. Thank you, sir. The traveling doctor nodded and prepared to leave. At this moment, Gong Jio happened to walk over. But seeing that his master had a guest, he didn't go forward. Unexpectedly, the traveling doctor's gaze landed on him, and he made a light sound of surprise. That little child, come forward. Although Gong Jio didn't know his exact age, he was still in his 20s. How could he be called a little child? But as a hidden guard, it was basic to keep a straight face. After Li Hanyuan nodded, he stepped forward. "Greetings to your highness, princess consort. Greetings to sir. What instructions does sir have for me?" "You're much more polite than your master." A strange look flashed across Gong Jio's eyes. "So knows my master? This was passed down to you by your master?" The traveling doctor didn't say it directly, but pointed to the item at his waist. That was a very inconspicuous accessory. It was only much better than normal accessories. Jingwen had seen it before. It was actually a set of silver needles. Gong Jiu lowered his head to take a look, nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Master said that this was personally forged and given to him by his senior martial brother when he first started learning acupuncture. For tens of years, it had always been by his side. Before he died, he gave it to me. He's already dead? The traveling doctor's expressionless face finally showed a slight change. Yes, he had already passed away 12 years ago. The traveling doctor sighed softly. This set of needles was given to him by me. Later on, because of some differences in ideals, we separated and no longer had any contact. I didn't expect that it would be an eternal farewell. But thinking about it, it's not surprising. He had been stubborn since young. "Are you working under Jin Qinhuang now?" "Yes." He probably didn't think that it would be the martial uncle that Shifu always talked about. But even so, Gong Jiu still had a coffin face. The traveling doctor nodded. "Since Jin Qinhuang has taken a fancy to you, it seems that your medical skills are still passable." Putting down the medicine basket on his back, he opened it. He didn't think that there was another universe inside. Below the middle of the basket, it was simply 100 medicine box. Of course, it was basically all ready-made medicines. Opening the 100 medicine box, there was also a black thread-bound book. He took it all out. "This is my many years of experience in medicine." Originally, I wanted to find a disciple to pass on these, but I haven't met a suitable one, so I didn't deliberately look for one. Since I met you today, it should be fate. Gong Jiu hesitated. "Martial uncle treats the world, but I only serve Wang Ye. I'm afraid that I can't inherit your aspirations." "Don't worry. In the future, find a suitable disciple and pass on your medical skills." "Take it." Gong Jiu still didn't take it. Instead, he looked at Jin Qinhuang. He served his master for a lifetime. There were some things that he couldn't decide by himself. "Take it," Li Hanyuan said. This also meant that he agreed to Gong Jiu accepting a disciple in the future. Gong Jiu took it. "Many thanks to Martial Uncle." If what Martial Uncle said was true, then he knew the value of these books better than anyone else. If he could thoroughly understand all of these books, then he could really be called a divine doctor. The traveling doctor waved his hand. "But on account of your master, I don't want to accept a disciple." Keeping the things, the traveling doctor called out to Big White and then left. His speed was rather fast, not all like an old man. He left so confidently. Who knew how many years he hadn't heard from his junior martial brother? When he found out that the other party had died, he only sighed. He didn't ask how he was when he was alive, nor where he was buried. If he really didn't care, then was he willing to give his life's work to the other party's disciple? This kind of person really didn't know how to evaluate. However, the person who left behind didn't intend to say much. "Gong Jiu, you were preparing to find Ben Wang just now? What's the matter?" "This subordinate is currently concocting a type of medicine and wants to enter the mountains to search for it. This subordinate asks for master's permission." "How long will it take?" "Whether or not you can find it. You must return within 3 days." "Approved." "Many thanks, Your Highness." Hidden guards were all action-oriented. Gong Jiu might have originally intended to leave directly, but now that he had obtained a few treasures, he definitely had to put them away properly first. After Gong Jiu left, "This word fate is really hard to say," Jing Wan said with a smile. Li Hanyuan responded indifferently. "Ah Yuan, why did that gentleman come to see you?" "He wants to enter the capital to repay a favor from who knows how many years ago. He happened to pass by and came to take a look." "Repay a favor? Who is the other party?" To be able to make this seemingly powerful old gentleman owe a favor, the other party was also very powerful. However, he couldn't remember how many years it had been, so perhaps it wasn't as heavy as expected. I know the way his keepsake was passed down. I've always had people watching over it, but just in case, there was no movement in the past. A few days ago, the Su family went, and old Madame Su entered the palace on that day. Jingwan understood who it was. That old gentleman doesn't even remember the time. I'm afraid he doesn't know who the other party is. Did Yuan tell him? Why should I tell him? It doesn't matter whether he does it or not. Because Li Honyuan knew what the result would be. Since Li Honyuan had decided to do it, Jingwan naturally believed in him. Who is noble consort Su doing this favor to? Needless to say, of course, it's her precious son. Who else can it be except for the first time? Mr. Yu wouldn't do anything that goes against his morals. So, he definitely wouldn't kill anyone. Could it be that she wants to give birth to a child for Prince Rue? You're half right. In fact, it's Li Hongming who can't have a child. Jingwan was surprised. I asked someone to drug him. Jingwan blinked. This method of ending his son's life was really vicious. However, it was just giving him a taste of his own medicine. When did it happen? Why didn't I know? It happened before we got married. Of course, you don't know. Speaking of which, it was your fourth sister who drugged him. Jingwan really didn't know what to say. Someone really made use of everything that could be used. She could totally think of a reason to persuade her fourth sister to drug him. She lost her child and couldn't have a child. Naturally, she would take revenge fiercely. https://11/11/11807/109-52690. Chapter 468. Jingwan could only say, Wang Yi, you can do it. You could do it. Looking at a certain person's attitude, that drug probably couldn't be cured. Even that awesome traveling doctor didn't seem to be able to cure it. And she wanted to see what kind of expression noble consort Su would have when she found out about this, and what she would do afterwards. It would probably be another exciting show, the kind that definitely couldn't be missed. However, she couldn't care so much right now. Right now was the time for them husband and wife to enjoy themselves. Even if Jing City was turned upside down, it had nothing to do with them. Yuan. Jingwan smiled like a flower as she held onto Li Hongyuan's arm. And Li Hongyuan raised his eyebrows in question. In a few days, it will be the 3rd of the 3rd month. It's the first day of the 7th month. What's wrong? Li Hongyuan still looked confused. You want to go out and play? Or do you want to see how those rich and powerful families in Jing City play the winding stream? Jingwan rolled her eyes at him. That thing is the same everywhere. There's nothing strange about it. I mean, we've been married for a year. There's a phrase called wedding anniversary. Her husband's IQ was so high, he should know, right? Li Honyuan looked at Jingwan's hopeful little eyes. How could he not understand? However, he had the mischievous urge to tease Jingwan. He didn't show it on his face, but his tone was indifferent, just like the anniversary of a dead person's death. Li Honyuan. Jingwan flew into a rage out of humiliation and slapped him hard on the arm. Not far away, whether it was the guards or the servant girls, it was the first time that they had heard Wang Fei angrily call Wang Yi by his full name. They didn't know what Wang Yi had done to make Wang Fei so angry. However, they didn't dare to meddle in the matters between the two masters. They lowered their heads and looked down, but their ears couldn't help pricking up. In any case, it was Wang Yi who had angered Wang Fei. Wang Yi must be coaxing Wang Fei now and didn't have the time to pay attention to them. Wang Fei had never indiscriminately vented her anger on them. This was completely different from when His Highness was angry. If His Highness was angry, the evil fire would definitely not be directed at Her Highness. If they were not careful, they would be in trouble. Therefore, at that time, they would hide as much as they could. If they could not hide, they would tuck their tails between their legs and reduce their presence. The King of Hell also knew that he had really pissed off his wife this time. Wan. Humph! Jingwan glared at him angrily. She shook off his hand and turned to leave. Our King of Hell was a little embarrassed now. The most important thing now was to coax his wife back. Wan, your husband was wrong. Don't be angry, okay? Wan. Even if there were many people around, Li Honyuan was not embarrassed at all. If he said he would apologize, then he would really apologize. There was no ambiguity. What was the use of the dignity of a prince? What was the use of face? Could it not make his wife not angry? Jingwan was now in a fit of anger. She didn't pay attention to him and didn't pay attention to the reactions of others. Jingwan was angry, but she didn't sulk. She did what she needed to do and found something to do when she had nothing to do. Li Hongyuan followed beside her the entire time. He was attentive, and submissive. When Jingwan was trimming the flowers, he handed her the scissors. When Jingwan was washing her hands, he handed her a handkerchief. When Jingwan was drinking tea, he first stirred it and waited until the temperature was right before giving it to her. When Jingwan was painting, he helped her grind and mix the colors. However, the colors he made were very pleasing to Jingwan. In short, no matter what Jingwan was doing, he would always have a foot in it. Jingwan called for a maidservant. When he swept his eyes over her, the maidservant could only stand in place and not dare to come forward. She looked pitifully at Wang Fei. The only thing missing was "I beg Wang Fei for mercy" written on her face. In the end, Jingwan was annoyed by Li Hongyuan until she didn't have a temper. "Wang Yi, you are still a Qin Wang. Don't you find it embarrassing? With this person's face, it would be strange if she really got angry with him. As long as Wan isn't angry, it doesn't matter if this husband loses a bit of face," Li Hongyuan said with a smile. He was very pure. Jingwan narrowed her eyes. Now she understood. This man did it on purpose. He purposely let people see how excessive and arrogant this Wang Fei was. He, a Qin Wang, had done this and she still didn't let it go. How unreasonable was she? If it was any other family, this kind of daughter-in-law would have already been dealt with. Not to mention the husband disdaining her, from the parents-in-law elders to the youngest aunts, youngest uncles, and even the younger generation, they would all criticize her. All right, even though this might be the truth, but even if this person did it on purpose, there was no reason for it. Jingwan suddenly laughed. Marrying a husband like Wang Yi, should I say that I have accumulated 8 lifetimes worth of fortune? Should I thank the heavens and earth and thank the gods and Buddhas? Should I live a good life and not make trouble for nothing? Li Hongyuan's expression changed and his eyes darkened for a moment. He went forward and hugged Jingwan. "It is me who has accumulated 8 lifetimes worth of fortune by marrying you. However, I won't thank anyone but you. Thank you for appearing. Thank you for coming to my side. Wan, don't be angry, okay? This husband will do anything." At this moment, even if she didn't think about it, Jingwan was 100% certain that her husband had a secret in his heart. No matter what the secret was, as long as his feelings for her were real, then she wouldn't ask. Perhaps one day, he would tell her. Just like how she also had a secret, she didn't really care about it. Just like how she had already exposed a lot of herself in front of him. They were the most intimate people from body to heart, so it would be too tiring for her to be careful all the time. Therefore, she knew that some of her words and actions in front of him had already crossed the line and were not tolerated by the world. She believed in him, and he had never disappointed her. As smart as he was, he should have realized it long ago. The only thing he lacked was to break through that layer of window paper. If he asked, she would tell him. And everyone was tacitly waiting for the other party to ask. Jingwan stepped back and reached out to pinch a certain someone's face. She smiled. "Is Wang Yi finally done playing?" "What do you mean by playing?" "This husband sincerely wants to apologize to Wan. Like this. It's fine if you want me to not be angry. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month, you can arrange it. If this princess is satisfied, then I will forgive you. If not, humph. Wan, won't you give me a hint or something?" The king of hell's face was a little distressed. "No, Wang Yi is so wise. I believe that there's nothing that can stump Wang Yi. This princess is quite optimistic about Wang Yi." "All right, then just wait." Li Hongyuan touched Jingwan's nose with a little doting and a little helpless. Jingwan suddenly really looked forward to it. Then what does Wan want to do now? Continue painting or go out for a walk? Perhaps this husband will take you hunting? Jingwan was naturally interested in hunting, but Jingwan was actually more concerned about other things. "I see that a Yuan is very good at mixing colors. Is a Yuan's painting also good?" Let me see it. All right, this husband will let you see it. This husband is an all-rounder anyway. It's just painting, it's nothing. A certain someone's face was thick, but since he dared to say it, then he was basically able to do it. The paper used for freehand brushwork was different from the paper used for fine brushwork. Jingwan had actually asked people to improve the paper used for fine brushwork many times. Although she didn't know how to make paper, the Luo family actually had a master who specialized in making paper. If she told them what she wanted, they would always find a way to change it. At this time, she quickly put away the paper she painted on and laid out a piece of uncooked xian paper instead of the half-cooked one. Of course, this was named by Jingwan according to her previous life. These two kinds of paper were actually called xian paper and half-cooked xian paper. Later on, when she came up with fine brushwork, Jingwan changed the name without permission. But this was a small matter, so there was no need to care about it. Just paint a landscape. Isn't it very simple? Li Hanyuan raised his eyebrows, but he didn't comment. The characteristics of uncooked xian paper were that it was highly absorbent and permeable. It melted when it came in contact with water, and it was easy to produce rich ink changes. It could receive the artistic effect of water dizziness and ink movement. It permeated quickly and was not easy to master. Therefore, people generally like to use half-cooked xian paper to paint landscapes. Half-cooked xian paper slowly melted when it came in contact with water. It had the ink changes, but it was not too permeable. It was easy to master the drying, wiping, dotting, and dyeing. It could express rich feelings in ink. Jingwan wanted to let Li Hanyuan use uncooked xian to paint landscapes, so naturally, it was more to test his foundation. At the beginning, Jingwan didn't take out the half-cooked xian paper. It could be seen that she didn't think that Li Hanyuan knew fine brushwork at all. His wife wanted to test him, but also looked down on him. Li Hanyuan was very relaxed and casual. After adjusting the ink, he wantonly without thinking or pausing. It was enough to show that he had a card up his sleeve. The paper was not big to begin with. Li Hanyuan didn't intend to use other colors. It was purely an ink landscape painting. Therefore, he painted quite quickly. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was dazzling to describe. Anyway, in Jingwan's opinion, he finished painting while she was looking at it attentively. He also inscribed a word. He didn't print it, but he drew a word on it. That was the only bright color in the whole painting. It's done. Princess, please have a look. Li Hanyuan put down the brush with a smile. Jingwan looked at the person, then at the painting, then at the person, and then at the painting again. Then, she silently turned around. The sadness in her heart was like a river flowing against the current. She still had basic artistic cultivation, and she still had basic appreciation. Damn, this level was simply at the level of a master or even a master. How could it be such a blow to her? What happened to being useless except for his appearance? He seemed to be able to defeat her grandfather in chess. His handwriting made everyone praise him endlessly. Now, even his painting was at the level of a master. In the art of war, he crushed He Zhihai in all kinds of ways. He Zhihai might not have learned it at the beginning, but he was still quite good at fighting. Later, he slowly improved. However, Jingwan didn't see him last long under someone's hands. He could casually pick up mountains and rivers, and he could easily pick up a collection of classics and histories. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was erudite and knowledgeable. Although he was in the capital, he knew about the affairs of the world. Others were worried about things, but he could casually come up with a few plans, strategizing in a tent to determine victory from 1,000 miles away. If she didn't summarize, she wouldn't know. She felt that she was completely a slag. Such a man was actually said to be useless. Such people were all worthless. Looking at the whole world, it would be hard to find a few people who were successful, let alone perfect and flawless. They were all scum. This was simply the most ridiculous rumor that Jingwan had heard in her previous life. Who exactly made up this damn rumor? Li Hanyuan looked at Jingwan, who seemed to be shrouded in darkness and gloominess. He seemed to have accidentally hit his wife. Li Hanyuan was reflecting on himself. Did he use too much strength? In fact, he should have used 30% of his strength. His wife was too fragile. He should really take good care of her. Once again, Li Honyuan accidentally blurted out what was on his mind. Jingwan turned around and looked at him gloomily. Shut up. How could he be so arrogant? Could he be more shameless? Li Honyuan laughed and pulled Jingwan over. Whether your husband is useful or not, talented or not, he's all yours, right? You're the only one who can have him. No one else can even dream about having him. Jingwan expressed that she liked hearing these words. Her heart was slippery. She reached out and poked Li Hongyuan's chest. Tell me, who exactly said that you're useless? Tell me, I promise I won't beat him to death. Li Honyuan sighed. Wan, you're a girl. Don't be so cruel. All right, if a certain someone didn't do it himself, how could an outsider hide his edge? Li Honyuan kissed the top of her head. Come, Wan, teach your husband how to paint. Do you still need me to teach you? Even if he wanted to mock her, he didn't have to go overboard. Li Honyuan knocked on her forehead. What are you thinking about again? Seriously, you're getting more and more foolish. Seeing a certain someone put on a painting again, Jingwan also understood. Sure enough, the blow just now was too harsh, and her reaction was slow. However, it's also your fault that I'm foolish. She was raised to the point that she didn't have to use her brain at all. How could she not be foolish? All right, it's my fault. I'll take responsibility until the end. From the beginning, didn't he work hard to raise his wife into a fool? Who wants to become a fool? From today onwards, you have to give me at least half of your work first. When I make a decision, you can add more. When it came to mental work, what could be better than doing those things? As you wish. He couldn't ask for more. Anyway, with him in control, he didn't have to worry about tiring her out. With this kind of obedience, Jingwan had the misconception that she was being pushed to the side. So, no matter what, she was a loser to him. So, she was being crushed in everything. For a moment, Jingwan's mood was not in a good mood. Your Highness's talent is extraordinary. I reckon that you should understand how to draw based on the paintings this concubine has drawn in the past. I think you don't need this concubine to teach you. She was temperamental and changed her face faster than flipping a book. Li Honyuan accepted it well. His wife was really lively now. Compared to when they first met, she was always mature and steady. This was more in line with what a 16-year-old woman should be like. Li Honyuan completely ignored the appearance of a married woman. Rather than saying that Li Honyuan was raising a wife, it was better to say that he was raising a daughter. Of course, when he really had a daughter, that child probably wouldn't receive this kind of treatment. Li Hongyuan's attainments in meticulous brushwork were originally very deep. At this time, he was self-taught, hiding his inadequacies. It was simple. Jingwan quietly watched him draw. The side of his face was still perfect. At this moment, there was a quiet and peaceful aura around him. He was so beautiful that he didn't seem like a real person. Just looking at him like this, she gradually became entranced. And she didn't know when it started, but Jingwan began to reflect on herself in her heart. It seemed that she was really becoming more and more foolish. It was as if she could get angry or laugh at trivial matters. It seemed that after so many years in Qi and Fu, her younger self was not like this. Jingwan helplessly smiled and sighed softly. Li Honyuan turned his head. It was obviously because he heard her voice. What's wrong? Nothing. She stood up and walked forward. Just now, she was outside the painting, but in the blink of an eye, she was inside the painting. The two of them spent half a day in the study. There was no romance, no lingering, no whispering. There was only peace and warmth. Occasionally, they would whisper to each other, but from beginning to end, there was a kind of intimacy that others couldn't get in between. At this time, these two masters were the easiest to serve because they didn't need to be served at all. The next day, Jingwan changed into a simple set of clothes and prepared to go hunting with Li Honyuan. On the other side, the travel doctor went to the Su family at the request of the Su family. However, compared to yesterday, his attire was very different. There was more beard and wrinkles on his face. His clothes were also more ordinary. Overall, he looked like the kind of person who couldn't be picked out if thrown into a crowd. If they met again, Jingwan probably wouldn't even look at him. And that more recognizable white ape was not by his side. Prince Rue and Princess Rue were already waiting at the Su family. Probably because they wanted to hide their identities, the two sides didn't meet face to face. The travel doctor didn't say anything and directly took the pulse. The speed of taking the pulse was faster than usual. He didn't even change his hand. He inserted a needle and asked a few questions before giving a conclusion. Poison, sterilization powder. Other than sterilization powder, it doesn't affect the body. Under normal circumstances, there won't be any problems. Sterilization powder doesn't guarantee sterilization. If you're lucky, there's a very small chance of getting a child. If you have one, it's like heaven is only looking after you. If you have two, it's like heaven is looking after you for 10 lifetimes. With that, the travel doctor stood up decisively, picked up his medicine box, and prepared to leave. As expected, the travel doctor was definitely stopped. In reality, even if he was mentally prepared for such a result, Li Hongming's face was still terrifyingly dark. He didn't hide anymore and directly walked out. "Doctor, is what you said true?" The travel doctor didn't seem to be angry or have any emotions of being trapped. "Since you already believe it, why ask so much?" What kind of person was Li Hongming? To be treated with such disrespect by a mere traveling doctor. Coupled with the fact that there was a problem with his body, he was naturally enraged. However, his last hope might lie with the other party. In the end, he suppressed his anger. "Doctor, is there a cure?" "There's no cure." The travel doctor had never been interested in such sinister things and wasn't interested in researching. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be touched by normal people. Even among the rich and powerful, there were only a few who could touch it. Hence, why bother? If he had the time, he might as well use it to help more people who really needed help. "Doctor, your favor is just to take someone's pulse? Isn't that too cheap?" Li Hongming couldn't control the expression on his face. The travel doctor was unmoved. "If it wasn't because it was troublesome, would you need this old man's help?" That's right, the truth was as such. However, Imperial Consort Su used this opportunity mostly because she wanted to solve the problem. Of course, if there was no problem with her son, it would naturally be best. She would take it as an opportunity in exchange for peace of mind. Although she felt some heartache for losing the opportunity, it was better than being paranoid all day long. Now that there was really a problem, she naturally hoped that it could be solved. In the end, the other party just found out where the problem was and wanted to leave. How could that be? "Doctor, is there really no way to solve it?" "You better think carefully before answering." Li Hongming's words already revealed a strong threat. Since that's the case, then this prince can only apologize. After all, you know that this matter is very important to this prince and definitely can't let outsiders know about it. Hence, I have to trouble you, doctor. The moment Li Hongming finished speaking, the people blocking the way were no longer the Su family, but the guards that Li Hongming brought. "However, doctor, don't worry. Even if you can't solve this prince's problem, this prince still thinks highly of your medical skills. Hence, if you stay in Prince Rue's residence, this prince will guarantee you a high position and wealth. You won't have to live in the open anymore. Even if doctor likes to study all kinds of herbs, this prince can satisfy you." Even if he was forcefully holding someone down, Li Hongming still habitually displayed a respectful attitude. The travel doctor, who had been indifferent since he came in, suddenly revealed a smile. Li Hongming didn't understand what was going on. Then, he felt his limbs go weak and his eyelids became heavy. Before he completely lost consciousness, he seemed to hear the travel doctor's words. "Your Highness is really magnanimous. Forcing a doctor to do something against his will, and you still expect him to serve you? Aren't you afraid of throwing his life away? However, your Highness isn't the first person to do this to this old man. Your Highness must remember this lesson in the future." After the travel doctor finished speaking, he looked at the people who had collapsed on the ground. He dusted his sleeves, picked up his medicine box, and left unhurriedly. Just as noble consort Su said, if this person didn't have means to protect himself, how could he allow others to determine the location of the meeting? It wasn't that noble consort Su didn't warn Li Hongming previously, but Li Hongming didn't take it seriously at all. He treated the travel doctor as someone like an imperial physician and underestimated his abilities. He also overestimated his position in these people's hearts. He thought that as a mere commoner, they definitely wouldn't dare to do anything to him, a prince of the imperial court. In the end, he failed miserably. The travel doctor swaggered out of the Sioux family just like that. Even if the servants saw him, they didn't dare to stop him. The travel doctor didn't use too much force. After he left for less than a quarter of an hour, the people in the room gradually woke up. Li Hongming's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He was very clear that he was really careless this time. If the other party harbored evil intentions, then he would die without knowing why. Even if he suffered at the hands of Li Hongyuan, it wasn't as big as this. However, he didn't dare to make a big fuss about this matter. Not to mention that the other party's methods were unpredictable and had something on him. He naturally didn't find anything in the end. He didn't even find a similar person. In the end, Li Hongming left the Su residence with a gloomy face and entered the palace to see Imperial Consort Su. After receiving the final result, noble Consort Su's expression wasn't much better than Li Hongming's. At this moment, she truly felt that this was retribution, or rather, revenge. Why couldn't it be anything else but sterilization powder, sterilization powder? Did I ask you when you were poisoned? After all, there hadn't been any good news from Prince Rui's residence for more than a year. It wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. Therefore, any time could be when he was poisoned. It was basically impossible to find the culprit based on his own deductions. Li Hongming's face stiffened. "Mother, please forgive me." Noble consort Su restrained herself and didn't throw the teacup in her hand. "Ming, what do you want Mother to say about you? You were careless and didn't even know when you were poisoned. Now, you've lost your cool and didn't take my words to heart. You're like this. What kind of great undertaking are you trying to achieve? You're simply... Urchin's heirs are all gone. What's the point of scheming? It's better to shut up." Noble consort Su shouted sternly. Her suppressed anger completely exploded because of Prince Rui's anger. She almost smashed the teacup on Li Hongming's head. It's better to what? If we're not trying to achieve the throne, it's better for all of us to end our own lives now. In any case, we're all going to die in the end. Prince Rui's body swayed. He took a deep breath and barely managed to stabilize his mind. "My apologies, Mother." Aken didn't know what to do for a moment. "Didn't that doctor also say that it's not that you can't have children? You're definitely someone favored by the heavens. In a few days, announce to the public that your wife is pregnant again. She's already been pregnant for more than a month. In 9 months, she'll definitely give birth to your eldest son. As for those absurd things you've done to women recently, stop them for this consort. Just do what you did in the past and what you did in the future. Sweep your tail clean. You know what the consequences will be if there's a slip-up in this matter." Prince Rui already understood his mother's intentions. She was faking her pregnancy, but he was still unwilling to accept it. "Mother, Aken will work harder." "Perhaps, shut up. You've worked hard for so long, but have there been any results? Not only have there been none, but you're also in such a bad state. Were your imperial father and court officials blind back then? If you continue like this, your imperial father will be completely disappointed in you, and the court officials supporting you will be disappointed. At that time, even if you give birth to a son, what can you do? Once the dust settles, you'll have plenty of time to give birth." Prince Rui knew that noble consort Su was telling the truth. He really didn't have time to waste on women. The matter at hand was the most important, and his mother's method was indeed the most appropriate. Although there was a great risk involved, after all, if they were discovered, none of them would be able to escape. Moreover, there would be no possibility of turning the situation around. After all, mixing up the imperial bloodline was a serious crime. Aken will listen to Mother. That's for the best. Noble consort Su closed her eyes. "You can go back first." "Yes." Aken will take his leave. After Li Hongming left, noble consort Su's face was full of malevolence. For the first time, she completely lost her demeanor. She viciously smashed the hall to vent the depression in her heart. With the sterilization powder, there's still a chance of giving birth. On noble consort Su's face, it was unknown whether she was rejoicing at this possibility or hating it. When her adopted son was in the early stages of puberty, she had someone give him the sterilization powder. Therefore, for so many years, there had been countless women around him, but there had never been any good news. She wasn't the least bit surprised about this. Her adopted son didn't want his son's mother to have a low status, so he didn't let those women give birth, which just happened to save a lot of trouble. In the end, she only found out today that the sterilization powder couldn't completely sterilize child. No matter how low the probability was, it meant that her adopted son could have a child at any time. Then, what was the point of her doing so much? She treated her adopted son wholeheartedly. She completely believed that she treated him as her own, no different from her other two children. It had always been like this. Now, a huge crack appeared in this mother-son relationship. She couldn't help but want to drug him again and kill Madame Luo. At this moment, she was rejoicing that her adopted son had such a strong destiny. The fewer women around him, the easier it would be to clean things up. Fine, since Madame Luo was jealous, then she would help her and completely confirm that her adopted son was a jinx to all the women close to him. Other than Madame Luo, who was very compatible with his destiny, it was best if there wasn't another one. Therefore, there was no doubt that the topic of Li Hanyuan, Jinx's wife, had not dissipated to begin with, but now it had reached a new level. When Li Hanyuan received the news, he didn't care at all. No matter what that woman Madame Su's intentions were, she had truly helped him. However, Jingwan didn't understand what noble consort Su wanted to do. At this moment, Li Hanyuan didn't hide anything and directly told Jingwan about the sterilization powder. Every time Jingwan thought of her husband's encounter, she felt extremely distressed, even if noble consort Su didn't succeed. Because noble consort Su thought that she had successfully drugged you, it was better for me not to have a child for the time being. Now, since she already knows that it's actually possible for her to be pregnant, is it possible that she will do something crazy? Something crazy? I'll make her really crazy. Li Hanyuan heavily dropped the chess piece in his hand. In this life, Madame Su indeed didn't succeed because he knew, so he avoided it. However, in his previous life, he was indeed poisoned with the sterilization powder. Although it wasn't complete sterilization, it was close. The only possibility was indeed infinitely close to zero. We learned about this from Madame Su. He never thought that he would have an heir. However, in the end, he had a son, and it was the woman he loved who gave birth to him. Sometimes, he felt that he was indeed favored by the heavens. After all, they had only been in love once. However, it just so happened that the heavens took her away. Li Hanyuan looked at Jingwan. Because of the sterilization powder, it once again evoked deep, dark memories in his heart. At this moment, his memories and reality were even a little chaotic, making him a little unable to distinguish between them. One moment, it seemed like the current her with a smile, and the next moment, it seemed like she was emaciated and on her last breath, holding the child with the last bit of strength in her hands and giving it to him while telling him, "Your Highness, the child is yours." Even at that time, Li Hanyuan didn't know the full effects of the sterilization powder, but he never doubted that the child was his, nor did he suspect that Jingwan deliberately lied to him for the sake of the child's better life. At that time, he was holding the child in one hand and holding her tightly in the other. There wasn't the slightest expression on his face. He just kept muttering, "Don't die, don't die, don't die." Later, after Li Hanyuan went through that period of time, he clearly knew that he was really on the verge of collapse and madness during that period of time. What allowed him to hold on was perhaps Jingwan's dying prayer, or perhaps she saw through his state. So in the end, she kept reminding him his good imperial father originally didn't want his life, but in the end, he personally chopped him up, really chopped him up. He did not let go of any of the people who came into contact with him. The entire palace was filled with the stench of blood. It was as if no matter how much he washed, it would not be clean. At that time, no one could wake him up. In the end, someone carried his son to him. The child was crying, and he seemed to hear Jing Wan's voice again. It was no wonder that he was so familiar with carrying a child now. In fact, that child had been personally taken care of by him for a long time and never left his side. "Ayuan, Ayuan, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Ayuan." Li Hanyuan came back to his senses. In front of him was the delicate and beautiful Wan, his legitimate wife. She was still alive and well, and now she was looking at him with a face full of worry. Li Hanyuan reached out and hugged her tightly in his arms. Wan, I won't let anyone hurt you. Absolutely not. If anyone dares to touch a single strand of your hair, I'll make them regret living in this world. Jingwon didn't care about this now. She just wanted to know what happened to her husband. In that moment just now, it was as if he was a demon god who walked out of hell on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was so terrifying that it made people tremble. However, Jingwon was really worried about him. His face was as pale as paper, and his temples were wet with sweat. He was in a very bad state. I'm fine. I just thought of something and was a little bewitched for a moment. Don't worry. It was really too scary just now. How could Jingwon not be worried? Then let Gong Jio take a look at you. Okay, if it could make her feel at ease, he would just take her pulse. However, Li Hanyuan kept Jingwon in his arms. He hadn't completely recovered yet. Without her, he might continue to be affected by negative emotions. Jingwon didn't intend to leave. She stroked his back again and again. Gong Jio came quickly. When he saw Li Hongyuan's state, he knew that his master situation was not rare. Eunuch Mu, who was on the side, knew better. Since his master was 10 years old, he would be in this state several times a year. At the beginning, it was relatively frequent, almost every month. Later, it gradually decreased. However, since he was engaged to the princess, he basically didn't see her again. Unexpectedly, he had a relapse today, and it was fierce. In fact, Li Hanyuan was quite dangerous now. He was harmless only to Jingwon. Gong Jio endured the fear brought by his master and felt Li Hongyuan's pulse as calmly as possible. Then he silently stepped back. Your Highness, Prince is fine. He will be fine after a rest. Jingwon still wanted to ask for more details. Li Hanyuan kissed her to attract her attention. He said with a smile, I said he was fine. Wan, you don't believe me? Huh? Knowing that he was not in a good state, Jingwon didn't argue with him. The people around them consciously left and didn't dare to disturb them. Li Hanyuan was much better now, but he couldn't fully recover so soon. In fact, he had mixed feelings about his son in his previous life. On the one hand, he was the only one left by Jingwon with their bloodline. But at the same time, he also knew that Jingwon had to bear such a big burden in her body in the end because of that child. He even thought that if it weren't for that child, Jingwon might not die. Except for the beginning, he gave the child the best. But the relationship between father and son was not close. The Overlord's adored bride. Chapter 469. Li Hanyuan was a complete tyrant in his previous life, and this was not without reason. In fact, Jingwon's death was a huge blow to him. It could be said that he had a mental problem at one point, but he did not realize it himself. At the worst time, he was in power, and his murderous nature worsened. It could be said that if it was not for Jingwon's child, he might have really gone on like that. The result could be imagined. Even so, Li Hanyuan spent a considerable amount of time to control his emotions and temper, so that he could barely be considered a normal person. However, because of the early impact, it could not be erased. He was decisive and wise in handling political affairs, but once a court official committed a crime, his methods were quite ruthless. It could be said that he would seize the property and exterminate the family at the slightest provocation. Therefore, although he was a tyrant, his reputation among the people was actually very high. Therefore, Li Hongyuan's current temperament was actually accumulated at that time. Compared to that time, it was actually much better now. Of course, it was also possible that he had hidden it deeper. The reason for this was probably because he was the emperor at that time, and he did not have any fetters or concerns. Even if he restrained his temperament, it was still limited. It was different after his rebirth. However, it was precisely because of his rebirth that his obsession with Jingwon deepened. Because she was still fine, he had the opportunity to have her. Jingwon's death in his previous life was a huge blow to him, but he was also very clear that she was gone. He also knew that the dead could not be brought back to life. Although he missed her deeply in his bones, He did not do anything morbid. If he did, it would be the ultimate insult to her. Moreover, they were only husband and wife for one night, so it was not legitimate. Perhaps it was because of this that he would occasionally indulge himself, even though he knew that Jingwan actually hated men hugging women. This was because he did not even have the right to protect her body. She was the mother of his only son, but before she died, she had specially instructed him not to enter the imperial mausoleum or the Fu family's ancestral grave. She was not a member of the royal family, so how could she enter the imperial mausoleum? Furthermore, as Fu Yunting's wife, she had slept with another man and even had a child. No matter the reason, even if they were only husband and wife in name, it was still a real betrayal. After betrayal, how could she still have the face to occupy the position by her husband's side? She was strict with others and was equally strict with herself. In fact, Li Honyuan was very jealous of Fu Yunting. It was not only because of Jingwan's sacrifice for the Fu family, Fu Yunting, and her loyalty to Fu Yunting. Therefore, even though he had taken another man's wife in his previous life, and even had a child with her, and in this life, Jingwan and Fu Yunting did not have any interaction at all, he still could not resolve the thorn in his heart. Because, even if they chose another place to bury her, she would still carry the title of Madame Wu On-ho. Because of Fu Yunting's overturning of the case, everything that she had done was known by everyone. Everyone respected her and worshipped her. However, she was also firmly linked to Fu Yunting. At that time, Li Hongyuan's heart was not completely black. He cared about Jingwan's reputation and did not want her to be condemned by everyone. Therefore, he could only watch on helplessly. Other than Li Honyuan himself, no one knew who his son's biological mother was. Even the Luo family did not know. Even the guards who followed him to see her for the last time and brought his son back did not know that she was actually the daughter of the Luo family and Madame Wu On-ho. Later, he did mention his mother to his son, even with a bit of malice. In the end, his son told him that he knew everything. He had accidentally seen the portrait that his imperial father gave his mother and heard his imperial father's drunken words. He knew that it was Madame Wu On-ho. He did not know where his mother's grave was and had never paid respects to it. However, he had always worshipped a nameless memorial tablet. This was something that many people in the palace knew, except for Emperor Li Honyuan. The palace servants knew that the crown prince valued that memorial tablet very much and no one could touch it. They also vaguely understood that the memorial tablet represented the crown prince's biological mother. The crown prince also knew that his imperial father did not like him. Even the palace servants said that before he was 1 year old, his imperial father had personally taken care of him. He was bestowed the title of crown prince before he was 1 year old. He did not have any other siblings. He had many knowledgeable teachers. He enjoyed the best of everything in the world. At that time, Li Honyuan was unusually silent. He did not like his son and was not close to him. However, he never guarded against him. Otherwise, he would not have let him see his drunken state. His son was not even 10 years old, but he was as steady as a small adult. He enjoyed the best of everything, but he did not become arrogant. He had been taught well. He was outstanding, considerate, and outstanding. "You are like your mother," Li Honyuan said. The crown prince gave a rare, shy smile. They all said that she was very good. He knew that the world did not tolerate his parents' relationship. However, he did not feel ashamed of his mother. On the contrary, he had heard a lot about his mother. He yearned for her and admired her. He wondered what it would be like if she were still alive. She was very good. Then, Li Honyuan told him the location of Jingwan's grave. Li Honyuan felt that he did not have the right to pay respects to her, but their son definitely did. No one in the world was more qualified than this child. Since then, the crown prince would pay respects to her at least twice a year, rain or shine. Perhaps after that time, the father and son were still not close. However, Li Honyuan began to teach him how to be an emperor. He did not just leave him to the imperial tutors. After all, those people were still officials. Of course, this was something that people were happy to see. However, the officials were secretly worried that Li Hongyuan's extreme ideas would affect the crown prince. They did not dare to say anything to Li Hongyuan. They could only teach the crown prince some things in secret. The crown prince was well aware of this. However, he never pointed it out. He just learned seriously. Therefore, when Li Hongyuan felt that his son was not like him and that he might be bullied after his death, the officials felt that the crown prince was benevolent, generous, wise, and decisive. The crown prince, who was gradually growing up, was actually proficient in the study of the emperor and the thick black theory. Moreover, Li Hongyuan introduced him to political affairs at an early age. He even handed over some unimportant matters to him. This was real practice, not an armchair strategist. Therefore, it was a typical white bun stuffed with black sesame seeds. In this way, Li Hongyuan left a lot of trump cards for his son to ensure his stability. It was actually a little redundant. Those things were just icing on the cake, even though the crown prince was not even 17 years old when he ascended the throne. There was another thing that Li Hongyuan did not know. After his death, his son buried him with Jingwan. The coffin in the imperial mausoleum was actually empty. The crown prince used this method to let his parents live and die in the same room. He only hoped that they could be legitimate husband and wife in their next life. Perhaps this was the only thing he could do as a son. Li Hongyuan was reborn. His goal was Jingwan, Jingwan, Jingwan. Everything else was secondary. His goal was to lay the foundation for Jingwan, or to hold up the sky for her. But this time, he could do whatever he wanted. He could stand by her side in a dignified manner. The one who did not have the right to do so would be someone else. Therefore, his heart could not be any darker. Anyone who obstructed him from achieving his goal, regardless of whether they were innocent or not, would be eradicated without mercy. There was no reason to be merciless. It was just that at the beginning of his rebirth, his body was young, and he could not do anything. When he did not have power, he exposed himself too early. As for losing everything before he even started, he was definitely not that kind of stupid person. During those few years, everything forced him to endure. As the saying goes, 100 years of endurance turned into steel. And Jingwan felt that the king of hell was a perverted lunatic. In fact, she did not wrongly accuse him. He did have some mental problems occasionally. It was a side effect that was carried over from his previous life. Because he made Jingwan his rightful wife, to a certain extent, it was very good to appease him. At least on the surface, he seemed to be fine. However, it was true that 100 years of endurance turned into steel. Hidden in the depths of his heart, it was actually more serious. After a few years of endurance and silence, he could not erupt. Naturally, it was even more perverted. Paranoid possessiveness, perverted control. He was only afraid of scaring Jingwan, so he still controlled himself. If he did not have those few years in the palace, if Li Hongyuan had the opportunity to show off his skills when he came back, if he could keep Jingwan by his side from the beginning, then even if he was reborn, the relationship between him and Jingwan might be even more tragic. No one dared to disobey a king who was used to doing as he pleased. Even if there were times when he knew that he should not do so, he might not be able to control himself. Jingwan, on the other hand, was a strong person in her bones. She was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. If Li Hongyuan really used a forceful attitude to possess her and did not use gentle methods to conquer her heart first, Jingwan was bound to resist. And her resistance would naturally stimulate his tyranny, causing his methods and attitude to become even more severe. Therefore, that was a vicious cycle. At that time, it would not only be a tragedy, it would definitely be a tragedy of tragedies. From the development of the current situation, his obsession did not disappear just because he got what he wanted. Instead, it became deeper and deeper. It could be said that there was no deepest, only deeper and deeper. His illness was probably something that even the best psychiatrist could not cure. Let's ask, for such a man, what were the chances of him having a change of heart? Jingwan did not know what he was thinking of, but the look in his eyes was a little strange. She did not know what made him have such a big reaction, making someone as strong as him be trapped and bitterly struggling. However, Jingwan would not forget the reason for this step. In the end, it was still the sterilization powder. At this moment, Jingwan also hated imperial concubine Su Shi. She wished she could tear her body into pieces. Jingwan leaned over and kissed him on the corner of his mouth. She softly called Yuan without stopping. Li Hongyuan's eyes became clear again. He followed Jingwan's action and kissed her back. There was no lust, only the joy of regaining what he had lost. As long as she was still alive, as long as she was by his side, that was enough. At the very least, at this very moment, everything that Li Hongyuan wanted was so insignificant. Wan will always be by my side. You won't go anywhere, right? Jingwan hugged him. Yes, I will always be by your side. In life and death, I will never leave you. Then let's not have children, okay? It's always just the two of us. Li Hongyuan leaned on Jingwan's shoulder and tilted his head. Jingwan suddenly became anxious. Yuan, what do you mean? Are you under the sterilization powder? You just don't want me to worry. So you lied? It doesn't matter. Didn't the old gentleman say it was still possible? And when Gong Jiu's medical skills improve, maybe he can cure the sterilization powder. Yuan, maybe... Wan. Li Hongyuan was a little amused. His wife obviously misunderstood. In fact, Jingwan couldn't be blamed. Her husband was a real man in a feudal society. Male power was paramount. He was also a prince and might be the emperor in the future. How much importance did he attach to children? Therefore, it never occurred to her that he really didn't want children. Don't be nervous. Listen to me. It has nothing to do with the sterilization powder. Old Mr. Yu's checked my pulse. My body is very good. I don't want children because I'm worried that your body will suffer. When Zhou something Shuang gave birth, I had similar thoughts. Also, I don't want anyone to distract your attention. I hope that you will always pay attention to me. Do you understand? It had been a long time, but because he thought of his son in his previous life, the blurry face gradually became clear. The boy didn't look like him. Although he was a young boy in his teens, he was also tall and handsome. His face didn't reach his level, but it was better than many people. However, in terms of details, he was more like Jingwan. Especially when he smiled, it gave people a very warm feeling. However, Li Hongyuan didn't have the hobby of finding the shadow of his beloved from his son. Therefore, it was pure nonsense to love the house and its crow like his father. He didn't like this son. He still didn't like it. However, Li Hongyuan felt that if he saw the boy, Wan might like him very much. After all, from Wan's attitude towards the younger brothers and sisters, nephews and nieces of the Luo family, he knew that she actually liked children, let alone her own flesh and blood. It was said that this woman didn't have much of her mind on her husband after giving birth to a child. He couldn't bear it when he thought about it. Jingwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This man really didn't know what to say about him. The child hadn't even been born yet, and he was already jealous? Perhaps she really shouldn't treat him like the current men. At least no one treated him like this. You can't have no children, especially when you're preparing to sit in that position. Jingwan said matter-of-factly, without children, everything you do now will be taken advantage of by others, perhaps your enemies. In her previous life, creating a rich family business, regardless of whether there were descendants or not, could be done for charity and help those in need. However, it was different now. It was about the family and the clan. No matter how rich the family business was, if there was no heir, it would be divided by the so-called clan members. It was a matter of course, and the more power one had, the more they would own. Those who really needed it wouldn't even get a copper, let alone unrelated people with a different surname. Everything that one had worked so hard for would fall into the hands of the enemy in the end. That was the most tragic. Yuan, children are the continuation of our lives and the best proof of our love for each other. If you don't like children in front of you, why don't we send them away? Thinking about it this way, this was simply a typical case of giving birth to a child but not raising one. The child hadn't even been born yet, and he was already thinking about being a scumbag father and a scumbag mother. This was clearly the kind of person she didn't like. However, someone was too possessive. What should she do? Could it be that he really didn't want children? If nothing else, her grandmother would scold her to death. It doesn't seem very good. The child will definitely be sad. Wan, you're now thinking about this. How can I look forward to the arrival of child? Although these words were said very softly, Jingwan didn't feel relaxed at all. She really wondered what would happen if the child in the future stuck to her. That was not his child, but his enemy. Yuan, let's not talk about this first. Anyway, the current situation is really not suitable for children. When everything is settled, let nature take its course, okay? She hurriedly stopped this increasingly dangerous topic. Jingwan was really afraid that she would agitate him, who was obviously not in the right mood now, and then he would make the final decision and refuse the arrival of children. Li Hanyuan was silent for a moment and nodded his head indifferently. Jingwan turned her body and knelt behind Li Hanyuan. She reached out and gently rubbed his temples. Li Hanyuan closed his eyes and tried to suppress the negative emotions in the bottom of his heart. Jingwan vaguely felt it. While rubbing his temples, she whispered to him to attract his attention. In fact, Jingwan's method did play a big role. Although Li Hanyuan rarely answered, he had been listening carefully. After all, the living her covered up the dead her. When he opened his eyes again, Jingwan smiled softly. He had recovered. Li Hanyuan held Jingwan's hand and pulled her in front of him. He didn't do anything else but just held her in his arms. It gave people a kind of illusion of peace. During the time when the two were together, no one came to disturb them. Even the maids didn't change the tea. Yuan, let's go horse racing at the horse farm? Jingwan was suspicious of him and smiled. Horse racing? Do you want to race with me or ride with me? Didn't you say that the horse farm has been built long ago? But you have to check it yourself. Check it yourself? One wants to go personally? Li Hanyuan raised his eyebrows. Yuan's equestrian skills are there. Of course, you should go and I'll just watch. As long as Yuan feels that it's not bad, then it's qualified, right? When it's confirmed that it's qualified, let's hold a horse riding competition. Let's hold it after your birthday. What do you think, Yuan? Okay, there was nothing wrong with what his wife said. However, if he really wanted to hold a horse riding competition, then he had to make preparations. It couldn't be delayed for too long. After mid-April, the northwest border would be in a state of emergency. Compared to the war in the northeast, it was the difference between a main course and an appetizer. In his previous life, the destruction of Wu Anho and the tragedy of Jingwan all began at this time. However, when they talked about this, Li Hanyuan became gloomy again. After Jingwan's 16th birthday, it seemed that she should have married Fu Yunting. However, Fu Yunting's uncle, the current Wu Anho, died at this time. Jingwan married Wu Anho during the mourning period. They could have used this as an excuse to delay the marriage. Why didn't the Luo family do so? Li Hanyuan never thought that the old Fox Luo family was doing this out of righteousness. Moreover, Madame Luo loved Jingwan so much. How could she bear to do this? Although Luo Peishan wasn't the minister of personnel, he was still the minister of rights. It wasn't impossible for him to stop the marriage. However, even though Wu Anho was still paralyzed, he was living well. He was even better than a few years ago. Fu Yunting, who had married 2 years ago, had a son who was almost 1 year old. He had people pay attention to Wu Anho, but they didn't find anything wrong. Li Hanyuan suspected that because things were different, some things might not happen again. If that was the case, then he probably wouldn't be able to find a reason why Jingwan was forced to marry. However, the reason why his old man was so determined to destroy Wu Anho and didn't hesitate to sacrifice the lives of more than 200,000 soldiers was definitely something that could be found. If it wasn't for these 200,000 soldiers and the tens of thousands of soldiers in the Northeast, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state when he first started the war with the other countries in his previous life. Some people always had to pay the price for the things they did. What are you thinking about now? Jingwan was helpless. You're a man. Can't you be a little more open-minded? Why are you always dwelling on the past? If you continue like this, I'm going to get jealous and angry. However, Jingwan knew that something that he couldn't forget was definitely not a small matter. It should be something that no one could easily let go of. However, Jingwan didn't know the full story and didn't know how to comfort him. She could only say this. We agreed to ride horses. If you continue to be absent-minded, I really won't let you go. Do you hear me? Jingwan reached out and gently tugged on his ear. I hear you. I won't be absent-minded again. Jingwan wanted to let Li Hongyuan vent his emotions. Although he suppressed it, it would definitely do more harm than good if he kept it bottled up in his heart. Li Hongyuan obviously understood Jingwan's intentions and naturally accepted it. https:///11/1107/110433421. Chapter 470. With such a tacit understanding, Li Hongyuan really ran around and showed off in front of his wife. However, he showed off too much. Not only did he fail to attract his wife's admiring eyes, but he almost scared Jingwan to death. According to Jingwan's original design, in addition to being a dedicated top horse racing track, it also had many characteristics of the equestrian club in her previous life. Therefore, it was natural to pay attention to safety. However, when she was really in it and watched her husband show off in different clothes, she realized that some places had been changed beyond recognition by someone. In other words, a lot of things had been added to the original foundation. Not to mention safety, it was simply a synonym for thrill and excitement. Jingwan looked at it and felt her heart was about to jump out. When she came here, she wanted to say that it didn't look like a track at all. However, it turned out that this man didn't want a normal horse race at all. The first time she saw his horsemanship was at the birthday banquet of Great Elder Princess when she came to the capital the year before last. From the perspective of a pure spectator, she felt that it was thrilling. In addition to the concern that almost everyone had, she was naturally deeply impressed like the others. She sighed that Prince Jin's horsemanship was a little too good. But now, compared with the water cloister, rockery, stones hidden in the water, and the specially designed track in Great Elder Princess's mansion, it was much more complicated. People who didn't have enough psychological endurance would probably cover their eyes 99% of the time, fearing that the rider would have an accident and die on the spot. Jingwan was no longer a pure spectator. The man who was courting death was her husband, the person she cared about most. On the spectator stand, she held the guardrail tightly with a pale face. Even if she was extremely scared, she still stared at him without blinking. Many times she wanted to ask him to stop, but in the end, the words were stuck in her throat. She was afraid that if she spoke, she would distract him and cause an accident. So she bit her lip until it bled. His heart was beating wildly. Li Hongyuan, do you know what you were doing just now? You just don't know how dangerous it was. You could have lost your life if something went wrong. Even if you're unhappy, you can't vent your anger like this. You're not venting your anger. You're courting death. Li Hongyuan scolded Jingwan. What are you doing? You just don't know how dangerous it was. You could have lost your life if something went wrong. Li Hongyuan didn't get a hug from his wife. Instead, he got scolded. He was a little unhappy, but he knew that she was worried. Wanwan, don't worry. I'm fine. You have to believe me. When something happens, it'll be too late. Jingwan roared, believe you? Can I believe a horse? Even if you can control a horse to the point where you can control it with your arms and fingers, there are times when people are careless and get hurt. As the saying goes, people make mistakes and horses stumble. What if? Jingwan couldn't continue. Tears fell down her face uncontrollably, and her body trembled involuntarily. Jingwan was a woman with a strong heart. She rarely cried. Even when she was weak, she didn't cry so fiercely. Li Hongyuan couldn't be unhappy. It was the first time he saw her like this. He was at a loss and hurriedly coaxed her. Wanwan, don't cry, don't cry. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again, Wanwan. Jingwan looked at him with tears in her eyes. Wrong? You really know you were wrong? Jingwan wasn't blind. How could she not see that he didn't care about such a dangerous thing? Jingwan really didn't know how a noble prince like him could have such a special hobby. He wasn't like those people in the rebellious stage who were looking for excitement. He always seemed to be confident. Yuan, you're not afraid. You don't think there's anything to be afraid of, but I'm afraid. Do you know that I was almost scared to death by you just now? Put yourself in my shoes. Just now, the person on the horse was me, and I was standing next to you. What would you do? What would you do? Li Hongyuan suddenly hugged her tightly. I'm sorry, Wanwan. I really know I was wrong. Jingwan reached out and hugged his waist. We agreed to grow old together. I don't want some accidents that could have been avoided. I just want to be with you. Even if it's just quietly staying in a small place, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry, Wan. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. I swear, it won't happen again. Jingwan took a while to calm down. Then, she looked at the field and was unusually displeased. Did the people sent by the Ministry of Works have water in their heads? Tell them to come and tear it down immediately. If they let me see even a little bit of it, prepare to go home and kneel on the washboard. Jingwan was venting her anger on them. She was a woman of the harem. Naturally, she would use the harem's method to deal with them. Since she couldn't do anything to them, she naturally went to their wives. It was just like some of the methods of the living king of hell. Li Honyuan stood at the side. His hands behind his back unconsciously moved. He didn't need to go home and kneel on the washboard. He could help his wife get it back. He didn't have the self-consciousness that he was the one who implicated her. Muin didn't dare to say anything. Naturally, he would do whatever the princess consort said. Jingwan's gaze was still a little cold. Muin, have you paid for the construction of the horse farm? Replying to princess consort, there is still a part of the money that hasn't been settled with the Ministry of Works. It's probably close to 50,000 taels. Drag it out. If the Ministry of Works comes to ask for money, just tell them directly. This princess consort is unhappy. When I'm happy, then I'll pay. Her own husband couldn't bear to torment her, so naturally, he would torment others. You don't have to pay. It was only a few thousand taels. Li Honyuan didn't care. Jingwan coolly glanced at him. The living king of hell tactfully shut his mouth. This disaster had already been thrown out. Only a fool would pick it back up. In fact, the Ministry of Works had always liked to build things for Jin Xinhuang. Because Jin Xinhuang was generous and never defaulted, everyone liked it. They were more enthusiastic than building anything for the emperor. After all, whatever the emperor built, it was basically paid from the national treasury. Then, it had to go through the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue was a group of misers. They specialized in procrastinating. They didn't like it the most. This time, Jingwan was even more unreasonable. Even though they were taking the blame for Jin Xinhuang, but because it was Jin Xinhuang, there was even less room to reason. Therefore, in the end, they could only pinch their noses and endure and wait for Jin Xinhuang Fei's anger to subside. A few thousand taels to Li Honyuan was not a problem at all. But to the people in the Ministry of Works, it was not like that. There were so many craftsmen working. Even though they might not belong to the Ministry of Works, but they still received work from the Ministry of Works. However, Jingwan wasn't a mean person. She wasn't the kind of person who only saw money as a number. She knew suffering. Therefore, this money, even if it was delayed, it wouldn't be delayed for too long. Everyone was well aware of this matter. So to say, when the people in the Ministry of Works found out later, perhaps they would be a little anxious at the beginning. When they recovered, it would be fine. However, they would probably still smile helplessly. Whatever Jin Xinhuang said, they could only do as he said. Jin Xinhuang himself sought death. Jin Xinhuang Fei was angry, but she wanted them. What was this called? Of course, this was a story for later. Let's not talk about it for now. Li Honyuan pulled Jingwan and gently held her wrist. Do you want to go for a ride? He casually patted his beloved horse. The horse farm is bigger than what you think. If you just walk, it would probably be a little tiring. Jingwan glanced at the BMW that just led its owner around recklessly. This horse seemed to know that its previous mistress was angry because of it. It rubbed against Jingwan's arm in a fawning manner. As a result, before Jingwan could do anything, Li Honyuan slapped it. My wife, don't rub against me. Jingwan was very speechless. In the end, was it more likely that he was randomly eating vinegar, or did he make the first move to gain the upper hand by teaching his beloved horse a lesson, so that she wouldn't continue to vent her anger on the horse? However, Jingwan originally didn't want to ride a horse. A certain someone gave her too much of a shock. She clearly didn't do anything, but faintly felt her legs go soft. It was like after seeing something, the person involved didn't do anything, but the bystanders were infected with a psychological shadow. In fact, this kind of thing was very normal. The more you cared about it, the more it was like this. Just because of this small episode, Jingwan seemed to have improved a lot. Li Hanyuan flipped onto the horse, lowered his head, and reached out to Jingwan. His gaze was unusually focused and serious, with an indescribable tenderness and sweetness. In the end, Jingwan didn't refuse. She put her hand in his palm, and with his strength, she easily sat in front of him. With a light shake of the reins, the horse started to move. Its speed was only a little faster than a person walking. This horse farm, as Li Hanyuan said, was larger than Jingwan expected. The expanded area was actually completely a leisure area. It could simply become a top leisure club without special services. It was simply a waste not to use it to make money. However, according to a certain someone's wealth, it was not standard to use it to make money. But wouldn't it be more wasteful to just leave it like this? Moreover, even if the two of them came to sit from time to time, it would be too cold and cheerless. So, why did a certain someone make this part out? Didn't Wan say that we want to make money? Since this place has been demarcated, naturally it is not suitable for us to live in. I don't lack money, but the National Treasury will never complain about having too much money. Li Hanyuan said a little unhurriedly. Jingwan instantly understood. If this place was really developed, it would definitely be very profitable and popular. At that time, the one on the throne would be suspicious again. However, if it was only under their name, it would actually be managed by the emperor's people, and the income would be put into the national treasury. The one on the throne would definitely be very happy. After all, there were so many rich people in the capital, and so many old and young masters threw a lot of money into various squandering dens every day. Now that a part of it was snatched to fill the national treasury, it would be strange if Lu Chengdi was not happy. In such a way, even if someone was jealous and wanted to find fault with them in the future, they would be suppressed by Lu Chengdi in seconds without having to do anything. Why not? They only needed to take a small part of the labor fee. It was not excessive at all, was it? The National Treasury would not complain about having too much money, and their private pockets would not. Unknowingly, they had already walked through many places, and at the same time, Jingwan did not know the horse's speed had already increased. Although it was not as fast as lightning, it was enough to make something fly. After running 2 laps on the racing track, the shadow in Jingwan's heart that had not yet formed had disappeared without a trace. Originally, I wanted to take you to the precious beast garden to take a look, but it's already late today. We'll go another day. Jingwan leaned on him and lazily responded. On the jolting horse, behind her was a warm chest, by her ear was a soft whisper, and then there was a gentle breeze. This kind of feeling was really so comfortable that it made people want to stay in this moment for a long time. Perhaps it was because he felt Jingwan's mood. Li Hanyuan could not help but slow down and leisurely drove the BMW towards the villa. Jingwan felt comfortable, and he did not feel bad. At least, the negative emotions had disappeared, and his heart had become calm again. Sure enough, he probably could not leave her in this lifetime. However, he had never thought of resisting and leaving. Back at the villa, Li Hanyuan dismounted and then carried Jingwan down. In the following days, Li Hanyuan and Jingwan seemed to have things to do. What was Li Hanyuan busy with? Wasn't it Jingwan's wedding anniversary? Of course, he was busy with this. After all, his EQ was still good. He also knew that this kind of thing could not be completely ignored. Although it was impossible for him to do everything by himself because of his identity, if he gave orders to everything as soon as he opened his mouth, one would know that she would be angry, and he himself did not want to be like this. He felt that one seemed to care a lot. After that, Li Hanyuan also felt that this kind of day was indeed very important. Although he did not know what to do, he followed his heart and did something that he wanted to do. As for what Jingwan was busy with, Li Hanyuan was not too sure. She seemed to be fiddling with the clothes. She also specially called the musicians from the Wang mansion and specially arranged a place with many dressing mirrors. When Li Hanyuan asked, Jingwan always smiled and avoided the question. You will know when the time comes. Li Hanyuan did not miss the faint shyness on Jingwan's face. It could be seen that this matter was worth looking forward to. Li Hanyuan chuckled and did not ask anymore. His wife had to prepare a surprise. What Jingwan wanted to do was indeed a little shameful, but since she had made up her mind, of course, she had to prepare well. The Shaanxi festival on the 3rd of March was also known as Daughter's Day. Of course, those who would participate in this festival would not only be those girls. Last year, because of Jin Xinhuang's wedding, the entire capital's top-ranked girls and gongzi, scholars and refined guests, naturally did not participate in any activities. This year, what they wanted to do had nothing to do with Jingwan. Since waking up in the morning, Jingwan's entire person was in a state of slight excitement. It was clear that she was looking forward to today. Don't look at how Li Hongyuan was actually an old man, based on his actual age. Regarding this kind of matter, he was actually a little apprehensive, afraid that he would not be able to win his wife's favor. But seeing Jingwan's state, he suddenly calmed down. https://11/110807/110-43422. Chapter 471. In Jingwan's excitement and Li Hongyuan's indifference, it was time to exercise and eat breakfast. Seeing Li Hongyuan like this, Jingwan felt a little indignant. She wanted to reach out and pinch his face. She felt that she was very silly. It was their wedding anniversary. Was this a personal matter? However, a certain someone still had a doting expression on his face. It was different. At least the feelings he expressed now were more obvious. Jingwan could only withdraw her hand resentfully. She hated being bullied the most. Although if he resisted, she should be miserable. Therefore, no matter what, it was wrong. Jingwan felt even more depressed. Li Hongyuan found it funny. He pulled Jingwan in front of him and stroked her hair. "Let's go." Jingwan's gloominess was swept away, and she was beaming with joy again. Therefore, Jingwan was actually like many women. She was very easy to coax. She didn't care about what to do. What she cared about was who she was with. As long as it was the person in her heart, she would be happy. Knowing that today was a special day for the two masters, whether it was the servants, the guards, or the secret guards, it could be said that everyone was very well behaved. While doing their duty, they tried their best not to disturb the two of them. Therefore, with such masters, they were quite idle, but at the same time, it was not easy to do things. Because when she came last year, she had already explored the entire manor. In Jingwan's opinion, there shouldn't be any changes this year. In the past few days, she was leisurely and didn't want to walk around. Anyway, she had a lot of time. However, when she was brought out by Li Hongyuan today, she realized that this place had also changed a lot. Overall, it might not have changed much, but in the details, it showed a unique style of infinite beauty. March was originally a good season for entering spring. Everything was recovering and flowers were blooming. Because Jingwan liked it, this manor was built in this direction from the beginning. Some things the living king of hell could do silently. However, there were some things that he naturally wanted to take credit for. Was a living king of hell such a person who blindly did things and didn't express anything? Obviously not. The benefits that he should ask for were absolutely not small, especially if it came from his wife. It was 10 times or 100 times more. It could be said that the entire manor, other than the side courtyard where they lived, was basically filled with all kinds of flowers and trees that could be seen as far as the eye could see. Some were forests, and some were solitary flowers. After careful care, reasonable placement, and mixing with the mountains and rivers, there wouldn't be a situation where too much would make it seem ordinary, and it wouldn't make people lose their artistic conception and become artificial. With Li Hongyuan holding her hand as they strolled, her mood was so good that she could fly. Ah, these were all done when we went to Jiangnan last year. Isn't the timing just? Wasn't it just right? When they met again, it was a completely different scenery and a different kind of joy. Could it be that a Yuan is going to use the ready-made things prepared last year to send me away? Jingwan pretended to be unhappy, but the smile in her eyes couldn't be concealed. If that's the case, then I don't need to be busy before. Jingwan smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. She completely let go of her temper and did not care about the rules at all. To put it in a more elegant way, she was like a butterfly flying recklessly among the flowers. Hundreds of flowers bloomed for her, as if waiting for her blessing. Li Honyuan followed behind unhurriedly. Hundreds of flowers were the most beautiful scenery in her eyes, and she was the only beautiful scenery in his eyes. Then, Jingwan finally found something different. On a certain cluster of flowers, there was a small box the size of a palm. Jingwan's eyes flashed slightly. She picked up the box and looked back at Li Hongyuan. Seeing Li Hongyuan smile, she was sure that this was part of March 3rd. Jingwan opened it with some expectations. The things inside were somewhat beyond Jingwan's expectations. Although she was sure that it wouldn't be ordinary gold and silver jewelry, she was still surprised. There were two little people holding hands. They were carved out of superior mutton fat jade, but the details were decorated with other items, such as eyes, mouth, and small belly bands on their bodies. Yes, the two dolls were estimated to be about 1 year old. Jingwan gently covered her mouth, because she could see from the facial features of the dolls that it was clearly her and her husband. Although it was certainly impossible to be exactly the same because it was a small doll, the details were still very obvious. The craftsmanship was quite exquisite and lifelike. Jingwan couldn't put it down. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. However, Yuan, you're very thick-skinned. You are several years older than me, and you have a nerve to let people carve such dolls. Li Honyuan stepped forward, and the back of his fingers brushed across Jingwan's face. Because I know I can't, so I use this way to grow up with Wan and grow old hand in hand. Jingwan's heart seemed to be fiercely squeezed. Her eyes were a little red, but her heart was filled with honey. Together? How many dolls like this did Yuan prepare? Li Hongyuan's thumb brushed the corner of Jingwan's eyes, wiping away the faint tears. Wan needs to find them by herself and see if she can find all of them. If she can find them, there will be a reward. If she can't find them, she will be punished. For such a gift, she had to find all of them even if she had to dig 3 feet into the ground. However, how could it be buried underground? From the position of the first box, it could be seen that the place where the gifts were placed was not hidden. She was afraid that there were too many of them, and it would be difficult to find them all. After all, the place was so big that even the most obvious place could be overlooked. Jingwan was full of fighting spirit. She vowed to find all the things and the dolls. After that, it was no longer a simple appreciation of the scenery. Jingwan began to search for treasures. Because there was no hurry to find them, although it took a long time, it was not tiring. Moreover, tea, snacks, melons, and fruits were prepared. They were either placed on special tables and chairs that were integrated with the surroundings, placed on a rockery, or placed next to a flower pot. Occasionally, there was also wine. In short, they were quite well prepared. Jingwan found the boxes one by one. The sizes of the boxes were the same. The places where these boxes were placed could be among the flowers, on the grass, hanging on the branches of the flowers, or even next to the prepared food. There was indeed no secret place. The shapes of the dolls also began to change. The postures were different, but without exception, it was the two of them. They were very close. From infancy to children to teenagers and then to marriage. The husband and wife in red wedding clothes bowed to each other, snuggled up to each other until middle age, and sat and watched the clouds roll by until old age. Jingwan sorted them from the beginning. The first dozen or so dolls were a little bigger than the previous one, as if they were a year older. The size of the later dolls did not change, but from some details, one could still see the flow of time. The main color of the clothes was also changing. Jingwan touched them one by one. She was really in love. Looking at these jade dolls, it seemed that he really participated in the time when he was not there. The innocent feelings, the inexperience of the first awakening of love, and the gaze of 10,000 mothers. Jingwan's eyes faintly flashed with tears, especially the last one. The background was a coffin. The two of them were holding hands as they stood side by side. Their faces were already gone, but they were still in their luxurious clothes. Even if they were born together and died together, it was still better than this. There were a total of 99 dolls. Yuan, have you found all of them? In Jingwan's view, it should be all of them. Life was not 100% perfect. Even she, herself, wanted to pursue a long life. Putting the death together at 99 was not to die at 99 years old, but to hold hands from the moment they were born until they fell asleep forever. Li Hongyuan nodded gently. Not only are they all here, but the order of Wan is also completely correct. Jingwan could not help but go forward and hug him. She tiptoed and kissed him on the lips. It was just a light kiss. Ah Yuan, I like it very much. Really, I like it very much. Li Hongyuan hugged her. And it's good that you like it. There was nothing better than making his wife like it. Let's go. Someone will take it back in a while. No, this is a gift from you. How can I let others handle it? I'll take it myself. Then what should I do? These are not carved by me personally. But I know that the appearance was definitely drawn by you. The idea was definitely given by you. That's enough. Li Hongyuan gently rubbed the back of Jingwan's neck. He decided to learn how to carve and then personally carve a set for her. Then I'll get someone to send a box over. Let's pack it up and send it back first. As for what to do with it later, we'll talk about it later. Okay? Did Yuan approve of other gifts? Jingwan's eyes were bright. That's not the case. But it's our wedding anniversary. It's a whole day. Or is it that without a gift, Wan doesn't want to be with me? Prince Jean expressed that he was a little sad. How can that be? I like the gift because it was given by you. Compared to these, even if there's nothing, I still like you. I like you the most in the world. Among men and women, I like you the only one. Jingwan smiled and kissed him. Li Hongyuan could not help but kiss her again and again on the lips. This little mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. That's all because of Yuan. There was no other way. Who let her man's sweet talk skills be full? Li Hongyuan smiled non-committally and turned back. Someone come. Bring the box over. Although there was no response, there was no need to worry. Jingwan retreated from Li Hongyuan's side and carefully put the jade-like carved dolls one by one into the box. When the box was sent over, it was only half-packed. But she did not want to use other people's hands. Even if it was Li Hongyuan, she did not want to help. Finally, all the boxes were put into the box. It was neither too big nor too small, just right. Jingwan understood in her heart. She guessed that this box was used to store these before. When all of them were packed, the weight was not light. However, it was not a problem for Mei. She just knew that this was something that her master cared about very much. So, in the process of moving it back, Mei was also very careful. When there was only the husband and wife left. Yuan, you said before that there would be a prize if we found all of them. What is it? Let's go. Li Hongyuan did not say much. Holding Jingwan's hand, he leisurely walked along the winding path. On both sides, there were peach blossoms in full bloom. When the wind blew, the petals fell in riotous profusion, sprinkling on the head and shoulders. At the end of the path, there was a relatively open place. The ground was lush with fragrant grass. On the other side of the relatively gentle slope, there were some unique trees. However, Jingwan's attention was attracted by one of the begonia trees. This begonia tree was a little beyond Jingwan's imagination. Its appearance was like a fan-shaped banyan tree. The branches were luxuriant, and the clusters of flowers were as warm as fire. Jingwan looked at it and could not help but speed up her pace. Standing under the begonia tree, she felt that the temperature seemed to be lower. It really felt like under the banyan tree. Jingwan raised her head and could not stop smiling. Her feet kept walking back and forth. Li Hongyuan stood outside and looked at Jingwan. Her whole body was dyed with red clouds. Her gorgeous face was the most beautiful in the world. Yuan, this tree was not here last year. Was it transplanted later? Li Hongyuan walked forward. Yes. In fact, I had already looked for it, but it was too big. It was not easy to move. Even in her previous life, it was not easy to transplant such a large tree, let alone now. Moreover, this begonia tree was growing so well. Jingwan basically did not find any damage. It was enough to show how much manpower and material resources were used. Thinking of this, Jingwan's joy faded a little. Yuan, the people in power are happy, but the people are sad. Li Hongyuan couldn't help but laugh. Wan really cares about the world. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't let what you're worried about happen. It's just a begonia. I'm just a grand prince with no power or influence. No one will deliberately try to curry favor with me. If there's a need, I'll send my own people. Today is our wedding anniversary. Don't think so much. He gently scratched the tip of her nose. That's good, because the people in power like something, the people below them would do their best to find it. They would use any means necessary to make a living. This kind of thing, whether it was in the history before Qiyuan or in Jingwan's previous life, had happened many times. On the other side, Jingwan saw a swing hanging from the begonia tree. It was decorated with all kinds of flowers. When Jingwan walked closer, she saw that it was all silk flowers. To be able to make it so realistic, it was probably the masterpiece of the maids beside her. Jingwan sat on it. Without Jingwan saying anything, Li Honyuan went forward and used a little force. The swing swung higher and higher, until Jingwan could reach out and touch the begonia flowers. Jingwan's laughter could be heard. Occasionally, she would call out, "Ah Yuan," and ask him to push it higher. Li Honyuan pushed the swing with one hand behind his back. He was not impatient at all. He was very good as a guardian. "Wan, be careful. Sit tight and don't fall." Jingwan looked at him sideways. "Ah Yuan, you are here. I believe you won't let me fall. A few days ago, who told me that people can make mistakes and horses can stumble? Okay, I know. I will be careful. https:///11/118007/110835888. Chapter 472. At this moment, Jingwan did not know that there were guests at the farmstead, and there was more than one of them. The guests were watching them from a distance, watching the couple laughing and fooling around. They were so intimate. It seems like we came at the wrong time today. Today, Sun Ijia, who was wearing beautiful peach blossom makeup, had a light smile on her face. She had a relaxed posture as she wrapped the handkerchief around her finger, slowly loosening it and wrapping it around her finger again. But it seems like this trip was not in vain. Yuan Xiao smiled meaningfully. Yes. Sun Ijia nodded. The second young mistress of the Luo family, Lady Zhao, also smiled lightly. Because she was pregnant, she appeared very gentle and had the motherly instincts of a mother. Moreover, her relationship with Luo Jingming had truly entered the honeymoon stage. After she became pregnant, her husband was very considerate and did not sleep with her. She felt very comfortable and did not have any adverse reactions during pregnancy. She was very nourished. Of course, they were not the only ones who came. Their respective husbands, 3 couples and 6 people, were also there. On the 3rd day of March, they were supposed to go out and have fun. Sun Yijia had received news that Jingwan would not return, so she decided to come and take a look. Yuan Xiao received news, so how could she miss it? Then, she bumped into Luo Jingming and his wife, so they decided to come together. Since their wives were coming, the 3 men could only risk their lives to accompany them. They had to be prepared to risk their lives in the face of the King of Hell. However, the result was not very timely. Li Honyuan had previously instructed that unless Emperor Lu Qingdi passed away or Qi Yuan was destroyed, no one was to disturb them without his permission. Obviously, these 2 things could not happen at this time. Now that only the princess consort's family came, of course, they could not report it. However, some things cannot be said clearly. In the end, it was Granny Gong who made the decision to bring them over. Yes, they could only watch from afar. Then, these 6 people were fiercely shown their affection by Li Honyuan and Jingwan. After that, the 3 grown men, to varying degrees, received their own wives' gazes. That was like hidden bitterness, like an accusation. Look at Jin Qin Wang. Then look at you. Why didn't you learn properly? The 3 men felt different degrees of heartache. Prince Jin, who was once a playboy in love for 7 days, was actually regarded as a role model of a good husband. Even their wives wanted them to learn more. Just the thought of it made one's heart ache. Cousin-in-law, what should we do next? Go back, or go back? Go back for what? Sun Yijia waved her hand and then looked at Granny Gong with a smile. Granny, We are a little tired from the journey. Can I trouble you to bring a few stools for us to sit and rest for a while? She had made up her mind not to leave for the time being. At this moment, Zhao Shi and Yuan Xiaoqiao were following Sun Yijia's lead, especially Zhao Shi. If she wanted to sit for a while, it was even more above board. Therefore, the three men's opinions were completely ignored. As for Sun Yijia's request, Granny Gong was naturally satisfied because she did not think there was any problem at all. Their place was relatively hidden. They could see Jingwan and the others clearly, but they could not easily see them. Of course, this was only relative to Jingwan. As for whether they could hide from Li Honyuan, it was hard to say. However, Li Honyuan was still pushing the swing rhythmically, not moving at all. Not only did Granny Gong ask people to bring stools, she also prepared fruits and tea. From the looks of it, she did not mind at all how long they had to do it. These people had long been used to being tortured by their own two masters. They should let outsiders have a taste. Jingwan was completely unaware that there was a group of onlookers beside her. She was still having fun. As for the 6 people who stayed, they had different thoughts. The 3 women were more or less a little envious, jealous, and hateful in their hearts. Say, how could Jin Qinhuang be such a man? Could it be fake? Even if it was during Jingwan's birthday banquet last time, they had already seen some clues, but they didn't expect that when it was completely in private, it would be to this extent. This was completely a devoted and infatuated type who only had his own wife in his heart. If it was other people, those people who had always been clean and honest, they would definitely be able to easily accept it and even feel that it was natural. However, this person was Jin Qinhuang, so this feeling was completely not on the same level. That's why Wan Mimi's life is really good. However, this is also how it should be. Wan Mimi is such a good person. If her husband did not treat her well, then he would be guilty of 10,000 deaths. Sun Yijia sighed. The little bit of emotion in her heart also disappeared, and she happily looked on. Luo Jingbua glanced at Sun Yijia, then looked at the maidservants and guards beside her. Each and every one of them acted as if they did not hear anything. He silently chose to shut his mouth, but he secretly prayed in his heart that his wife would not say any more shocking words. Saying that Jin Qinhuang guilty of 10,000 deaths in front of so many people? Did he really want to die? Even if it was the truth, it could not be said so casually. Sun Yijia seemed to know her husband's thoughts. She turned back to look at him and gave him an elegant, supercilious look. What are you afraid of? Their Wang Fei is in front of them. Even if Jin Qinhuang knows, what can he do? That's why you're so fearless. In any case, she was born in Duke Ding Fu, which was a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. She had a first-class upbringing. How did she become such an insolent person? This was the common thought in everyone's mind. Luo Jingbua did not refute his wife because what his wife said was reasonable. The other 2 big men beside him became more and more stifled. They could even foresee their own miserable future. They did not have any desire to eat fruits, tea, or whatever. They were already full from looking at it. That's why they did not realize that they were actually full from being fed dog food. Generally speaking, this kind of scene was definitely self-abuse. Usually, no one would foolishly continue to look at it. However, Sun Yijia stood firm, and the other 2 women followed. The rest could only be helpless. Unknowingly, Jingwan stopped and quietly sat on the swing. Her head leaned against the rope at the side and quietly looked at Li Honyuan. Because Li Honyuan unexpectedly took a chain from the begonia tree and sat on the ground. The chain was placed on his lap, and the sentimental music unhurriedly floated out. Many petals also fell on the surrounding grass. The swing stopped, and the falling petals also slowed down. It must be said that the several people who were melon eaters all had a certain level of cultivation in the field of music. After all, this was a compulsory course. Even if they did not know how to play, they still had a basic level of appreciation. Jin Qinhuang's qin skills were simply beyond people's expectations. That song could be said to be soft and tender, expressing the meaning of love. Sun Yijia was unexpectedly silent. Or perhaps, at this moment, she was truly relieved of Jingwan. Her attainments in the art of the qin were naturally extraordinary. She was very clear that the difference between a song that was played with pure skills and a song that was played with sincere feelings could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Just like now, if Jin Qinhuang did not love Wan Mimi to the extreme, he would absolutely not be able to play such a song. Just by listening to it, it could soften a person's heart, as if she was carefully held in the palm of his hand and placed on top of his heart. At this moment, she finally admitted that Jin Qinhuang was not so annoying. Sun Yijia stood up. "It's about time, let's go." "You're leaving?" "Cousin-in-law, wait for the Lantern Festival. Wait until you finish listening to this song before you leave." Sun Yijia laughed. "Listen to it before you leave? I'm afraid that after you finish listening, you will dislike someone to death." As she said this, she glanced at Yuan Xiaoqiao's husband with ridicule. The other party was a bit embarrassed, and Yuan Xiaoqiao also reacted. All right, there was also a bit of embarrassment on her face. The three big men were naturally eager to leave. If this continued, it would really not be good. On the way out, Yuan Xiaoqiao returned to her original nature. Everyone says that Jin Qinhuang is worthless. Who would have thought that he would be so powerful? Cousin-in-law, you say us married women have all been affected. If those people at Wan Mimi's birthday banquet who had thoughts about Jin Qinhuang, what would they do if they heard it? First of all, it's impossible for them to hear it. It's impossible for them to hear a song, let alone one that was played from the heart. Secondly, even if they accidentally heard it, would they have the courage to risk death or injury to throw themselves at it? Sun Yijia sneered. She couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes, yet she was still thinking about those useless things. Tisk. Sun Yijia was originally a very intelligent woman. She was now very suspicious of Jin Qinhuang's so-called wife jinxing fate. It was hard to say about the previous ones, but were the previous ones really jinxed them? Soon after, Sun Yijia looked at Yuan Xiaoqiao again and reached out to pat her. Some words shouldn't be spoken irresponsibly. In any case, leave some face for your husband. Being affected by another man's zither music or something. Yuan Xiaoqiao's husband's face was indeed a bit gloomy. Yuan Xiaoqiao looked over, unrepentant, and stuck out her tongue at him in a place where other people couldn't see, making funny faces like a child. This man was very clear about his wife's nature. What was there to be gloomy about? His heart was full of helplessness. However, although the women he came into contact with were wrong, there were still quite a few. There were older sisters and younger sisters in the family, as well as older sisters-in-law and the cousins outside. There were very few who had a heart as pure as his wife. Getting along with her was much more comfortable than getting along with other people. Just based on this, he was willing to protect her, pamper her, and tolerate her a little. Luo Jingbua and Luo Jingming, before Yuan Xiaoqiao's marriage, had interacted with this young master of the capital magistrate's family. Their relationship could be considered quite good. At this moment, they both revealed an ambiguous smile. After all, they more or less knew about this younger cousin's temperament. They came and left, but Jingwan didn't know it all. At this moment, she was engrossed in listening to the zither music. Sun Yijia, who was relatively indifferent to Jin Qinhuang, had a soft heart. What about her? Who was at the center? What about her? Who was the subject of the zither master? Jingwan looked straight at Li Hongyuan's deep eyes, which were filled with the same feelings as the zither music. Jingwan felt that it wouldn't be too much to drink herself to death inside. After Li Hongyuan changed the song, Jingwan softly opened her mouth. Yuan. Li Hongyuan didn't answer, but his eyes showed that he was waiting for her to speak. Change it. My heart can't take it anymore. Her heart was beating a little fast. Li Hongyuan chuckled. Okay. In reality, Jingwan wasn't much different from being drunk right now. Because of her accelerated heartbeat, her face was flushed red, and the corners of her eyes were flushed red like waves of passion. Her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Li Hongyuan saw this and felt that Jingwan, who was under the crabapple tree at this moment, was simply beautiful to the extreme. However, there wasn't any desire in his heart. Regarding this moment of spiritual integration, it was also an extreme enjoyment. After that, Li Honyuan changed the song, which was more lively and suited the beautiful spring scenery. Jingwan also gradually calmed down. That's right, her man wasn't useless. He was omnipotent. After another song, Li Honyuan casually put the zither aside, got up, and walked to Jingwan's side. He reached out to lift her chin and kissed her on the lips. Then, he lifted her up and sat on the swing. With one hand holding Jingwan in his arms and the other holding the rope, he touched the ground with one foot. With a slight force, the swing swayed in a small arc with the two of them. Occasionally, petals would fall, and Jingwan would reach out to catch them. Then, she would gently blow at them and watch them float further away. Looking at them, she couldn't help but smile. Occasionally, they would whisper, as if they were reminiscing about the past and looking forward to the future. When it was quiet enough, they began to go crazy everywhere. By the time they returned to the villa, the sun was already setting in the west. That was to say, the two of them went out after breakfast and came back before dinner. Lunch? They ate a lot along the way. How could they be hungry? After all, when they were almost done playing, sitting together to eat something was also a kind of fun. When they had dinner and digested the food, Jingwan knew that Sun Yijia and the others had come. Nanny Gong told her that the prince and princess, you didn't see any guests today, so they left after sitting for a while. Jingwan didn't ask any more questions. She didn't want to neglect her relatives and friends. Her wedding anniversary with her husband was more important. After digesting the food, Jingwan began to pack up the biggest gift of the day, which was 90 jade dolls. Jingwan felt that she should prepare a special cabinet of many treasures. These dolls shouldn't be buried at the bottom of the box, but should be placed in front of her. In the end, when they fell asleep, Li Honyuan didn't see the surprise prepared by his wife. His eyes flashed, but he didn't ask. He roughly understood that the surprise prepared by his wife was probably a birthday gift for him. However, Li Honyuan became more and more curious about the fact that she had started to prepare so early. That was true. Wanwan had already said that she would let him arrange everything for today. As for the arrangements, he naturally had to make all the arrangements. Because their hearts and minds were intertwined during the day, their harmony at night would be more harmonious and wonderful. https:///11/118007/115264443. Mobile Edition. Chapter 473. If this went on, the living king of hell would most likely become a fatuous ruler from time to time in the future. However, whether he was a fatuous ruler or not, to Li Honyuan, it really didn't affect him. In any case, he had already been a tyrant before, but he was very confident. Even if he was a fatuous ruler, as long as he didn't deliberately play around, Qi Yuan's country wouldn't collapse. However, with Jingwan by his side, he wanted to give her the glory and splendor of the Golden Age. How could he go crazy and play around with Qi Yuan's country? In the days that followed, it could be said that the two people didn't pay attention to outside matters, wholeheartedly only accompanying the other person. In addition to half of the time that Jingwan was busy preparing the birthday gift for Li Honyuan, the other half was the two people holding hands to wind, flower, snow, and moon, painting together, growing flowers together, playing, riding horses, and seeing the precious beast garden that a certain person used all his strength to build. It really was flying in the sky, running on the ground, living in the water, everything that should be there was there. If this super garden was really known by people, the memorials to impeach Jin Xinwang would be piled up with Lu Qingdi's imperial case. Jingwan was more or less a bit worried. No matter how much Lu Qingdi favored this son, he was still the emperor. Thinking about the history of her previous life, there was a certain emperor who only built a leopard house. Although other people might have built a tiger city, elephant house, leopard house, pigeon house, deer farm, eagle house, and many other places to raise animals, the number was limited and almost turned into dogs. Well, it was said that those were places for pleasure, but they were also labeled as extravagant. Those things, compared to the current precious beast garden, were completely not on the same level. Li Hongyuan didn't care. The people who went to various places to search for these things were all the ones that I asked for from him. It was completely done in the open. No matter how they impeach, it's just extravagance. Using the crime of extravagance to impeach me is completely meaningless. Who doesn't know that Jinxin Wang is extravagant by nature? Well, some worries were indeed superfluous. Since a certain person dared to do it, then there definitely wouldn't be any problems. Even if there was a problem, it could definitely be solved. He had no worries at all and was completely unrestrained. He was having a lot of fun. Of course, Jingwan was determined not to let her brain become numb. From that day onwards, she dealt with some matters every day without fail. Recently, it was relatively peaceful, so Jingwan almost took care of all the matters in Li Hongyuan. If it was someone else, their wife being so motivated, they might think that she was harboring evil intentions. On the contrary, Li Hongyuan was happy and relaxed. While Jingwan was burying her head in hard work, he leisurely took a book, made a cup of tea, or prepared some good wine. While he was at it, he would also order some dishes to go with the wine. Occasionally, he would also ask the musicians to play some soothing tunes outside. Afterwards, he would comfortably half lean back. How could he be so satisfied? Jingwan was gnashing her teeth as she watched. Especially when she encountered more brain-burning matters, she really wanted to strangle him to death. Several times, she wanted to go on strike. Why did she have to work herself to death while a certain person was leisurely? These matters were still his matters. However, every time this happened, Li Hongyuan would always coolly look at her. When doing things, you must finish what you started. You can't give up halfway. At the beginning, it was Wan herself who asked for it. How can you not do it? Because it's hard. This husband will comply with you. But this matter is absolutely not allowed. Jingwan wanted to vomit blood. Was she afraid of working too hard? That was not the case at all, okay? It was just that the contrast was too obvious, and she felt seriously unbalanced. Jingwan also sneered. Then please move away, Prince. Don't hinder me here. Look at what Wan is saying. First, this husband didn't say anything. Second, I didn't disturb you. How am I hindering you? This husband just saw that Wan was working hard and wanted to be by your side like you always do. Wan used to be like this. Wan was very happy. I thought that Wan would also be happy if this husband did this. Now, hearing Wan say this husband can't help but feel sad. What did it mean to talk nonsense with a straight face? This was a typical example. However, Jingwan could not give him a taste of his own medicine, because this trick did not work on her at all. If you enjoy it, he will enjoy it with you. You don't have to worry about things being unfinished. This was the difference between them. She could not drive him away or destroy him. Jingwan could only continue to work bitterly and not look at him. Out of sight, out of mind. Out of sight, out of mind. She immersed all her thoughts in the business, and a certain someone's existence was dispensable. Jingwan was serious. So Li Hongyuan stopped reading and just stared at her attentively. After finishing the last task, Jingwan felt a little stiff all over. Before she could move, Li Hongyuan was already standing behind her, gently massaging her shoulders and neck. Jingwan exhaled, grabbed Li Hongyuan's hand, and rubbed it comfortably. Then, she realized in hindsight, that's not right, Yuan. At that time, I clearly said that no matter how much I was in charge of, I would only be responsible for half. And what's the problem? Li Hongyuan's expression did not change. But these were all handled by me, Jingwan hatefully said. Because only half of them were sent. I have already handled the other half. Li Hongyuan said calmly without blushing or skipping a beat. Jingwan looked up and saw a certain someone smiling lightly. Forget it. She had already seen this face of his. There was no need to expose the fact that her IQ was not as good as his. She got up. I'm tired. Go back to sleep. Today, I need a mama to help me loosen my muscles and bones. Your Highness, you should rest first. Li Hongyuan rubbed his fingers and laughed. Was he being driven out of the room by his wife in disguise? However, the thick-skinned certain someone expressed that not to mention in disguise. Even if it was directly, it was impossible to drive him out. The days were so leisurely and bitter, idle and fulfilling. The 12th of the 3rd month, the death anniversary of the Imperial Gui Fei, Jin Xinhuang's birthday. Perhaps because he knew that the Imperial Gui Fei was still alive, Luqing Emperor didn't seem to be in an abnormal state this year. However, in some people's eyes, he was even more unreasonable. At least for the past few days, Luqing Emperor didn't go to court. All day long, he hugged the portrait of the Imperial Gui Fei and mumbled nonsense. He even hoped that the Imperial Gui Fei would possess the portrait. Then, the frequency of the 2 words yuaner from his mouth became higher and higher. Hearing it made people's hearts tremble. His fear of Li Honyuan became deeper and deeper, and his killing intent increased day by day. However, it was obvious that he did not dare to act rashly at this time, because once he was investigated, even if he was not executed on the surface, he might be killed in private. Imperial Gui Fei was also in an unprecedented state of irritation. Although on the surface, she was still considered normal. Thinking about it, she thought that everything was in her hands, but in the end, there was a mistake. Her own son was poisoned by the same poison. Because it was the same thing, she began to be suspicious and thought that it was the Imperial Gui Fei's revenge. It was not that she did not have other suspicions, but it was too much of a coincidence. The idea of revenge always prevailed. Thus, no one wanted the Imperial Gui Fei's ritual to succeed more than her. Her attitude towards Li Honyuan also changed fundamentally. However, just like in previous years, she had people prepare a table of food and send it over to Li Honyuan. However, this year, Imperial Gui Fei was definitely not the only imperial concubine who was thinking about Li Honyuan. Imperial Gui Fei also had people prepare things in private. In the past, there was no way, but now that the mother and son had recognized each other, how could the Imperial Gui Fei be indifferent? Of course, when Li Honyuan was in the teeth of the storm, such a behavior would cause trouble if she was not careful. However, Imperial Gui Fei did not refuse. No one knew better than her how torturous it was for the Imperial Gui Fei in her body. In addition, Great Elder Princess and the 2 elders of the Luo family also sent gifts to Li Honyuan. As for the table of food, it was casually ordered to be rewarded. It was obvious that Imperial Gui Fei would not be stupid enough to do anything to it. Therefore, Jingwan felt no pressure to reward people. Li Honyuan glanced at Jingwan and did not say anything. The success rate of taking action was high when others thought that it was impossible to take action. Moreover, this table of food had changed hands several times, and there could be problems at any time. Now, there were many people who wanted to take action against him. As his mother, Imperial Gui Fei treated Li Honyuan well, so she could not be suspected. Moreover, since Imperial Gui Fei could get the sterilization powder, which was usually undetectable, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be a second kind of poison. Of course, it was also possible that there was nothing wrong with any table of food. However, Li Honyuan was too lazy to care about these things. Now, his wife said that she was going to give him a birthday gift. After being mysterious for so long, it was finally time to unveil the veil. Now, except for this, he was not interested in anything else at all. There were open-air hot springs behind the main courtyard, and naturally, there were also built bathing pools. The entire bathing pool was very large. Because it was above the hot springs, there was no need for the existence of an earth dragon. At this moment, the surrounding gauze curtains were put down. There was no water in the bathing pool, so it was warm enough and not foggy. A large area next to the bathing pool was originally paved with white marble, but now it was covered with a dark carpet. Li Honyuan looked at the Arhut bed, which was placed well. There was a small jade table on it, as well as good wine and food. Li Honyuan gently raised the corners of his mouth and walked over unhurriedly. The Arhut bed was covered with a soft cushion and a big pillow. How could he fail to live up to such good intentions? Li Honyuan sat down and leaned back, leisurely and languid. He was no longer as strict as before. He pulled at his collar, and a certain aura on his body instantly soared. Li Hongyuan poured a glass of wine, and music sounded in his ears. Directly in front of his eyes, a figure appeared behind the gauze curtain. Judging from a figure, it was his wife. There were two soft sounds outside, and the music in his ears changed. Jingwan's cloak that was tightly wrapped around her body slid down. However, there was still a layer of transparent white gauze on her body. Along with the music, Jingwan placed one hand on her head and the other open. She moved with the dance steps and parted the curtain. Step by step, she stepped forward. Li Hongyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he had expected that it might be related to dancing, when he really saw it, he was still quite surprised, or rather quite happy. Although the white gauze was wide, because it was transparent, he could see everything inside. A gorgeously decorated tube top. It should be a tube top, but it was like two petals tightly wrapped around the snowy peaks. Her flexible waist, without a trace of fat, was perfect, and there were jewels on her navel. A palm-wide waist belt wrapped around her crotch, and there was a net-like bead chain outside, which was relatively thin. Inside the belt, there was also a transparent, low-waisted white gauze skirt, and inside, the underwear was also clearly visible. Her bare feet, and there was also a chain around her ankle. Because the color of the carpet was dark, the contrast was very obvious, and it was also exceptionally beautiful. Li Hongyuan couldn't help but sit up straight, and his body leaned forward slightly. Although Jingwan and Li Hongyuan couldn't be more intimate, being stared at like this still made her feel a little uncomfortable. However, her body was a great attraction to her husband, and it seemed to be something to be happy about. Therefore, Jingwan endured, twirled, and danced, and the wide gauze fluttered. https://11/11/11807/115264446. HTML. Chapter 474. Her waist swayed, and at a certain point, her veil was lifted, revealing her exquisite makeup. The music suddenly became faster. Jingwan's waist also followed the rapid swaying. Wearing the accessories on her body, it was exceptionally dazzling. Her feet touched the ground, and she gorgeously turned around. She rapidly moved her arms. Only then did they discover that there was a cut at the back of the waistband, and the seam of her buttocks was faintly discernible. Her beautiful hair, after being slightly styled, the ends of her hair just happened to be above the two shallow dimples. The dancing frequency was too fast, as if there were afterimages, making people dizzy. At least, our Jin Xinwang's eyes became more serene and serene. His mouth was a bit dry, and his body seemed to have drunk too much. Feeling a bit hot, he reached out and pulled his collar open a bit more. But in fact, he hadn't even drunk the second cup of wine. Holding in his hand, the cup was already a bit cracked. Jingwan turned sideways, and her gaze fell on Li Hongyuan's body. It seemed that because she had started, it wasn't that difficult to continue. Her dancing body became more relaxed, and with a very shallow smile, the amorous light in her eyes, the frequency of the movements at her waist also decreased. Slanting towards Li Hongyuan, the top of her hips turned outwards, circling round and round. Her hand fluttered above her head and then retracted. As if it was not there, it brushed past her own body, chest, waist, and abdomen. Her body continued to turn a few more rounds. The gauze skirt, along with the beaded necklace, all flew apart. The temptation of the previous moment, at this moment, brought about elegance and gentleness. Following that, Jingwan's waist was like a water snake, swaying back and forth. Naturally, the position under the flower petals on her chest also drew out an obvious arc. With a bang, the wine in Li Hongyuan's hand was finally scrapped. The wine dripped down along with his palm, but he didn't care at all. He casually shook it twice and leaned back, lifting one leg to step on the arhat bed. He raised his hand to support his cheek. Regarding the changes in his body, he didn't conceal it at all. However, the expression on his face didn't change. There was neither forbearance nor pain. When Jingwan first entered the capital at Dingguagongfu, for some reason, Sun Yijia performed a dance in public. Li Hongyuan's gaze wasn't on Sun Yijia's body. His thoughts were all kinds of drifting, thinking about the scene of Jingwan performing a dance, especially the kind where one piece of clothing was missing. Later, when their relationship became intimate and even married, he forgot about this matter. The effect of today's dance was countless times better than expected. Speaking of which, Li Hongyuan had a rough idea of what Jingwan had learned. Although Jingwan was only 8 or 9 years old when he first sent people to Qian Prefecture, how could a girl from an official's family learn this kind of dance before the age of 8 or 9? No matter when she started learning it, it should be more proper and orthodox, just like Sun Yijia. Then, when did Wanwan learn it? The answer is obvious. According to common sense, since she was able to perform this dance for him as a birthday gift, then she definitely wouldn't have learned it under any humiliating circumstances. After all, their hearts were connected. There was no need for her to lower herself and deliberately seek his favor. Moreover, during the entire preparation process, he didn't feel any negative emotions from her. Therefore, she simply wanted to perform it for him to see and add a bit of fun between husband and wife. Thinking about all these, this dance should be quite ordinary for Wanwan in the past. Li Hongyuan secretly clicked his tongue in his heart. He was a little unhappy. His Wanwan might have been seen by someone else. Jingwan didn't know that Li Hongyuan's mind had thought so much in such a short time. She was focused on the rhythm of the music. Towards the end, she became more and more open. Like flowing water, like waves, like a burning flame, she freely used her body to express herself. Her arms spread out like wings, and her head danced like a snake. She shook her hips and body to her heart's content. Sometimes she was elegant, sometimes charming, sometimes delicate, and sometimes a little arrogant. Her eyes seemed to move along with the mood of the dance. It was very sexy, very seductive, and very provocative. It made people's hearts tremble. The charming special capital was vividly displayed by Jingwan. It was too much for the eyes to take in. In the end, Jingwan's body knelt on the ground. Her body bent backward and stretched to the maximum angle. The curve from her neck to her legs was fully displayed. The music had stopped. Jingwan maintained this posture and looked at Li Hongyuan from the bottom to the top. Because the choreography took a little long, Jingwan's breathing was a little rapid. Her chest was obviously moving up and down. There was also a thin layer of sweat, which seemed to be soft and watery. Especially in the position where Li Hongyuan was standing, the cleavage was prominent and indescribably attractive. The evil fire aroused by Jingwan was completely ignited. After the dance, if he could still sit still, he would really be a saint. He suddenly stood up. 3 steps turned into 2 steps. He bent down and hooked his arm. Jingwan followed his strength and stood up. She put one hand on his shoulder and the other on his chest. Li Hongyuan deliberately held her waist very tightly, so that she could clearly feel his body's reaction. Li Hongyuan's other hand started from her cheek and slowly stroked down. Wanwan, are you satisfied with the effect of your dance? Jingwan suddenly laughed. Her hand mischievously touched Li Hongyuan's body. She even raised a leg and wrapped it around his leg. Slowly, she moved it up to his waist. Her breath smelled like orchids. Wang Yi, are you satisfied? Li Hongyuan's hand paused. Then he held Jingwan's leg and pushed the layer of gauze to the base of her thigh. I've never seen Wanwan so enthusiastic. It seems that in the past, I didn't love Wanwan enough. This time, I will make Wanwan completely satisfied. Wanwan said that she won't get up for a few days, so we won't get up for a few days. Hey! Jingwan's head moved back. Although from the beginning, when she chose, it would definitely lead to this situation. She wanted to tease him, but she had prepared for so long and put in so much effort. Don't just focus on the result and completely ignore the dance. Wang Ye still hasn't told this concubine. Are you satisfied with this birthday gift? The king of hell didn't lack anything, so it was quite difficult to give him a gift that he was satisfied with. As for why Jingwan knew how to do belly dance, it was all thanks to her mother in her previous life. One day, she was dragged by one of her best friends to learn it on a whim. She said that it could help her lose weight and shape her waist. She didn't know why her mother wanted to dance, but later on, her mother suddenly dragged her to learn it. Jingwan learned it. She was quite talented in it, and because of her good foundation in yoga, she learned it. In the end, she even beat the instructor. After the accident at home, there was a long period of turmoil. Later on, when she settled down, she would occasionally dance. But after she came to this world, she was too young at first. Later on, dancing like this was absolutely offensive to public morals. If people found out, she would be scolded to death. After all, she estimated that even the women in the brothel couldn't dance to this level. Naturally, she was forgotten in a corner. She didn't know why, but when she was thinking about preparing a birthday gift for someone, she didn't know why she remembered it. Although she had been neglected for a long time, but some things, once learned, would always be remembered. Even when she first picked it up, she spent a lot of time practicing the basic skills. After all, Jingwan wasn't a professional choreographer. If she wanted to find a song that met her requirements and wanted to make a good dance, it was actually a short period of time. After all, she couldn't ask for help. However, who asked those musicians to be so awesome? They had songs that gave her inspiration. After getting through the difficult initial stage, everything went smoothly. However, in the end, it was Jingwan who figured out the choreography by herself. Moreover, she didn't stick to any school. She just showed the essence of belly dance. The other parts were added casually. She just did it as she liked. From the many dressing mirrors, she felt that the effect was quite good. However, it was hard to guarantee how it would look in the eyes of others. Li Hanyuan naturally understood Jingwan's meaning and affirmed her efforts and results. Very good. Really? Yuan, don't love me for my dog? I've seen a lot of dances. I don't know how many kinds of dances there are. I think that my level of appreciation is still good enough. Jingwan understood. Her eyebrows and eyes curved into a smile, but this smile didn't last for a moment. Oh! Her body trembled slightly. She couldn't help but moan. She grabbed Li Hongyuan's mischievous hand. We can talk about this later. Wanwan should continue to send the gifts now. Li Hanyuan said. He held her neck and kissed her. His other hand became more and more unruly. Jingwan held his neck and catered to his kiss. She was reluctant to part with him. Li Hanyuan picked up Jingwan and walked to the side of the arhat bed. He kicked away the jade table with wine. The jade table slid to the edge. The slender wine bottle on top shook and then fell down. The clear wine spilled out. However, the two people at the side didn't care about the wine. Li Hanyuan was burned by the evil fire and almost lost his reason. He only wanted to tear Jingwan apart and eat her. Jingwan was under his hands and naturally couldn't be distracted. The task was completed. The musicians outside naturally should leave quickly. However, some people dilly-dallied for some unknown purpose. However, Jingwan's maidservants and mamas wouldn't give him a chance. As the musicians of Jin Xinwang Fu, if they overstepped their duty, they would definitely not have a good ending. No matter how good their skills were or how beautiful they were, it was the same. Although the people around Jingwan didn't know what dance Jingwan was dancing, but Jingwan's clothes were made by them. They didn't know the process, but the final result could be guessed. Therefore, everyone was well aware of what was going on inside. They consciously walked a little further away, and the rest were not allowed to enter. Now it was an unusual time. No matter what the reason was for the dawdling musician, Gong Mama expressionlessly greeted Mu Gonggong and told him how to deal with it. Mu Gonggong was an expert in this field, and Jingwan's death-seeking aroused Li Hanyuan to this point. It was obvious that the pleasure of fish and water would not end so easily. At least, during this period, Li Hanyuan let Gong Mama come in and change the water in the bath 3 times. And in the whole place, there were many traces of lovemaking. Fortunately, it was more convenient for the bath to be filled with water, and it was easy to clean. Otherwise, changing the water once was not an easy task, let alone one person to do it. Every time Gong Mama came in, she didn't look sideways because she was used to this kind of thing. Jingwan also wouldn't be shy and play dead like at the beginning. At most, she would be together with a certain someone and use something to cover her body. In fact, towards the end, Gong Mama wanted to say something but hesitated. She wanted to persuade Wang Yi to restrain himself a little. Too much indulgence was not good for Wang Fei's health. That's right, she only cared about Jingwan. Li Hongyuan had nothing to do with her. But after thinking about it, he wouldn't listen even if she said it. She would just pay attention to Wang Fei's health. Besides, it wasn't like he did it every night. Once he did it too hard, the days after were still relatively long. In the end, Jin Xinwang didn't really have a sense of propriety. When the living king of hell stopped, the outside was already shrouded in the curtain of night. Dinner time had already passed. Therefore, it wasn't hard to see why the gift was sent out in the middle of the day. If the gift was sent before going to bed, she wouldn't be able to sleep well. For people with a regular schedule, if they didn't go to bed on time, it would definitely be very bad. At this time, Li Honyuan was holding Jingwan and sitting in the huge bath. There was a layer of flower petals scattered on top of the bath. The steam was rising and the fragrance was overflowing. Compared to here, Li Honyuan actually preferred to soak in the open-air hot spring outside. The water was up to her chest. Li Honyuan gently massaged Jingwan's waist to ease the discomfort in her waist. At the same time, he opened his mouth. Wan's dance today, who else saw it? Every day, she practiced alone. The musicians were all outside playing. It's not like you don't know. Who else could have seen it? Jingwan leaned on his body and didn't want to move at all. After a long period of vigorous exercise, even with her physique that had been exercising for a long time, her hands and feet were soft and her whole body was powerless. She could only play with a strand of his hair with her fingers, as she lazily said. It was said that there were only tired cows and no land that was plowed. However, the cow known as the living king of hell was too strong. After such a consumption, he still looked like nothing happened. On the contrary, Jingwan's land was really unbearable. Then, what about when you were learning this dance? A certain person's eyes were dark and unfathomable. He still had the energy to care about these things. Jingwan finally understood. She snorted in laughter. This jealousy was too unreasonable. Every time I wore this kind of clothing, at most, it was low-waisted trousers and a long sleeve top that exposed the navel. However, if a certain person saw that kind of clothing, he would probably still be jealous. Therefore, it was better not to talk about the details. However, Li Hongyuan's IQ was not damaged at all now. Thinking of the appearance of Jingwan when she danced, if the most prominent position of the whole dance was covered tightly, what effect could it have? It was enough to show that even when she first learned, at least her waist was exposed. His wife was silly now and thought that he was easy to fool. However, there were some things that couldn't be cared too much. If he cared too much about it, it would really be meaningless and hurt feelings. It took him half an hour to calm down. Although he still didn't want to move, his stomach was already protesting. https://11/11/116807/116345577 HTML. Chapter 475. A level 9 handicap would be in high spirits the next day. Therefore, if Jin Xinwang wanted his wife to not be able to get out of bed for a few days, it was basically impossible unless he really hurt her. But would Li Honyuan do that? Certainly not. During breakfast, Li Honyuan seemed to have thought of something. Qing Zhu, what instructions does Wang Yi have? Qing Zhu, who was serving at the side, hurriedly crouched and asked. Jingwan also looked at him curiously. What about Wang Fei's clothes from yesterday? Li Honyuan asked faintly. When he said this, not only the servant girls, even Jingwan blushed a little. If it was in her previous life, then she wouldn't say anything. That kind of clothes was not a big deal, but it was different now. It had been more than 10 years. Jingwan's thoughts must have been greatly affected. Thinking about it, when that dress was mentioned, what would the people around her think? How could she not be angry? Without thinking, she subconsciously kicked him under the table and glared at him, telling him to shut up. Li Honyuan was not the least bit affected, and even gave Jingwan some food to eat. Qing Zhu vaguely sized up the two masters, replying to Wang Ye, Wang Fei's clothes have been washed. Then after you bring it back, keep it well. Li Hongyuan's expression was still indifferent. Keep it for what? I won't wear it in the future. Deal with it. This kind of thing, it was done once. Was there a next time? Li Hongyuan glanced at Jingwan and continued to eat unhurriedly. After a moment, he opened his mouth. Some special things, even if you don't use it in the future, you should keep it well. Just like Wan's red wedding dress. Although it was two different sets of clothes, could the two be compared? That emotional woman, she might think that it was belittling her. But if it was Li Hongyuan, Jingwan knew that the meaning was absolutely the opposite. Wang Ye thinks highly of it. Li Hongyuan waved his hand and dismissed the servants. To your husband, it is naturally important. After all, this is the first time someone has celebrated my birthday so solemnly. Li Hongyuan's expression did not change at all, but Jingwan immediately felt distressed. She reached out and held Li Hongyuan's hand. Yuan, I'm here. I'll be there for you in the future. Wan didn't even want to leave her clothes behind. Jingwan seemed to have heard the accusation, saying that she would be there in the future. In the end, he didn't even want to leave behind a single piece of clothing. He was simply insincere. If Yuan likes it, he can stay. Jingwan felt that she was digging a hole for herself. My wife is so easy to coax. However, only someone who truly cared about you would be like this, because she was willing to be coaxed by you. Then every year in the future, on my birthday, Wan will dance for me, okay? Until you can't dance anymore. This was what it meant to be insatiable. Jingwan's expression cracked a little. She retracted her hand. What heartache! She should have fed it to the dogs. She expressionlessly said, How can you give me the same gift every year? For some things, once is enough. Besides, when I'm 50 or 60 years old, I might still be very healthy. If you dance then, you won't be afraid that you'll be blind. Do whatever you want. Jingwan did not intend to pay attention to him. She was still not full. Li Hongyuan had long stopped caring about the fact that no one had ever given him a birthday. Even in his previous life, when he became the emperor, he did not take a birthday celebration seriously at all. The courtiers earnestly advised him, and whether he wanted to do it or not depended entirely on his mood. However, when someone had no other purpose and had carefully prepared a gift for you, how could he be indifferent? People were greedy. If there was one, there would naturally be another. Even if Wan's teeth fell out, your husband would still kiss her. What's the point of dancing at 60 years old? 60 years old might still be the same as yesterday. Li Hongyuan calmly looked at Jingwan, as if he was still a little unsatisfied. Then I'm sorry. You're not blind, but I don't have the cheek to dance. Speaking of which, a body covered in orange peel, belly dancing? What kind of international joke was this? That was not sexy, it was purely an eyesore. Would it still be the same as yesterday? His body did not want to, and his heart probably did not want to. And a man in his 60s or 70s hugging a little girl to warm the bed was very normal. TSK. Thinking of this, her heart seemed to be unhappy. Although it was really boring to ask if someone would have a change of heart after a few decades. Li Hongyuan moved to Jingwan's side and leaned close to her ear. At 60 years old, Wan is still as beautiful as a flower. Jingwan cast a sidelong glance at him and sneered. At 60 years old, Yuan is a mess of an old man. Is that so? Li Hongyuan hugged Jingwan and kissed her. Isn't that just right? Messy old men all like beautiful women. His skin was super thick, and he was even more gluttonous. Therefore, this kind of thing, in the end, basically all roads lead to the same destination. Fortunately, a certain person had eaten his fill yesterday. Even if he was still in the mood now, he would not do anything in consideration of Jingwan's body. At most, he would just kiss and touch her. Yesterday's matter was not dealt with, so it would definitely take a little more time today. Moreover, it would be dealt with after breakfast and not piled up until the evening. Regarding Jingwan's dedication to her job, the subordinates expressed that compared to her, Wang Yi seemed to be a little too unqualified. Everyone had already expected that in the future, when Wang Fei was fully familiar with these matters, Wang Yi would completely wash his hands of the matter and directly look for Wang Fei whenever there was a problem. In Li Hongyuan's eyes, he was the one who usurped the throne. Those who did not know would think that it was his wife, TSK. Jingwan was dealing with matters while listening to Imperial bodyguard Qian and Yi's report about Jing City. Although he was no longer a hidden guard, it was not different from what he did before. After all, he was more familiar with it, but he was sure that he would not be sent out on missions again. Yesterday evening, the Imperial physician diagnosed Princess Rui's pregnancy pulse. Hearing this, Jingwan stopped what she was doing and turned to look at Li Hongyuan. Is she really pregnant? If not, she would definitely not dare to let the Imperial physician diagnose her pulse with great fanfare. Li Hongming's luck is really good. Li Hongyuan did not have any reaction, but even if she is really pregnant, so what? At that time, it will not only confuse the royal bloodline, but also Princess Rui's promiscuity in the Imperial harem, or Prince Rui can't have children. For the sake of the throne, he will not hesitate to let an outsider defile his princess. It will be more fun, right? Jingwan was silent. Prince Rui had already taken the sterilization powder. The person who drugged her must know that she could not have children. Then, no matter how the child came about, there must be a problem. It was like yellow mud falling into the crotch of the trousers. If it was not that, it would be that. According to someone's plan, if she was really pregnant, it would be worse than a fake pregnancy. Although this plan was a little vicious, Jingwan did not mean to stop it at all. On the contrary, if she is really pregnant, it may not be a boy. In this case, it must be a boy just in case. After all, there may not be another chance in the imperial harem of Prince Rui's mansion. Of course, this child must be a boy. Where do you think this child will come from, Your Highness? No matter where it comes from, it's okay if it is not used. Once it is used, it will be a dead end. That was an innocent little life. Wan's emotions are always written on her face. Well, don't think so much. I will try my best to keep the child and let the child return to his parents. However, Wan, you have to know that this may not be a good thing for the child. Jingwan certainly understood that the child who could be chosen was very likely to have some problems. For example, he was not expected by others, and someone did not want the child to exist, because the more it was like this, the more the tail could be cleaned as much as possible. Yuan, help if you can. If it will cause you trouble, just ignore it. No matter whether the child is innocent or not, is an outsider. You are the most important. Her compassion was based on a premise. Li Hongyuan smiled. It's not a big deal. Jingwan also smiled. She put this matter aside and waited for the child to be born. But now, Imperial concubine Su and the others still could not relax because of this. After all, when they did not know the mastermind behind the scenes, they would inevitably be on tenterhooks. They did not know if the mastermind behind the scenes would play any tricks again. It was necessary to be 120% vigilant. Just thinking about it was tiring. Adoptive mother has not sent anyone to send the invitation yet. It is very likely that she will not hold a birthday banquet. Probably. Li Hongyuan was not interested. It did not matter whether these things were held or not. If they were held, they would just give face and make a trip. It would be better if they were not held. Recently, he was a little lazy and did not want to move. Then let's prepare the horse racing invitation. How about it? Up to you. Li Hongyuan said lazily, his whole body leaning on the couch again. Yuan, are you sleepy? Seeing him like this, Jingwan could not help but tease him. Probably. His eyes were half closed, as if he would fall asleep at any time. Jingwan looked at him. Her helplessness turned into worry in an instant. Let Gong Jiu take your pulse? Li Hongyuan opened his eyes and looked at Jingwan. Wan is thinking too much. It is Wan who is too diligent. This husband is just bored. However, in order to make you feel at ease, there is no harm in letting Gong Jiu take a look. Just take it as a check of the pulse. This subordinate will go and call Gong Jiu over. Imperial bodyguard Qian, who had been forced to eat dog food in the background, seized the opportunity and immediately volunteered. Go! Imperial bodyguard Qian's feet were like oil as he walked very quickly. Only Gong Jiu came in after him. It was obvious that Li Hongyuan's health was very good. Even if he was so crazy yesterday, there were no signs of kidney deficiency. Therefore, Jin Xinhuang was really idle. His wife was also busy and did not accompany him. Jingwan rubbed her eyebrows. Was this really someone who was busy fighting for power? Jingwan decided not to care about him anymore. Let him do whatever he wanted. Even if he was bored to the point of sleeping, focusing on the things at hand was the most important thing. Just like this, one was busy, the other was idle. Time passed quickly for an hour. Jingwan stretched. Ayuan, in https:///11/11807/1168765. Chapter 476. It's up to you. From Li Hongyuan's point of view, there was essentially no difference between playing big and playing small. That was to find fun. Opening the horse racing track to make money was just to see his wife happy and play around. Even if he needed money in the future, he could find it from other places. He didn't need to do anything now. His things, even if they were moldy and long grass, would not be shared with others. However, he let his wife be happy, so it didn't matter. From another point of view, this was a good opportunity. The bigger the game, the easier it would be to make a move. If some people didn't take the opportunity to do something, Li Hongyuan would be very disappointed. In the entire capital, if one wanted to know which people were better at playing and horsemanship, one would know after checking. Or, if they had a group of capable ministers under them, one didn't need to deliberately check. One just had to ask, and perhaps they would know the answer. In fact, the people below did know. However, in order to achieve perfection, they didn't want to have any negligence. They still carefully checked one side. This kind of rigor had obviously become a habit. It could be imagined that those people who were far from reaching this level, when they received the invitation with Jin Xinhuang's official seal, would be very surprised, especially since they were essentially the kind of dandy young masters who didn't do proper work. Of course, as the elders of these people, their expressions were also quite wonderful. Regardless of his reputation, he was a genuine Xinhuang and deeply received the emperor's grace. Even if he only asked you to amuse him, for many people, it was a great honor. Being disliked by the family all day, the disgraceful thing who couldn't wait to be beaten 3 times a day, suddenly receiving the favor that they might not be able to get in their lifetime. The feeling in their hearts was really, if it was purely spoiled by the family, it was still okay. Perhaps the mother and grandmother in the family would clap their hands and laugh, saying that their good son and grandson had good prospects. And these people's tails would probably be raised to the sky. So what if the other brothers were powerful? Could they get Jin Xinhuang's invitation? Could they enter Jin Xinhuang's manor? Could they be invited by Jin Xinhuang to race together? However, if it was a waste of a concubine son that was specially raised by a D-mother, those D-mothers would probably vomit blood. Originally, they had suppressed him with great difficulty, but now they used this kind of method to turn things around, no matter what the consideration was. As the head of the family, he would pay more attention to it. The more ambitious he was, the more support he would give. Once the illegitimate sons got up, the D sons would certainly not have as many benefits as they originally had. Moreover, if Jin Xinhuang's whims were not just once, there would be many, many times. Then, these illegitimate sons who crawled up, as D-mothers, would not dare to move even half a point. If they moved, perhaps they would cut off some of their own husbands' paths. Thus, they might not be able to sit on the position of the principal wife. After all, Jin Xinhuang had money, knew how to play, and had seen his superb horsemanship. Even if they were afraid of him, their hearts were still a little itchy. However, Jin Xinhuang had never taken them out to play. This time, he actually invited them to race together. Deep in their hearts, they couldn't help but be excited. Moreover, they could also be proud of their father who wanted to break their legs. This was going out to play in broad daylight. As for those who were grounded, they were even happier. Dad, it's not that I want to go out, it's Jin Xinhuang who invited me. You don't want me to go out? Fine, You went to reply to Jin Xinhuang's invitation. Encountering this kind of evil creature, as the father, they definitely wanted to beat them to death. However, they really could not give Jin Xinhuang face. Therefore, looking at their own family's evil creature's proud face, they could only endure it. They actually wanted to detain the evil creatures at home, but they could not, because these evil creatures still had an invitation in their hands. Jingwan didn't know if it was because of her bad taste, but those big families, not only did they send an invitation to the head of the family, they also sent an invitation to their family's best. Detain? But fortunately, they didn't only invite the best. Therefore, they naturally sent the family's most outstanding and most capable ones over. At least, they had to watch a bit and didn't make any unmanageable mess. Moreover, since the situation of each family was the same, then it was also a rather good opportunity to make friends. And for those people whose status didn't reach this level, one invitation could still bring 5 people. Naturally, each had their own considerations. Even if it was the illegitimate son who could turn the tables and become indignant, she also had her own plans. Even if the illegitimate son stood out in front of Jin Xinhuang, it was still the same. But if their own child made friends with the children of the big families, then it was possible for them to soar to the sky. Thinking like this, their hearts were burning hot. Their indignation and unwillingness were thrown to one side as they thought about how to make their child stand out. And those young ladies, young women, and little being who had not yet grown up, their thoughts were more simple. They were curious and wanted to go take a look. After all, last year, when Jin Xinhuang built a horse farm, it could be said that it was on a grand scale. Even with the Jiangnan incident, the emperor's thunderous rage didn't stop work. Moreover, that belonged to the imperial manor, so there were few opportunities to go. With this opportunity, they naturally wanted to satisfy some curiosity and even a little vanity. Therefore, whether the advantages outweighed the disadvantages or the disadvantages outweighed the advantages, it really couldn't be generalized. These people were all invited, so Jin Xinhuang's brothers and sisters naturally couldn't be left out, regardless of whether they had left the palace or not. In fact, those who were still in the palace were even more looking forward to it. After all, for them to go out of the palace, it was countless times more difficult than for a lady to go out of the boudoir. Therefore, the horse race that was prepared this time, compared to Jingwan's idea, was a bit bigger and more lively. It could be said that all those who could attend were all present. All the participating horses were first sent to the manor 2 days before the official race and agreed that one person would follow. Finally, when the horses were gathered together, Jingwan saw that spectacular scene, and her heart was a bit hard to describe. The total number of invitations sent out, there are less than 100. These 200-plus horses, where did they come from? Replying to Wang Fei, some young masters sent more horses. The steward of the Wang Fu who was in charge of these horses tactfully replied, "Ah, how many horses are they preparing for one person to ride?" But it doesn't matter. Originally, they didn't intend to let those young masters personally participate. In any case, the ultimate goal is to bet on horses and not on people. They have that kind of confidence, so it doesn't matter if they send all the horses. Each family can only send one horse. If the extra horses want to appear, let them pay the appearance fee. After all, this is the first time, so the appearance fee will be cheaper. 1,000 taels for one horse. In addition, the horses of the same family can appear in the same race. This Wang Fei is also thinking of them. After all, some people may be willing to compete by themselves. At the same time, it will be convenient for them to bet on each of their horses. They were also convinced that the Wang Fei's idea was another way to make money. It must be said that some people were bursting with confidence in their horses. 2 days later, the young masters who were preparing for the race, after getting the explanation from the people of the stud farm, thought that it was good. Wasn't it just 1,000 taels of appearance fee? It was a piece of cake. After getting the approval, they waved their hands and asked their attendants to go home and bring the other treasures at home. Speaking of which, young people were definitely not the only ones who were fond of horses. Some people have been fond of horses for their entire lives. Even if they could no longer personally ride them, they were still willing to raise a few precious horses. Such people, if given the chance, were also quite willing to bring out their treasures to show them off. Therefore, this stud farm really didn't have to worry about its prosperity. Although the people who came were all young people and children, the number of people present was not less than that of a very important banquet. The essential purpose was to have fun. Therefore, Jingwon was also simple and convenient. She only needed to entertain a few sisters-in-law. She was really surprised to see Princess Lu. It was not easy for her to be pregnant. She was still in a special period, and the pregnancy was not stable. She dared to come out and wander around. Was she really fearless, or did she have other ideas? Jingwon's eyes flashed slightly, but she did not say anything. She only asked the servants to serve her well. The things that she asked them to prepare for her were all normal and would not go wrong. Moreover, they were all passed through the hands of the people around her. However, perhaps because she was really happy, Princess Lu became much gentler. Her smile was not perfect from the beginning to the end. At least, in Jingwon's eyes, it was much more real. https://11/11807/11725-298. Mobile edition website. Chapter 477. Sixth Sister-in-Law. Your manner is really beautifully managed. Seventh Wang Fei said sourly. The other sisters-in-law's hearts were not much different from hers. Obviously, they had the same status, but many times they really felt that they were dwarfed by others. That kind of stifling feeling in their hearts really made people feel very uncomfortable. In fact, the surrounding area was basically the imperial manor. The other princes and Qin Wang all had their own manors nearby. However, in comparison, Jin Qinhuang's two manors were the best. The location was good, and the products were abundant. Not only that, just one of them was at least twice the size of the other manors. The biggest difference was even more than 4 times. The two manors were more than 8 times the size. Those places were more remote, the roads were more winding, and there wasn't enough money to renovate and take care of them. But for those who could see Jin Qinhuang's manor from their own manor, comparing the two, their own manor was simply like the wilderness. Although they had long accepted their fate and knew that no matter what, they couldn't compare, but every time they saw it, they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Jingwon had long been accustomed to this kind of thing and didn't care. It's a waste to leave this manor alone. Even if we stay in this manor, the one next to it is enough. Moreover, our Wang Ye feels that it's strange and boring on weekdays, so this manor will be open to the public in the future for people to play. If sister-in-law and younger brothers and sisters are free, you can also come and sit. Several people listened and looked at each other in dismay. She must be joking. In any case, this was the imperial manor under the prince's name. How could it be for people to enjoy and play? It was too degrading. Just this point alone, they would be impeached. However, unless it was a major crime like treason, no matter how they impeached, they probably wouldn't be able to touch Jin Qinhuang. The corners of their mouths twitched, and they didn't say anything. The lesson of the past told them that their sisters-in-law was also not to be trifled with. If they provoked her, what would the consequences be? Wasn't the current Gong, Qin Wang, the best proof? She was estranged from her maternal family. Her son was isolated, her husband abandoned her, and a younger cousin was sent to the Gong Qin Wang Fu. Although she was a concubine, but she was favored more than the two Gong Qin Wang Fu. Compared to the Gong Qin Wang Fu, she was only a little worse. It could be seen that the relationship between the Gong Qin Wang Fu and the champion Marquis Fu was still close, but the left governor, the Gong Qin Wang Fu, and the Gong Qin Wang Fu seemed to be. The Gong Qin Wang Fu and the left governor, who held military power, had a grudge against each other. It was simply a matter that made people clap their hands in joy. At first, the Gong Qin Wang Fu was angry because the left governor Qin Tianming ignored him. How long had it been? He still refused to let go. He had always been humble, but it didn't change Qin Tianming's mind at all. He faintly felt that even if he continued like this, there wouldn't be a good result. Coming to this point, it could be said that he had staked everything on this one throw. He wanted to give Qin Tianming a taste of his power. However, Qin Tianming didn't react at all. He seemed to have completely abandoned his own daughter. The Gongqin Wang Fu was so angry that he didn't know how many things he smashed, but he still couldn't do anything to Qin Tianming. The Gongqin Wang Fu cursed Qin Tianming in all kinds of ways, his malice overflowing to the sky. He was always thinking about what he would do when he ascended the throne. However, he actually faintly understood that if he was abandoned by Qin Tianming, his chances of ascending the throne would be very slim. Unless the two people in front of him and Li Hongyuan all died, only then would it be his turn. Although he understood this in his heart, he still didn't want to admit it. However, some ideas were constantly breeding, and he didn't know when they would be put into action. Originally, it could be said that the tripartite situation had been broken. Prince Kong and Prince Rui basically didn't put this younger brother in their eyes. Of course, in Prince Kang's view, Qin Tianming was working for him in the dark. Now that he was openly falling out with that good younger brother, it didn't affect him much. On the contrary, without this connection, those who originally stood on the side of the good younger brother would probably have to reconsider. Therefore, when the other brothers tried to rope in Qin Tianming, Prince Kong sneered. Of course, he didn't forget to give Qin Tianming some benefits to strengthen the relationship between them. Facing these people, Qin Tianming's heart was tired, especially when he had to face that temperamental real master. Speaking of which, the Gongqin princess consort was his own daughter. Even if she became unbearable, it was impossible for him to completely abandon her. In the end, giving up now, to some extent, was actually protecting her. His daughter now drew a clear line between herself and the Gongqin Wang Fu. In the future, when Jinqin Wang Fu came to settle accounts, his daughter would be implicated as much as possible. However, he couldn't say anything, and his wife couldn't do anything about it. The Gongqin princess consort, who didn't know this, could be said to be in a state of despair. She said she was sick and didn't come out, so she really was sick. However, in the end, she was still the left governor's daughter. Even if the Gongqin Wang disliked her, he would absolutely not torture her. These things everyone knew in their hearts, although it was very inconceivable that the left governor would go to this extent. However, the Gongqin princess consort's initial decline was indeed related to Jinqin Wang Fu. Then, every time she had an unpleasant encounter with Jinqin Wang Fu, her decline would increase. It was like a curse. Therefore, when Jingwan didn't know, these sisters-in-law had already decided not to provoke her easily. Not to mention a friendly relationship, at least they wouldn't deliberately find fault with her. Therefore, at this time, even if they were jealous, they were limited and didn't dare to go too far. Jingwan actually felt a little strange about their attitude, but she didn't like to argue with people. No one found fault with her, so naturally she was happy and relaxed. As for why there was such a change, who cares? Regardless of whether it was the race course or the leisure area, they had arranged for enough people. They were all trained, so Jingwan didn't need to worry about them at all. Although, she still had more ideas in her mind that she would slowly add to the leisure area. Of course, it was just entertainment, and its influence was limited. The horse race was about to start. Jingwan took a few people to the horse track. The stands were naturally divided into levels and areas. They naturally occupied the luxurious room on the highest level. From this position, they could basically see the entire field. The 10 horses for the first round had been sent to the fence behind the starting line. A list of which horse belonged to which track had been distributed to everyone. There was still an hour before the start of the race, so everyone could place their bets on the horses they liked. Of course, in Jingwan's view, there was actually not a small drawback. The field was big, and the specific situation of the horses couldn't be seen. For those who could distinguish the horses, they lost a lot of opportunities. However, this kind of people were in the minority. The rest were still betting according to the owner of the horse. In the beginning, there were more people who just watched and didn't make a move. It was believed that after each competition, which horses could stand out, it would naturally, gradually surface. But this kind of ever-victorious general, there was no need to worry that it would exist for a long time. If the result was the same every time, then what was the point? Not to mention those who lost, whether it was for money or face, they would all go and look for better horses. Jin Xinhuang's precious horses were especially good-looking ones. The horse farm was Li Hongyuan's. It was his wife's idea. Naturally, she would control everything in the palm of her hand. Even the people who would manage the horse farm in the future might be sent by Lu Qingdi. Horses were basically strategic goods. Although there were people who sold horses among the people, they were in the minority. Moreover, the truly good horses wouldn't appear in those places. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the popularity of horse racing disturbing the people and causing chaos. Li Hongyuan and his other brothers were in another private room. Speaking of which, everyone wasn't stupid. After knowing someone's rules, they could basically think of the huge profit margin. After a little calculation, their hearts jumped wildly. This wasn't a hen that laid golden eggs. It was simply a gold mine. Sixth brother has good thoughts, Even with Prince Rui's composure, at this moment, his emotions were brought out. Not to mention the others, their jealousy was about to erupt in an instant. Li Hongyuan didn't care and didn't even give them a glance. Wang Fei's idea is just to earn some money for rouge and face powder. https:///11/11/11807/1177826. Chapter 478. Li Hongyuan didn't care and didn't even give them a glance. Wang Fei's idea is just to earn some money for the rouge and face powder. He pointed at them and gave them a look of disdain, then threw out the words, making a fuss about nothing. A few small coins were worth mentioning. In any case, he was a Qin Wang. His eyelids were so shallow. These people cursed in their hearts. Who the hell would need so much money to buy rouge and face powder? All the noble ladies in the capital, including the many imperial concubines and princesses in the palace, wouldn't need so much. Besides, who didn't know that the best rouge and face powder in Rouge Pavilion was from Jin Xinhuang Fei's prescription? Not only was there a large amount of dividends, all the rouge and face powder didn't cost a single copper. Still want rouge and face powder money? Even if you're looking for an excuse, you should be more careful. Even if you don't say anything, it's still better than now. However, no matter how much they cursed in their hearts, they couldn't say it out loud. Or rather, they didn't dare. Somewhat stifled, they pulled at their necklines and adjusted their breathing. They warned themselves to be calm and not be impulsive. If you're interested, then bet a few rounds to play. Li Hongyuan propped one hand on the armrest of the chair, propping up his chin. His other hand tapped the other side from time to time, as leisurely as he could be. Because it was the first time, the betting rules were relatively simple and crude. Moreover, it was betting on the champion and not the ranking. In the first round, betting on one to win 10 horses in each round. So far, there were almost 16 rounds. The top 3 horses in the first round would participate in the second round, 8 horses in each round, betting on one to win 3. Similarly, the top 3 would participate in the third round, betting on one to win 5. Then the top 3 would participate in the final round, betting on one to win 10. As the owner of the horse, every time they won, there would be a corresponding monetary reward. If they could win from the beginning to the end, then based on this point, their pockets would rapidly expand. In the first round, the lowest bet was 10 taels, the second round was 100 taels, the third round was 1,000 taels, and the last round wasn't 10,000 taels. Instead, it was changed by Jingwan to unlimited. If it was small, it could be 1 copper coin. If it was large, it didn't matter if it was tens or hundreds of thousands. This time, even if they lost in the end, it didn't matter. Jin Xinhuang could completely afford it. However, this possibility was relatively small. Of course, it wouldn't be like this in the future. The odds would always be adjusted according to the number of bets and the amount bet. There probably wouldn't be a minimum limit either. In short, as the banker, he would definitely make a profit. As brothers, they had to give some face to each other. Moreover, they had their own horses to participate in the race. Not to mention others, they had to at least have some confidence in themselves. Perhaps only Li Hanyuan had this privilege of not playing at all. Speaking of which, no matter how poor he was still a prince. Thus, when he made a move, he naturally couldn't lower himself to the lowest value. As the elder brother, Prince Kong bet 500 taels for each round. If this continued, several thousand taels would be spent. Prince Rue slightly reduced his base bet. However, for some unknown reason, the Gongqin Wang was completely equal to Prince Rue. Behind him, the fifth prince naturally reduced his bet a bit more. Behind him, except for Li Hanyuan, the other three were equal to the fifth prince. And there was nothing wrong with the rest, but the Gong prince had a problem. Prince Kong was the eldest son of the first wife. Prince Rue's birth mother was an imperial concubine, while the Gong prince's birth mother was only an imperial concubine. According to reason, he should have slightly retreated from Prince Rue, and the rest should have been equal to him. However, he insisted that he was on the same level as Prince Rue, and, according to his original intention, he should have even surpassed Prince Kong. But in the end, he didn't lose his mind. Prince Rue tilted his head and glanced at him, smiling as if he didn't care at all. However, some people behind him couldn't help but tremble. Obviously, this third imperial brother's mood was very good recently. He was amiable to everyone. That smile made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. But now, why did it inexplicably feel a little scary? The Gongqin Wang's expression also sank, but then, not to be outdone, he returned a smile to Prince Rue, a naked provocation. Now, even if he took advantage of the situation, so what? He was clearly in a weaker position. Now that he was happy, who knew what would happen in private? Moreover, although it was a small matter, it was enough for some officials to see the bigger picture and make a choice. So, the Gongqin Wang obviously didn't have the life of a living king of hell. So why did he want to get the living king of hell's illness? Squandering without any scruples is the living king of hell's privilege. Him suppressing you two brothers is a matter of course. No one would think it was wrong. If he really followed the rules, other people would have to worry about whether he was holding back some evil tricks. It was said that Prince Kong was a rash and impulsive person with a violent temper. In fact, the Gongqin Wang was not to be outdone. Especially now, after the Empress fell ill, Prince Kong restrained himself and appeared to be a lot calmer. Whether it was real calmness or fake calmness, in contrast, the Gongqin Wang was more and more unbearable. Among Liu Qingdi's sons, in addition to the two who died young, there were 8 who had already reached adulthood and were titled princes. Counting them, the number was really not small. However, the ones who were really competitive for the throne were only the first few. The ones behind, to be honest, even if they really had ambition and wanted that position, it would be very difficult for them to realize it. Because their birth mother status was not high, and they were not favored. They did not have a strong maternal family, and, similarly, they did not have a strong wife's family. As for their own talent, well, without that support, being too talented, they might even lose their lives. Apart from the external conditions, in terms of himself, Prince Rue was actually the most suitable person to sit on the throne. Whether it was his temperament or the way he handled things, although he might have a dark heart, he was actually the most concerned about face, cherishing his feathers, and paying attention to his reputation. This kind of person, even if he waited until he ascended the throne, he would still carry the title of Eternal Emperor. Therefore, even if the people who were fighting for the throne now, unless they really hated him to the bone, they would not easily kill him. Killing people would not be done openly, and they would not do it in the open. He would not even be like his father, treating someone with flowers and brocade on the surface. But in reality, he was suffering. He could give them glory, splendor, and wealth, but probably not power. In terms of ability, Prince Rue was actually very good. At one time, he was also the one who Liu Qingdi thought the most highly of, but later Li Hongyuan secretly tampered with him, weakening Lu Qingdi's good impression of him. In fact, some people, including those who secretly supported the living king of hell, thought that Prince Rue was better as the emperor. However, after boarding the living king of hell's pirate ship, if one wanted to get off, it was not as simple as becoming a corpse and being thrown off. Of course, in terms of ability, Prince Rui naturally could not compare to Jin Qinhuang. However, if the former wanted to become the eternal emperor, he could probably only think about it. Being able to raise the current Qi Yuan by a little was already not bad. As for the latter, as long as he had a reason, he was completely capable of pushing the Qi Yuan into a flourishing age. However, Li Hongyuan's temperament was treacherous and hard to understand. He could become the monarch of a flourishing age, but he could also go to the other extreme. A lot of things were probably within his thoughts. If he were to bet on Prince Rue, he would be able to proceed smoothly without any worries. However, if he were to bet on Prince Rue, there would be a considerable risk. It could be a high return, but could be a loss. In fact, regarding Jin Qinhuang's love for his Wang Fei and his willingness to restrain himself for his Wang Fei, people like the head of the cabinet Wan Rue Zhong and the left governor Qin Tianming were happy to see it. Because Jin Qinhuang was really too special. If there was someone who could slightly restrain him, and this person had a sense of righteousness and propriety and guide Jin Qinhuang in a good direction, then they would have no objections even if Jin Qinhuang only favored him. For them, the country was actually the most important. And the Minister of Personnel, Luo Peishan, was even more selfish. He did not like Jin Qinhuang Fu's harem becoming chaotic even more. Therefore, when some people jumped out so fiercely some time ago, these people did not participate in the slightest. Even if they guessed that those women's mishap was not because they were restrained, but because they were tampered with, their hearts did not have the slightest fluctuation. They even hoped that this situation could continue to be maintained, not only for Jin Qinhuang to ascend the throne in the future, but also for the next emperor. For an emperor who grew up in a good environment, even if it was worse, there was at least a 30% chance that it would not be the case. Jingwan simply did not know these things. She did not know that in the future, even if she monopolized the harem, the court officials would not have too much objection to her. At this moment, the first horse race had already begun. https:///11/11807/118266656. Chapter 479. For a woman, she could still maintain her composure when she saw such a scene. However, she had never seen such a scene before, so she was also affected by the surrounding environment. Her face was slightly flushed, and her eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. She even clenched her handkerchief tightly in her hand. In a relatively crowded place, she could restrain herself, but in a private room, she was surrounded by acquaintances, so she didn't have to do so. She could cheer without caring about her image, just like the typical Yuan Qiao Qiao. Of course, the children basically didn't have any concerns. At this time, the atmosphere was too lively. No matter whether it was the brothers or sisters or the nannies serving them, no one restrained them. After all, many people were like this now. If they forcibly restrained them, wouldn't they be hated? Not only their own family members, but also other people's children. Everyone was unruly and improper. If they taught their own children, others would be implicated. In Li Hongyuan's private room, at the beginning, everyone could still sit still. The first one who couldn't sit still was naturally Prince Kong, because this was the first game, and his horse was in it. Speaking of which, Jingwan was kind enough to separate all the princes and princes' horses. According to Li Hongyuan's character, he could put all of them in the same game. At the beginning, they would be at daggers drawn and bows bent. It was fine if they fought for power, but when it came to entertainment, they shouldn't make it like a battlefield. Since they were horses raised in the prince's mansion, they were certainly not bad. As time went by, the distance they covered was constantly increasing. The 10 horses were almost divided into 3 camps. Prince Rue's horse was in the first camp, and there was only one horse in the second camp. They were very close to each other, chasing each other. At most, they were only one horse's head away from each other. If it weren't for the rules of the competition, the people on the two horses might have already fought. Competitions, especially those that were very competitive, often had the charm to make people's blood boil. Of course, it was also possible to make enemies. After all, people cared about their reputation. There were often more people who couldn't afford to lose than those who had a good mentality and could afford to lose. Prince Kong had long ignored the others and rushed to the front of the private room. There were no windows, only a waist-high half of the wall. Prince Kong was abnormally agitated, either waving his hands in excitement or smashing his fists in anger. Words like "run quickly" and "trash" came out of his mouth. What was his image? What was his brotherhood? All of it was thrown beyond the highest heavens. In the end, Prince Kong lost, and it was only by a very small margin. Prince Kong turned around with a dark face. Give me the name list. Benoit wants to see who can raise such a good horse. His words seemed to be filled with praise, but his expression and tone were as if he wanted to eat someone alive. What he wanted to express was that he wanted to see who had the guts to win despite knowing that it was his horse. Others might be disdainful, mocking, or gloating. Prince Kong grabs the list handed over by a close attendant. After looking at it, he sneers, "A mere 6th-rank official can also afford to raise such a good horse?" This prince is very suspicious of the origin of this horse. It was clear that he wanted to use public office to avenge private wrongs, yet he still found such a high-sounding reason. According to common sense, a 6th-rank official's salary really couldn't afford to raise a precious horse, but he still couldn't allow people to have a bit of background. From beginning to end, the calmest one was probably Li Hongyuan, his posture still leisurely. It's merely a few thousand taels, nothing more. If eldest imperial brother can't afford to lose, Benoit won't let people take your money. It's not a big deal. It's just that there's one thing that eldest imperial brother needs to know. Today, every horse's owner is a guest invited by Benoit. If eldest imperial brother wants to do something, you should consider it carefully. The furious Prince Kang's complexion congealed as he looked at Li Hongyuan. As a result, when Li Hongyuan spoke to him, he didn't even look at him. Prince Kong huffed and puffed. "What can I do? Lao Lu is thinking too much." That's right. Those who participated in the horse race, no matter what their status was, were all holding onto Jin Qinhuang's invitation. If because of a competition, it ended up attracting a calamity, where would the living king of hell put his face? Moreover, it was bound to affect other people with relatively lower status. Then, wouldn't this competition go against some of Jingwan's ideals? Would the living king of hell allow it? As for not giving Prince Kong face, it's just that the horse is inferior to others. The skill is inferior to others. And you still want to complain that others didn't let you? If it was someone else, you could still use your power to suppress them, but you met someone that the living king of hell wanted to protect. Prince Kong sat down and couldn't act out, at least not now. As for whether he would act in private, it was hard to say. However, even if he acted in private, this face would still be lost, and this elegance would also be gone. The others secretly watched as a joke, but they were also a bit worried that they would encounter the same thing. However, it was useless to think about it now. If they really did encounter it, at least they couldn't show that they were narrow-minded. There were a lot of people who had the same worries as them, because before, they bought horses based on the person. "Prince, how could the horse race be bad?" Absolutely not, Therefore, many people actually bought Prince Kang's horse in the first round. As a result, they lost. Naturally, they wouldn't be so reassured about the later rounds. After all, they had already bought it, so it couldn't be changed. However, the people later on didn't have Prince Kang's bad luck. Even the sickly 5th Wang Ye's horse was first in that round. This was a bit unexpected. After all, because of 5th Wang Ye's health, he wasn't interested in horses and the like. His horse was actually used to make up the numbers, and it was only a horse that he had obtained by chance. Therefore, among all the Wangs, only Prince Kong lost. This time, he completely lost face. He once suspected that this was simply Li Hongyuan's deliberate arrangement in order to make him lose face. Obviously, Prince Kong thought too much. If the living King Yama really wanted to scheme against him, would it be over just to make him lose face? After that, with the participation of these masters, the situation of betting in the later rounds wasn't as concentrated as in the beginning. People wouldn't bet based on the title of each other's father. After all, some things were really hard to predict, and under such circumstances, the competition was more exciting. However, this was probably the only time such a situation would happen according to the owner's bet. When the first round was over, some people's necks were already hoarse. However, they felt more excited. Really, it was very exciting. After all, this was the first time they experienced it. Sometimes, they even wished they could be the ones who did it. However, it was already late. The second round would be in the afternoon. Originally, the blood was already boiling. They couldn't wait to know the final result immediately. In particular, those who won a lot of money in the first round probably had never experienced the experience of earning a lot of money in an instant. That kind of feeling was really quite fleeting. Then, greed quietly grew in the bottom of their hearts, and they wanted more and more and more. However, the arrangement of the competition was not up to them. Moreover, after a fast run, the horse always needed time to recover its strength. The closer the horse was to the back, the more so it was. Although the whole course of the competition didn't consume much of the horse's energy. During lunch, many people still didn't stop talking and kept discussing. https://11//11807/1197497. Chapter 480. However, halfway through the meal, everyone heard a tiger's roar. Because it came too suddenly, everyone was startled at first. Then, someone shouted, "Tiger!" and the scene immediately became restless. Tigers were no joke. Even if they hadn't seen one before, they definitely knew how ferocious tigers were. As the saying goes, one's face would turn pale at the mention of a tiger. Fear was unforgettable. Moreover, listening to the roar, it seemed to be very close. Who wouldn't panic? Moreover, it was said that there was a rare beast garden in this manor. There were countless rare and exotic beasts in it. Perhaps this tiger was one of them. The more they thought about it, the more panicked they became. They also felt that the tiger's roar was getting closer and closer. Li Honyuan put down his chopsticks. Eunuch Mu immediately handed him a wet towel. He took it and then slowly wiped his mouth. Then, he changed to another towel to wipe his hands. He looked unmoved as if he didn't hear anything. After wiping his hands, he threw the towel back. Seeing him like this, the other masters at the same table also restrained themselves and didn't move. It was too embarrassing to show fear. Imperial bodyguard Qian rushed over. Obviously, he came because of the tiger. "What's the matter?" Li Honyuan asked faintly. "Master, 2 tigers in the rare beast garden ran out. The guards there couldn't stop them and ran to the horse farm. The tigers hurt a few people. Now, they're trying to drive the tigers back. If they don't listen, just kill them. Why waste so much effort?" It was obviously a very ferocious thing, but in his mouth, it was so understated. It was like pinching an ant to death. Yes, after Imperial bodyguard Qian left, Li Honyuan poured another cup of wine. "It's just a small matter. I just don't know who did it. It's so clumsy. Could it be that someone thinks that killing a few people can affect this prince?" Huh. When the few people present heard this, they did not respond. However, they all had different thoughts. How should they put it? They were not only worried that if they responded, the fire would burn them. When facing Li Honyuan, apart from the 5th prince, there was probably no one who did not think of the problem of killing him. Especially in the current situation, it could be said that he was blocking the path of too many people. Now that such a thing had happened, they were all suspicious of each other. Who was the culprit? Although Li Honyuan would not be able to completely suppress the death of a few people, if the people who died were more important, then even His Majesty would have to deal with it. After all, there was no difference between nobility and lowliness. How could the final result be the same when a few commoners died and a few high-ranking officials and nobles died? For the former, it was not impossible for Lu Qingdi to suppress it. However, for the latter, the difficulty was too great. Therefore, if the appearance of the tiger at the horse farm was not an accident but man-made, then it was obvious that they did not feel that this plan was clumsy. Or, even if it did not succeed, as long as the tail was cleaned up, it did not matter. If the first time did not succeed, then the second time. If the second time did not succeed, then the third time. If the precious beast garden did not succeed, then the horse farm did. If the horse farm did not succeed, then the manor did. There was a saying that went, "There are thieves for 1,000 days, there are no thieves for 1,000 days." Jin Qinhuang only had that little amount of manpower. If he could really make it watertight, then there would be a problem. As long as it was not like an iron bucket, then there would be a flaw. In the beginning, there was no need to think about his name. It could be done in a roundabout way. As long as His Majesty's favor towards him was weakened, it would be even better if His Majesty disliked him. After that, it would be much easier. Therefore, they did not think that under this kind of condition, some people had strangely reached an agreement in their hearts. With regard to their thoughts, Li Hongyuan did not know. However, even if he knew, he would not care. His current attitude was that he would not take the initiative to expose anything. However, if some people were to sense it, then he would not care at all. Moreover, this time's horse race was such a big spectacle. It was to give some people a chance. If nothing really happened, then it would be disappointing. It was just that his own wife was kind-hearted and would not involve innocent people. After all, the open and covert struggles between these people could easily take someone's life. Therefore, the horse farm and the people who came and went were strictly guarded. There must not be any slip-ups. If there was a problem with the horse and it went crazy in the competition, the probability of someone losing their life was too high. Li Hongyuan felt that it was a pity that he was not able to make use of this point. It was just that this idea of using the precious beast garden, Li Hongyuan's eyes darkened, and he finished the wine in his hand in one gulp. Compared to Li Hongyuan's calmness, Jingwan was not so calm. It was not because she was afraid, but because the tiger had hurt someone. One must know that the animals in the precious beast garden were all wild. Their bestial nature and wildness, their lethality was absolutely terrifying. In the absence of anesthetics, the tiger had hurt someone and could not be brought back. Li Hongyuan gave the order to kill, and Jingwan could only remain silent. However, the matter did not end there. Just as Jingwan was quietly waiting for the result, a servant hurried over. Even if the order to kill was given, someone still died. Moreover, this person was not a servant, but a son of an aristocratic family. Jingwan almost cursed. If this matter was not caused by someone, she would write the name backwards. https:///11/11807/119749959. Chapter 481. Jingwan almost swore. If this matter wasn't man-made, she would write her name backwards. She didn't mind if someone tampered with it, but she wasn't prepared for someone to die. Jingwan stood up. "I have something to do. Excuse me for a moment." Her expression was particularly cold, even a bit sharp, as she walked away. Outsiders had never seen Jingwan like this before. No matter what the rumors about Jin Qinhuang Fei were, most of the people that outsiders came into contact with were absolutely gentle and good-tempered. Some people even felt that she didn't seem like someone from the imperial family and damaged the dignity of the imperial family. Looking at her now, they were completely wrong. Thinking about it, no matter how she used to be, after marrying into the imperial family, she was at least 30% worse. Compared to Jingwan, even if he knew that someone had died, Li Hongyuan didn't have the intention to get up and deal with it. He only said to hand it over to Wang Fei. Moreover, on their side, it wasn't the people below who whispered to Li Hongyuan, but directly said it out loud. Once Li Hongyuan's words came out, the people around them started to speculate, thinking that Li Hongyuan wanted to use his Wang Fei as a scapegoat. Obviously, this matter would be brought to Lu Qingdi, and according to Lu Qingdi's preference for Jin Qinhuang, it was believed that he would be very happy to have someone take the blame for his son, even if that person was his daughter-in-law. The people who were secretly delighted just a moment ago couldn't help but secretly scold Li Hongyuan for being shameless. But they never thought that if they encountered a similar matter, they would definitely push their own daughter-in-law out. The main culprit and the accomplice were two different things. Moreover, the matter of not teaching strictly couldn't even be counted as an accomplice. After all, that was a daughter-in-law, not a child. Her moral upbringing was more on the head of the in-law's family than the husband's family. However, Li Hongyuan's gaze swept over the body of the guard who reported to him. Someone died in the master's territory, and he directly shouted it out. Should he say that this kind of person was honest and straightforward, or was it something else? One must know that even if the master didn't care, the final decision should be made by the master. Sigh. Even if he wasn't a demon, such a person should be properly trained. If he was, then all the more he should be trained to the point of death. Training to the point of death would count. When Jingwan arrived at the scene, the tiger had already become a corpse. The ground was dripping with blood, and the smell of blood was very strong. In addition, there was a mat under which, most likely, the aristocratic family's son. The smell of blood made Jingwan feel a little nauseous. She covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Tell me the details. Your Highness, the situation is like this. The situation was originally under control, and the irrelevant people were stopped outside. We were working together to kill the tiger. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly rushed in. The tiger was already furious, and when this person rushed in, the tiger directly opened its mouth. We didn't even have time to react before we were buried in the tiger's mouth. Now he understood that he was just throwing his life away. Jingwan curled her lips coldly. She didn't hesitate to use her own life to plot against her husband. Of course, she wouldn't have the slightest bit of mercy. Which family is he from? Your Highness, he is the only son of Secretary Bai. Jingwan was slightly startled and frowned. Things were really a little troublesome. Although the Bai family was not a top noble family, the most promising branch of it was Lu Qingdi's family. The former Empress Dowager Bai was a smart person. At the very beginning, she didn't let her niece be her son's princess. Later, after Lu Qingdi ascended the throne, she didn't let any white girl enter the palace. She even suppressed her family. She didn't let her family stand out, and she never interfered in the political affairs. When Lu Qingdi ascended the throne, he couldn't do without the Empress Dowager and Lady Bai. Empress Dowager Bai's behavior naturally won the favor of Lu Qingdi. Before Empress Dowager Bai died, the relationship between mother and son had been very good. When Empress Dowager Bai died, Lu Qingdi was so sad that he didn't go to court for a month. When Empress Dowager Bai died, she didn't have any other request. She just hoped that Lu Qingdi could take care of her family. She didn't want them to be rich or noble. As long as they didn't violate the law, he would protect them from being bullied. How could Lu Qingdi not agree to such a low request? Therefore, although the Bai family was not prominent and was very low-key, many people didn't even know about it. In the entire capital, the Bai family was definitely in the top 3 families that couldn't be provoked. If the one who died was an ordinary member of the Bai family, it would be fine. The problem was that the Bai family didn't have many children. Empress Dowager Bai only had one brother and one younger brother, no sisters. The younger brother was only a few years older than Lu Qingdi. He didn't have much ability, but basically didn't cause any trouble. Now, he was still alive, and his children and grandchildren were not bad. The problem was that Lu Qingdi's first uncle only had one son, the current Secretary Bai. Lu Qingdi's first uncle was also a cabinet minister. After Empress Dowager Bai's death, he resolutely resigned on the grounds that he was not feeling well. However, bravely retreating was one thing. Another thing was to make way for his son. The current Secretary Bai also had some difficulties in having children. In fact, in order to continue the bloodline, he had many wives and concubines. However, he had more than a dozen daughters. It wasn't easy for him to have a son. It was conceivable that such a single son was valued. https:///11/11807/119756662. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.